Revelations. Small boy was running through Konoha, and all trees and plants looked withered, like they were sad that something happened. By most people it was shrugged off as freak of nature. But by not everybody. Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this happening when his teacher Senju Hashirama was sad or angry. Only one Kekii Genkai could do that, fabled power of Senju Hashirama, Mokuton. Kekii Genkai, which was able to suppress Bija Chakra and was as strong as Uchiha Sharingan. Looks like young Naruto has Mokuton. He murmured and looked at his Anbu, get me Tenzo. Few moments later, Yanbu with Tora mask entered Hokage office, and he was as shocked as Hokage. He too felt this change in trees and plants all over Konoha. Mokuton user? Simply asked Anbu, and Hokage nodded. Very strong affinity to it. Maybe even stronger than Hashirama-sensei. If he's feeling so sad that leaves and plants wither, there's only one person, replied Hokage and looked at his Anbu, whose eyes widened. You don't mean Uzumaki Naruto? Quietly asked Tora. Yes, only he can be so sad to cause plants to wither. I will find him, and we will meet him. You will be his teacher till he graduate. Later you will split his time with his Jonin sensei, said Hokage, and took out his all-seeing orb. He placed his hand on orb and channeled some chakra to locate Naruto. Few moments later it showed small boy in tattered clothes standing near large empty compound. He is near Senju compound. Let's go. Meanwhile, Naruto was running away from mob and finished his escape in front of Senju compound, where he felt something familiar calling him inside, like it was his. He wasn't the most educated boy, due to being shunned and badly treated, but even he recognized trident visible over the gates. It was sign of Senju Ikizoku. Naruto, shouted someone from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Hokage with one of his Anbu. Yes, Gigi, asked Naruto, happy that Hokage found him. Did you learn how to channel chakra in the academy? Asked Hokage, once he greeted Naruto. Yes, but why you're asking? Replied blonde boy. Channel your chakra into this paper, said Hokage, and gave him chakra-sensitive paper. Naruto channeled his chakra into it, and Hokage's eyes widened when he saw results. It split into two parts which sprouted few leaves. Impossible. First natural Mokuton user from times of my sensei, murmured Hokage, not believing his eyes. You're lucky, boy. You have Shodaime Hokage Kekii Genkai Mokuton, which means you're Senju heir. What? Shouted Naruto. Yes, that's right, you're descendant of one of founding clans of Konoha, and I think it's time to break Jinjutsu placed on you, said Hokage, and placed his hand on Naruto's forehead and channeled small amount of chakra into Naruto's system, thus interrupting flow of it and thus breaking illusion. When it was gone, Naruto was 1 or 2 inches taller. On his forehead appeared small violet rectangle, and on his face appeared same 3 marks that adorned Nidame's face. Are those Nidame marks? Asked shocked Tora. Yes. Naruto, take a look, said Hokage and gave boy small mirror. What happened to my body? Shouted Naruto when he noticed changes in body look. We hid those features, so you could be safe during your childhood, at least from kidnapping or assassins. Calmly said Hokage, Tora, I want you to train Naruto during those 4 years that he has before graduation. I feel that in Senju compound you will find a lot of useful things. Naruto, you won't need to be in academy until last year of it, but instead Tora will prepare you for life of shinobi. I will also teach you ways of politics and diplomacy. Honestly speaking, you're my best choice as my successor. You're unpolished gem right now that needs to be molded and polished, quietly said Hokage, while pushing open doors to Senju compound. Cool. Thanks, Gigi, said Naruto, while walking behind Hokage and into Senju compound. This is all mine, he quietly asked. Yes, I will get all paperwork done today, so you can move here. Tomorrow you will start your training with Tenzo. Hokage looked at Anbu, take off your mask. Hi, replied Tora/Tenzo, and removed him mask. Naruto, I will be here in the morning. Now you have time to explore compound. After he finished that, Tenzo disappeared and left Naruto with Hokage. It looks amazing, said Naruto in voice full of awe. Compound was big and full of plants and trees, which reacted weirdly to his chakra. They started blossom immediately and grow. What's going on? He asked, pointing at plants that suddenly blossomed. Your chakra Naruto-kun did all of this. My sensei Shodame Hokage caused same reaction wherever he went. I remember that when I mastered first jutsu that he taught me Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Wall. He was so happy that whole Konoha looked like garden for next few weeks. Said Hiruzen and looked at Naruto, who looked happy, and that explained why those trees behaved so weirdly. What's that? Asked Naruto, pointing to doors that were in front of them and were locked with blood seal. There was Tobarama or Hashirama study, or maybe one of libraries. Cut your finger and press blood against lock. Told him Hokage, and doors unlocked almost immediately after contact with Naruto chakra. How? Why? When? Asked stunned Naruto, shocked by doors opening after contact with your blood. Blood seal. You're descendant of Senju Tobarama, so I'm not shocked by it. Let's see what's inside, replied Hiruzen and gently pressed doors which revealed big circular room. Completely made out different types of wood. Walls were made out of darker shades of wood with honeycomb structure full of scrolls in it. Floor was made out of polished light wood with 20 beams made out of darker, one coming from middle of room, where was large sculptured pillar of wood with giant scroll inside, and smaller one to the left. Bigger one had Senju trident and Uchiha fan placed on it. Roof was made out of darker wood, but with 20 distinctive beams made out of light, almost white wood, coming from central pillar. On the other side of room, opposite to the doors was armor stand with blue plate armor with fur collar. Hapuri was laying on small cushion besides it, and small scroll was laying on another one. It's Senju Brothers Library. Brothers known to you as Shodai and Naidame Hokage. That armor and Hapuri in the back of the room belonged to my sensei Naidame. But that huge scroll in this pillar is Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara Jutsu scroll. It was part of agreement between them during creation of Konoha to share their jutsu and clan ones between them. So they created scroll and gave one copy to Uchiha and second to Senju. Smaller one is Senju Hashirama Mokuton Jutsu and other personal jutsu. Said Hokage, and Naruto, eyes widened. He carefully approached Hapuri of Naidame and lifted it from cushion on which it was laying. It felt right in his hands, like it was part of him, and now it was returning to proper owner. I don't know why and how, but it feels right in my hands, quietly said Naruto once he lifted it. You're his heir, so I'm not shocked. Explore compound on your own. I need to get back and finish paperwork for today. On weekends, I will teach you ways of diplomacy, etiquette, and politics. So you will be prepared for being announced as my heir. Do not tell about it. I don't want more headaches right now, Hokage said and ruffled Naruto hairs. When Tenzo returned on next day, he was surprised to find Naruto reading scroll that he found in Senju library. He never thought to see this child so focused and quiet. He always was giant yellow ball of energy. Hey Naruto, he said loud enough for him to hear and get his attention. Hey Tenzo-sensei, replied Naruto and put scroll on ground to his right. I will mostly train you in all aspects of shinobi arts, but for that we need some basics to work upon. So first thing I will teach you one of clone jutsu. That's designed for your chakra capacity. It's Kage Bunshin, and you only need one hand seal, which looks like this, said Tenzo, and put his hands in cross-like form. Normally it's taught to Jonin and some Chunin, but because of your chakra reserves which are one of biggest in the village, it will help us greatly. How it can help us? I'm miserable with Bunshin. I never could perform it properly. Mo Naruto. You have too much chakra and too little control for such jutsu. It's academy jutsu for a reason. It requires almost no chakra, so most of people with big amount of it have troubles with it. Answered Yamato, Kage Bunshin is Jonin level for a reason. It requires much more chakra, so you won't have any problems. Now make one and tell it to go with my clone. Ordered Yamato, and made clone, which took Naruto clone to distant tree. It whispered something into its ear and punched it, thus dispelling. That hurt, murmured Naruto, and his eyes widened. Original body learns everything that clone learn. He said way louder. Yes, that's the whole advantage of it. It can learn only memories, so you can't use it for physical training, but you can use it for taijutsu training. Since muscle memory is just memory. Now make around 100 clones, and we will start. Told him Yamato, and waited for clones. Once they were done, he started second part of his explanation. Naruto, you have monstrous chakra reserves, and they will get only bigger. So you need to master chakra control. Senju clan had good control, but even it won't be good without training. First thing is tree walking, or as I like to call it, tree climbing without hands. You use chakra to stick to its surface. Too little, and you won't stick, and too much you will be thrown back. Order 60 to work on it, and after 20 minutes start dispelling them in tens. Make 5 minutes delay between doing that. Order 20 to do same thing, but on water, it's harder because you need to constantly fine-tune strength of pulses. Dispel them in pairs after 20 minutes. Do that with 10 minutes intervals. Last 10 will go with my clone, and start working on taijutsu, while you will go shopping with me. Said Tenzo, and clones nodded, and went to do what they were ordered to. You know that I'm kicked out of almost all stores? Quietly asked Naruto. Yes, that's a reason why I'm coming with you. Before you couldn't use certain shops, but since I'm with you owners won't care, and once I mention your heritage they will, or at least should be friendly. But you also changed a lot. Those 3 Nide marks and that seal on your forehead. Said Yamato, and motioned for Naruto to follow him. They left the compound, and outside of it was Shinobi District and clan compounds, excluding Aburame and Inazuka, which had them close to walls and forests outside of village. To the left was road leading to Hokage Tower, Academy, and some training fields that were used by Shinobi and Academy students. But main and biggest training fields were outside of Konoha walls and near walls, so Shinobi training couldn't interfere with normal activities. However, they turned right and went towards Market District, to be exact part of it tending to needs of Shinobi and clans. They were selling best equipment and supplies. Also, owners usually were retired Shinobi or clan members. So they knew what ninja needed and knew what was best for them. Quality to price ratio was also quite good. Of course, it wasn't cheap weapon, but considering that most of things were crafted or manufactured out of finest quality chakra metal, steel, wood and cloth, it was rather reasonable. There was also good chance to find some unique weapons or artifacts belonging to legendary shinobi from past. Naruto, I understand that you love orange, but for shinobi it's bad color. It's usual bright, flashy and hard to conceal. Better is even red, which is at least darker and can be mistaken for blood or some leaves. So first thing is change of your outfit. Best place would be here, along with weapons. Higurashi Ninja Stores, said Yamato, and pointed to large store at front of them. Is it only me, or people are looking at me differently? Quietly asked Naruto, after he noticed glares from people. They weren't filled with hate. Most of them were just curiosity and interest. They're looking differently. After all, it's shinobi part of village, and shinobi usual don't have prejudices against comrades. They can kill you on battlefield, replied Yamato, and they entered shop, which was full of weapons, ninja clothes, supplies, and other necessary things for ninja. Yamato-san greeted them, rather bulky and high man standing behind counter. He had brown hairs and blue friendly eyes, but there was also a hint of steel in them. That suggested that he was shinobi in his past. And who is that boy? Higurashi-san, how would you react that heir to Senju was found? Quietly asked Yamato, and Higurashi eyes widened a little, especially after he took a longer look at Naruto. Same shape of face, same regal grace, same marks as Nidame, similar body shape. But also that seal on his forehead was sign of him belonging to Senju. Only they have chakra control and capacity to pull that off at this age. So how can I help? Asked after a while owner of shop. Full change of outfit for him. Probably one that will be used under Senju armor. Hand guards made out of chakra conductive metal, few hundred chakra metal shuriken and kunai, and dozens of training ones. 5 sets of Fuma shuriken, dozen meters of ninja wire, and I think that's all. Finished Yamato, and Naruto eyes widened. That was going to be his. It was also top quality one. Chakra metal was expensive, and that numbers normally would depleted almost any purse. Wow. Just wow. Only weapons will be costing you around 500 ryo per piece. So only shuriken and kunai will cost you around 500,000 ryo for 500 of each. Training ones are cheap, so only around 50,000 for them. Fuma shuriken around 50,000 for set, and you want 5, so another 250,000. Ninja wire another 10,000. Hard guards another 100,000. That's only weapons and hand guards. Who is funding this? Last time I remember similar order when ANBU was refreshing their armory. But anyways, 910,000 for weapons and hand guards. For clothes, Naruto, come with me. Finished Higurashi and motioned Naruto to follow him. Senju clan is paying for this. You know that their treasury wasn't used in 20 or 30 years and was only growing. And he as heir of clan can spin it when needed, replied Yamato just before Naruto and Higurashi disappeared in other part of shop. So you want to use plate armor? He asked Naruto. Yes, Higurashi-san, replied boy and looked around. Don't use Higurashi-san. I think you will be frequent customer, so feel free to use my name Takashi, said now named Higurashi Takashi. Okay, but why it matters if I want to use plate armor? Asked Naruto. Because clothes that are used with plate armor are different than normal ones. They're thicker and made from different, harder, and lighter materials. Also, mesh armor worn under it is thicker and tightly woven. Along with that, there is difference in placement of clan symbols, explained Higurashi and motioned Naruto to follow him into part of store with ANBU clothes. Your clan colors were dull red, black, and deep, dark blue. So I think those ones will be best, he said, pointing to large stash of dark blue t-shirts with Senju sign on them. 2 were on end of short sleeves, while third one was on back of shirt. There were also laying black sweatpants with blue additions. Yes, so 10 of those and maybe 10 or 20 of black ones as well, suggested Naruto. Why not? Now about mesh armor. Normally it's loosely woven, but that one won't work in this case. You will need one designed for ANBU usage. It's tightly woven and durable. It also has space for inserting additional pieces of armor, said Higurashi once he grabbed those pieces mentioned before and walked with Naruto toward area where was only armor and various pieces of it. Last but not least, handguards. I would opt for full-length one with gloves. While half ones aren't bad, you need to be careful with them. Try those, he said and gave Naruto ones with Senju sign on them. Not bad. I like them, replied Naruto once he tried them. They fit him and looked nice. Also, gloves that were with them covered his hand and gave additional protection, but didn't limit range of his movements. They almost felt like second layer of skin. Good. I think that's all that you need for now. So head back and see what Yamato found while we were rummaging here, said Higurashi and guided Naruto to place from which they started. So Naruto, did you find everything? Asked Yamato once he saw them emerging from clothing section. Yes, Naruto nodded and walked to Yamato. Overall, it will cost you a lot. Something like 1,200,000 Ryo, replied Takashi and waited for Yamato to pay for it. It's pleasure doing business with you. Yeah, but paying so much money isn't funny, grunted Yamato and walked out of shop with Naruto. Senju were a rich clan and owned a lot of land in Konoha and Hino Kuni, but even their treasures had some bottom. Any more shopping needs to be done? Asked him Naruto once they were yet again on the street. No, for now that's all. All necessary books should be in Senju library, and if they're missing there's always Hokage 1, replied Jonin. They returned to compound where most of clones finished dispelling and only few remained. But first they stopped for small lunch in one of restaurants in Shinobi District. But even those clones that remained were running only on fumes of chakra and were going to dispel on their own in next few minutes. Change into those new clothes, dispel clones, and be back here in let's say 20 minutes, said Yamato and started thinking. Weapon handling or taijutsu katas? Or both? Why not both? He has enough chakra for another few hundred clones, so 200 will try water walking, another 2 tree climbing, and 50 on taijutsu katas, while original 1 will work with me on weapon handling. Yamato didn't have a chance to finish thinking before he heard footsteps on porch leading to place where he was sitting. Out of compound emerged completely changed Naruto. He now sported black sweatpants, tied around his ankles by white bandages, from under which were visible traces of mesh armor. On his torso was blue t-shirt with Senju clan signs, and under it was visible mesh armor, and on his hands were handguards and gloves. You look good, almost like shinobi. If I didn't know you before, I would say that you're completely new person, carefully said Yamato. Thanks, sensei. So what do we do now? Asked him Naruto, who was once again full of energy. Make 450 clones. 200 will work on water walking, 200 on tree walking, while 50 will go with my clone to train taijutsu, said Yamato before he made clone on his own and took 50 clones with him. What do you want to do with me? Asked Original One when they were alone. Weapon handling. I don't trust Academy to teach anything properly from time when civilians took it over. So I will show it for you from beginning, with addition a few things that I learned in ANBU, said Yamato, and gave Naruto a few kunai. They feel good. Those in Academy were much heavier and not so well balanced. They felt wrong, said Naruto once he took them and held them in his hand. What do you mean by wrong? Asked him Yamato, and signaled for Hidden Yanbiyu to get closer. They were quietly searching for evidence that Academy was trying to teach him wrong, and giving him faulty weapon could be example of it. He already noticed several mistakes in Taijusta katas that Naruto performed, and it could only be caused by intentional actions on teacher's behalf. And his clone was busy fixing them. They felt like they weren't balanced at all. They were either too heavy or too light, and from what I know all of them should be around same mass, replied Naruto, and Yamato, eyes widened slightly. I will need to talk with Hokage about it. That's nice piece of evidence. One night, I might exchange whole academy stash of kunai for normal ones and give them to few friends in AMBU to check them. When they will have troubles handling them, it means that they're faulty, he thought, while same thought were running through head of ANBU that was watching over them. Yes, they should be around same mass. Try those that you have in your hand. Aim for my kunai, said Yamato before throwing his kunai into bark of tree that was around 10 meters from them. Naruto followed suit, and those 5 that he had in hand struck home in various distance from tree. 2 of them landed almost on top of Yamato kunai, while rest flew wild. I never saw that bad aim. I guess we need to throw everything that Academy taught you out of window and start from very beginning, murmured Yamato. Okay, I saw a few minor flaws and one major. Never throw when inhaling. Do that when exhaling, he added loudly. In the Academy, they taught us to do that when inhaling, said Naruto, and Yamato, eyes widened even more. That was rather clear example of what they were searching for, and Hokage wasn't generous when someone attacked his family or did something wrong to them. They were wrong. When doing that when inhaling, you slightly change path of flight, while doing it when exhaling, you give it slightly more force. Try it again, said Yamato, and Naruto took 5 more kunai and throw them. This time, they were much closer to kunai that Yamato used to mark middle of target. That's better. Way better, in fact. There are some minor flaws, but they should correct on their own. Try same thing with shuriken, told him Yamato. Naruto took 10 shuriken and throw them at the target, one after another. They ended up close to desired middle of target. I don't believe it. I always had problems with throwing at Academy, said Naruto, and shook his head few times. He looked happier than before. Everything started going better than in Academy, and Sensei was friendly and focused on him. Well, maybe you were just badly taught. Why it might happen, Hokage will explain to you. Now I think it's time for you to learn first elemental jutsu and elemental manipulation. For elemental manipulation, make 100 clones and tell 50 to soak leaf using only chakra and other 50 to make it crumble, told Yamato, and clones went to work on it, while original one was left with Yamato. I remember that in Academy they told us that there are few natures and each is weaker against one and stronger against other, said Naruto. That's right, said Yamato, and quickly draw a diagram that showed it. Katon, fire, was weak against Sueton, water, but strong against Futon, wind. Futon was weak against Katon, but strong against Raiton, lightning. Raiton was weak against Futon, but strong against Doton, earth, which is weak against Raiton, but strong against Sueton. Last but not least, Sueton is weak against Doton, but strong against Katon. There are also Kekii Genkai and other bloodlines. For you, important to know is that Mokuton that you have is created by mixing Doton and Sueton chakra. It's good to learn what are other Kekii Genkai and how they look, so you know how to fight against them. But for now, you don't need it. Why those exercises that my clones are doing are so important? Asked Naruto. Because they're helping you with control of your chakra, and we won't start Mokuton till you master Doton and Sueton. For next 2 weeks, your clones will work on chakra control and nature manipulation, while second group will work on throwing speed, accuracy, taijutsu katas, and any weapons you want to master. Your original will work with me on physical training, chakra theory, trap building, and other miscellaneous things, said Yamato. I think I like it, replied Naruto. Good. You will do that during weeks. Weekends are for you to relax and do what you want, finished Yamato, and they continue to work on basics for few more hours. They didn't even notice flow of time, and it was already evening. So Yamato bid farewell, and Naruto dragged himself to one of bedrooms inside compound. Time skip. Weekend. Naruto-kun, how are you? Asked Hokage once he entered Senju compound. Gigi, I'm quite good, replied Naruto, who emerged from one of rooms in his new outfitted, which shocked Hokage. He could never imagine Naruto wearing something else than his obnoxious orange kill-me jumpsuit. But somehow Yamato convinced him to change it, and with this one, he looked like a shinobi. He also reminded him Senju Tobarama. He almost looked like him, only his eyes and hairs were different. Tobarama was albino, and as such he had red eyes and white hairs. What did Yamato to you that you changed outfit? Asked Hiruzen. I realized that I need to grow up. That orange is anything, but not ninja-suited. Also, it would look silly with that armor. He relied. Good. I thought that you would like to use Tobarama-sensei armor. Now follow me to one of rooms that you probably didn't see yet, said Hokage and disappeared with Naruto in maze of corridors inside of compound. When they emerged from it, they stood in front of large, brightly lit room with various maps pinned to walls and multiple scrolls laying on shelves. On floor of the room was large plush beige carpet with Uchiha fan, Uzumaki swirl, and Senju trident around Konoha symbol. Leaf. What was here? I feel calm and my mind is focused here, asked Naruto while looking around. Senju Hashirama study and first Hokage office. I intentionally took you here, so I can explain to you basic world diplomacy and your heritage. Full heritage. I also know that there will be no moles here, said Hokage and sat on one of comfortable couches that were around the room, placed in 2s and 3. What do you want to learn first? World diplomacy or your full heritage? My full heritage, replied Naruto while he was looking around. He already liked this room. He felt like there was some sort of barrier around it, keyed to specific type of blood, so only chosen people could enter it. I need to ask Gigi about those barriers. I could sense few of them around compound and one that is around whole building. He thought. About your heritage. Your mother was red-hot blooded habanero or red death. Depends on who you ask. Uzumaki Kushina, last from Uzumaki clan from Yuzushiogakure. She died on day of your birth after Kyubi was ripped from her. Your father was Namikaze Minato Yondaime Hokage, better known as Kiroi Senko, who was grandson of Senju Tobarama. We kept your heritage as secret so you could have relatively safe childhood, at least without assassins and kidnapping attempt on daily basis. Finished Hokage, and Naruto on one hand was angry, yet on another was happy that he was descendant of such noble clans. You said that Kyubi was ripped from my mother, and I read some scrolls in library here, and there was mentioned term Jinchuriki. So that means that my mother was Jinchuriki? Quietly asked Naruto, and Hokage only nodded. I'm no master in Fuinjutsu, but when woman is giving birth to child, seal is greatly weakened and demon can be easily ripped from it, killing his host in the process. I wonder if you can guess previous Jinchuriki and current one, explained Hokage and looked at Naruto, his expression sad and somber. From what I read, previous one was Senjumito, wife of Shodai Hokage, while current one I would say that I am. Those all insults, calling me demon child, accusing me of deaths caused by Kyubi etc. Suggest only me, quietly said Naruto and looked at Hokage, anger visible in his voice. Yes, your father wanted you to be called hero, but I failed him. I created law banning older population from talking about Kyubi to younger, so you could have happy childhood, but I yet again failed. Your father was man of honor, and he could only use his son as Jinchuriki. He believed that if he can't sacrifice his own son, he couldn't ask anybody to sacrifice there. Explained to him Hokage in soothing voice, trying to calm down Naruto. I understand that, but I'm not happy with it. I was insulted, killed multiple times, scolded for no reason, kicked out of classes, treated like trash my whole life, said Naruto, some anger visible in his voice. But not as much as before, he managed to calm himself down. I understand that. If you want, you may tell about it your trusted people, but be careful with who you want to tell it. It may strengthen your bonds with that person or destroy them completely, warned him Hokage and took out small box from his robes. Those are things that your parents wanted to give you. Thank you, Gigi, managed to whisper Naruto while he carefully opened box that he received from Hokage. Inside of it were 6 scrolls and 1 kunai. But it wasn't normal one, it was one of famous Hiratian kunai that made Yondaime famous. After he saw it, his eyes widened visibly. He took out scrolls and placed them on table that was standing near couch. His put kunai beside scrolls and let it stay there. Those 2 are jutsu scrolls, said Hokage, pointing to 2 bigger ones with red lines. That one is storage scroll. He added, pointing to middle-sized one with black line running through middle of it and red ones alongside. Last 3 are will and letters from your parents. He finished and pointed to 3 thin scrolls, but I can't understand why he would give you one of his Hiratian kunai, unless he wants you to learn his jutsu. Added after a while. I think I will read letter from them when I will be alone and my mind will be clear, said Naruto before taking 3 thinnest scrolls and hiding them in one of pockets. After that he opened storage scroll and looked at Hokage, unsure what to do. Channel small amount of chakra into it. That storage scroll and that thing before your eyes is sealing matrix. They generally require some chakra and in some cases blood to open. In this case, chakra will be enough. Explained Hokage, and Naruto nodded and did that. When he did that, there was small poof of smoke and on top of it were laying 2 swords. Katana was finely crafted with blade reinforced by many seals and image of lunging dragon was etched on its blade. Guard of it was in form of open golden dragon mouth, from which blade emerged. Handle was made out of black wood in which diamond were encrusted and was covered by red silk ribbon. Scabbard was made out of dark wood, with steel reinforcements and Uzumaki swirl etched in it. Second sword was of the same design, but its blade was almost black instead of normal steel gray. Impossible, murmured Hokage when he saw those swords and looked at Naruto. Do you recognize them? You may read about them in scrolls about Shodai wars and alliance between Senju and Uzumaki. Are those blades of Shodai Uzukage? Quietly asked Naruto. Yes. They ended up in possession of your mother right before she left Uzushiogakure, and she carried them to Konoha. Explained Hokage and looked at Naruto, who just nodded. I always wanted to learn Bojutsu, along with Kenjutsu. I read that Saru's summoning contract was one used by Shodai Hokage. Do you know who is current wielder of it? Asked Naruto, with his classic puppy eyes. That worked on almost everybody. I happen to know that. In fact, I'm sole owner of it, and we may see if they will accept you as summoner, said Hokage with thin smile visible on his face and ran through seals for some jutsu and shouted, Kuchios no jutsu. There was large poof of smoke, and in middle of room was standing large ape. Why did you summon me, Hiruzen? Asked that monkey. There are no enemies here. There are no, but I want to ask you if you would accept another summoner, asked him Hiruzen. Gigi, maybe some introductions first, interrupted them Naruto. Ah yes. Sorry about that, Naruto-kun. That monkey is Monkey King Enma. He fought alongside your great-grand-uncle Senju Hashirama. Emma, that boy that's sitting there, is great-grand-nephew of your first summoner. His name is Senju Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, said Hiruzen, and Monkey took a long and careful look at Naruto. I like him, Enma said and snapped his fingers, and in front of him appeared giant scroll, which was carefully unrolled by him. When he was done, he looked at Naruto and motioned for him to walk to it. Sign your name with blood. Once you do that, ran through seals boar dog bird monkey ram, and say Kuchios no jutsu, summoning. Explain Monkey. Naruto kneeled, cut his finger, and wrote his name in one of empty fields. Right beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen were names of dozen Senju members, and first one was Senju Hashirama. Inu, Tori, Saru, Hitsuji, Kuchios no jutsu, shouted Naruto, and there was small poof of smoke. In front of him stood small monkey with golden fur and Konoha Hitayate. Not bad. You summoned one of messengers, said Hiruzen and motioned for that monkey to return to its homeland. Same with Enma. What about diplomacy and international politics? Asked Naruto, once they were once again alone. Ah yes. I choose this room for today because it's perfect place to teach about it. There are maps and other necessary things, said Hiruzen and motioned Naruto to follow him. When they were in front of large wall-mounted map, he straightened a little and looked at Naruto. Do you remember so-called Grade 5? He asked him. That was one of basic things learned in academy during first year. Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, Suna, Konoha, replied Naruto, and Hokage nodded. That's correct. Only leader of those 5 can use Kage title. We are allies with Suna, we are neutral with Kiri. We are disliked by Kumo and hated by IWA. That's mostly effect of last war. They got beaten so badly by your father that they hate him and anybody with blonde hairs, said Hokage, slightly chuckling at the last part. What? That's crazy, murmured shocked Naruto and looked carefully at map and noticed more symbols that weren't mentioned in the academy, at least on classes on which he was present. What are those? He asked, pointing to symbol that looked like 2 halves of arrow pointing downwards. That one, Hokage asked just to be sure and play a little with Naruto, who only nodded. That's one of smaller villages, to be exact, Taki. I thought that you were taught about them in academy, he added with small frown. I wasn't present during that class, said Naruto, and Hokage nodded. Okay, there are multiple smaller villages, but ones that are important in our world are Taki, Kusa, and Aim. Aim because of their leader that lead them from beginning of Second War till now, called Sanshuo no Hanzo, Hanzo the Salamander. He managed to beat all of my students, and he gave them Sannin title. Kusa because of location and jutsu collection. Taki because of hero water, drug that gave person that took it enormous amounts of chakra at the cost of his health, and eventually life. There is also other factor taken into account when considering world diplomacy. If you stumbled onto Jinchuriki and scrolls, you should also find this one. Finished Hokage and looked at Naruto, who simple nodded. Jinchuriki, he asked. Yes, we have Kyubi, Suna has Ichibi, Kiri has Sanbai and Rokubi, IW Gobi and Yanbi, Kumo Nibi and Hachibi, and finally Taki has Nanabai. They were distributed by Senju Hashirama to keep balance of power between villages, said Hokage, and Naruto nodded. I think for today that's enough. If you can for next week read those scrolls, added Hokage and gave Naruto few scrolls. They are about our village, who is in power, who has what rights, and who is responsible for what. About Bojutsu and Kenjutsu, I will try to arrange some teachers for you. Tenzo might teach you basics of Kenjutsu. All E and B you know how to use swords. Once Hokage left the compound, Naruto went to his bedroom, which was located on second level of compound with beautiful view of Konoha and Hokage monument. It also had huge balcony. It was big room with plush carpet covering most of floor. In middle of it was black Senju trident. In light wood walls were multiple honeycomb-style holes to store scrolls. There were also few closets and wardrobes to store clothes and other things. He also had weapon stand in the corner where he placed his new swords, and where were his kunai and shuriken. Naruto jumped onto his bed and opened letters from his mother and father. Dear Naruto-chan, if you're reading this, it means that I died right after your birth. I want to say that I will be proud of you, and I hope that you manage to grow into strong, yet caring man. We prepared for your birth, and in this letters are few seals with useful scrolls for you. Training regime for you once you're old enough to use it. My few injutsu books and notes if you decide to study it. Your godparents are Jiraiya of Sannin and Inuzuka Tsum. If you want something from them, show them this letter. They will help you in whatever you will need. Namikaze ne Uzumaki Kushina. Your loving mother. When Naruto finished reading scroll in corner of his eyes started gathering tears. For whole life he thought that he was orphan, and now he learned that he had godparents and family. Family was dead, but nonetheless he had some memoirs of them. After he finished reading it, he took closer look at the end of scroll where he spotted few storage seals. He needed to check them later. Dear Naruto-kun, if you're reading it, it means that I failed to protect you and Kushina-chan. I wrote it in case that during your birth something went wrong. Hiruzen was asked by me to give this letter only when you were 16 or your dormant Kekkei Jinkai was awakened. I wanted to say that I'm sorry for sealing Kyubi inside of you, but I knew that we will need his power in the future. I left some notes on my jutsu and hidden storage seals at the bottom of scroll. There is also my personal jutsu library. If you receive keys to Senju compound, just add it to their library. If not, use storage scroll. If you will need help with training or anything, ask Hitaki Kakashi. Silver hair, slanted Hitaiate over Sharingan. Lover part of face covered by mask. Always lazy. Yin Bu codename Inu. He was one of my students. He knew that I wrote this letter. There is also something that he will recognize hidden in another storage seal at the bottom of it. When he will be questioning you, unseal it and give it to him. He will recognize it without problems. Namikaze Minato, Yandame Hokage. Your loving father. Next day. Naruto, today, we will start basics of chakra manipulation. Can you name all 12 hand seals? And with what they're connected? Asked him Yamato once they met after weekend. Tori, bird. I, boar. Inu, dog. Tatsu, dragon. Ushi, ox. Tora, tiger. Me, snake. No, rat. Uma, horse. Suru, monkey. Yu, hare. Hitsuji, ram. About their connections I don't know, said Naruto, and Yamato nodded. Generally, there are no rules about connections. But Mi seal is usually connected with Doton and Kekii Genkai that use it. So most of Mokuton Jutsu will require it. When you will master it to point of needing one seal, usually it will be a Mi seal. Torai seal is used with Suiton and most of Kekii Genkai based on it. Tora is used with Katon Jutsu and all Kekii Genkai based on it. Also half Tora is used to disable Jinjutsu. Nu is connected with Nara clan Jutsu. Inu is connected with Futon. Tatsu is connected with Raiton and all dragon types of ninjutsu. But remember that it's not a rule, and sometimes Katon can be connected with you. Explained Yamato in his teacher mode. So it's sort of guideline, asked Naruto. Exactly. I want you to go through all 12 seals and work on speed and accuracy of them. Remember that in fight you don't have time for thinking about seal shape, and it must be almost instinctive and fast. There are jutsu or combination of them that requires over 40 jutsu in case of single jutsu, and in case of combinations I know some that will take over 100 of them. Said Yamato and motioned Naruto to go through seals, while watching them closely. They looked alright, but he wasn't doing them fast enough for Yamato taste, but on that he could work later. After all, he had over 3.5 years of time to turn him into Jonin-level shinobi, so he could protect from assassins and kidnappers and be ready to take mantle of Hokage in next 3 to 10 years. And for that he needed to have mastered basics, so they could become firm foundation for his growth. After all, tree without roots wouldn't grow. Even if it would grow, it would be destroyed by stronger gust of wind. Everybody knew that Hokage position was demanding from person that assumed it, and even as heir to it, he would be taking some of Hokage duties, like leading troops, sitting on council, being Hokage guard during Kage summits, and meeting with leaders. So he could make connections with other leaders and commanders of Konoha forces, so he could be respected by troops and other leaders. Not as fast as I would like them to be, but it's quite good for your level. You will be going through them faster while doing jutsu, said Yamato, and looked at Naruto. Next thing. Do you remember from Academy how chakra is built? Spiritual and physical energy? Asked Naruto, and Yamato nodded. Yes. On spiritual energy you will work on your own. On physical energy we will work now, said Yamato with evil glint visible in his eyes, and Naruto gulped when he saw it. He didn't like it, not at all. Now, weakly asked Naruto, and Yamato only nodded. Give me 2 laps around compound, 20 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Once you are done, we will work on your reaction speed and reflex, told him Yamato, and disappeared. Naruto grunted, but he did it. He wasn't happy, but he did it, and it took him some time. But also he knew that he needed strong body for being a shinobi, and training was necessary. Good. Quite a good time, praised him Yamato. You will be doing that every day before training with me. In middle of day you will do twice as much, and last one you will do after we finish training for day. Okay, what about spiritual energy? Asked him Naruto. You said that I will work on it on my own. Best way to work on it is to read books, play shogi, or other games. There should be some books in your library about it. If I remember correctly, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara wrote The Art of War, book about warfare, tactics, how to fight, what you should do and not do. There should be also a lot of books by other authors that are important. Ask Hokage once he will be here what you should read, told him Yamato. What about shogi? Asked Naruto. I will teach you basics of it, while you may pester Hokage-sama for game or 2. Actually, we may play it now, said Yamato, and walked inside compound. Meanwhile, Yumino Irika was scratching his head hard. He couldn't find Uzumaki Naruto, who should be attending academy. But he wasn't here, and his sensory skills couldn't locate him, which was weird. Since it was lunch break, he decided to go and ask Hokage, who usually knew where was Naruto. He walked into administrative part of academy, which was touching back of Hokage Tower and allowed free passage between those two buildings. Guards that were patrolling it nodded in greeting. After all, teachers and principals were often walking to see Hokage, so they knew most of guards, who didn't even bother to check them. Hokage-sama. Irika politely greeted elder leader of village, who was known to be kind and gentle leader, but there was also his other side. One that was hard and that didn't budge, one that earned him nickname Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi. Yumino-san, how can I help you? Hokage asked him, once he finished reading document that was on his desk, and he frowned. Do you know where is Uzumaki Naruto? He didn't show up in class during last week, and this one as well. Quietly asked Irika. I happen to know. Actually, I was reading report concerning him. He won't be in academy at least until last semester of last year, or maybe even he will only appear on graduation exam. Politely replied Hokage. May I know why? Asked Irika. He unlocked Mokuton, so I assigned him sensei that has this Kekkei Genkai, and he will teach him all aspects of shinobi arts. That one of reasons. Second is that I'm getting old and I need heir. Since Naruto has biggest potential from his generation, and one that could be compared to Namake's Minato, I decided to choose him as my heir, and I will be overseeing his education personally. Said Hokage, and Irika's face turned from normal to disbelieving one. May I know why do you think that he has most talent of this batch? Uchiha Sasuke is best student, and he has loads of potential. Irika carefully phrased his questions. I will be honest with you. Sasuke is bright, but he is pampered prince and his ego is size of small village. Also, he is loose cannon, while Naruto is humble and has two things that Sasuke never will. Chakra reserves that are already high Jonin ones and will rapidly grow, and he is Jinchuriki of Kyubi no Yoko. If he managed to form same bond as Hachibi and be managed to form, he will have never-ending chakra pool and wisdom well in his gut that can help him. Explained Hokage, and Irika's eyes widened. I see. So what I should tell my class if they will ask questions? Asked Irika. Tell them that it's S-rank secrets. Also, everything that you heard here is classified. You know consequences of talking about such secrets. Told him Hokage, and Irika only nodded. Hokage was taking many precautions, but that was expected in such situation. They bid farewells. Irika left the room to have another class, while Hokage went to his library to retrieve scrolls and books for Naruto that will be useful for him. Weekend. Naruto was waiting for Hokage after doing his morning workout, effects of which already started showing on his body. His body started to be covered by lean, hard muscles, and his stamina was increasing. But that wasn't the only thing. His chakra control was getting better. He managed to master tree walking, and now most of his clones were working on water walking. In nature manipulation, he managed to successfully learn Doton and Suiton first-level exercises, and now was slowly working on mastering them. But that would take a lot of time. A lot. To master it and proceed to next level, he needed to soak or crumble leaf in less than 5 seconds. Currently, he managed to do that in 2 to 1 minute. But that was also effect of his bad chakra control, and improving chakra control helped with nature manipulation. Naruto-kun, how are progressing your studies? Asked him Hokage. Gigi, exclaimed happy Naruto and ran towards him. Quite good. Tenzo-sensei is mostly working on chakra control and basic chakra manipulation with me. I started learning some Doton and Suiton exercises. I also started reading about my clan style of taijutsu. Nature Fist. Good. Today I want to talk with you about council and its responsibilities and also clans. Said Hiruzen and walked with Naruto to Hashirama's study, which was one of best places to talk about it. On walls of it, excluding maps of world, were signs of all clans that formed Konoha, both major and minor, ones that took part in foundation and ones that joined it later, from oldest to youngest. As you know, there are 12 shinobi clans in Konoha. Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga are usually called noble clans because they're oldest ones. However, excluding title, there's no difference between them and other ones, which are as follows: Inazuka, Aburame, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Hatake, Sarutobi, and Kurama. Each clan has special ability or jutsu and has seat on council. They form half a village council. Second one is made by civilians that are elected by general population, and serve only a term as counselors, but they can be re-elected. There are also 3 elders Udatane Koru, Mito Kato Hamura, and Shimura Danzo. They were my teammates and Jinin under Senju Tobarama. Last part of council is Hokage and his heir if he nominated one. Each person has exactly 1 vote, giving total of 27 without Hokage and 28 or 29 if Hokage pool is added to General 1, said Hiruzen, while drawing simple diagram on paper. But Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha are almost non-existent. Interrupted him Naruto. Yes, they are, which means that Shinobi Council is composed out of 9 members, instead of required 12. Which means that it's at disadvantage and there are no signs that it will improve in few years. Admitted Hokage in sad voice. Which means that civilians can pass any law that they like or want. Quietly said Naruto, and Hokage only nodded. They changed a lot Academy. Now to pass you need 3 jutsu, and that's enough. Kawarimi, Hinge, and Bunshin, which are possible for almost everybody that can mold chakra, unless they have too much of it. Admitted Hokage, worst ones were stopped by me and elders. We disagree on many subjects, but all of us care for Konoha, and when we saw what they wanted to do, we firmly said no and blocked all attempts to get it approved. I thought that Hokage was ruler of village, said Naruto, and Hiruzen slightly nodded. I still have a lot of power, and I can use it, but I try to ask council what they think before doing something, and during wars they take over ruling, because Hokage and most of clan heads are leading troops at front line. Explained Kaguya. Tenzo-sensei said that you're quite good at shogi. Want to play with me? Asked him Naruto, and Hokage brow rose. Looks like he took a page from my own book. I usually played it with Sannin. It is quite good at teaching tactics and strategy. Mused Elder Hokage and nodded. Next week. Previous week was hectic for Naruto. Most of the week, he was working on chakra control, shuriken and kunai handling, kenjutsu, and bojutsu. Although he never suspected to see Monkey as his sensei in arts of bojutsu, he managed to master water and tree walking to point of doing it almost unconsciously. He was able to do that during fights and when doing other things. Yamato decided to introduce him to Jonin and Kage-level chakra control exercises. Normally, he wouldn't learn them, but he had crazy high amount of chakra and it was necessary for Nature Fist. Taijutsu style of Senju clan that used chakra in similar way to one of Senju Tsunade, that is to cause general havoc and destruction with chakra-enhanced punches and kicks. In terms of nature manipulation, he managed to crumble and soak leaf. Now he was working on doing it faster. It took him almost a minute to do it, and before he could proceed to next step, he needed to do that in 5 or less seconds. Next step was most gruesome one. However, it was required for most of the B and higher rank water ninjutsu. Water elemental training normally consisted of 3 parts. First one was soaking leaf with water, and it was done by almost all shinobi that tried to learn water jutsu. It required person to focus water chakra in their hands and sent it in steady stream into leaf. Mastering it required person to do whole thing in less than 5 seconds. Second step consisted of shaping water into simple shapes, like cubes, balls, and other relatively simple shapes. However, it was required for most of jutsu that dealt with shape manipulation, and that was one of most common things in water jutsu. Third step was hard and required big amounts of chakra and good control of it. If person wanted to master it, he needed to make whirlpool in lake or pool while using only her chakra to spin chakra and sustain it. It was necessary for a rank Suiten jutsu, and for most people it was end of training in Suiten chakra. However, there was also fourth step that was only completed by Senju brothers and Uzumaki. Person that was trying to master it was required to create a ball of water using only moisture that was in the air and water from nearby plants and soil. Once all of them were done, person could master any type of Suiten jutsu and safely use any Kekkei Genkai that was based on water. On weekends, he was learning about politics and diplomacy from Hokage, who showed him and explained various ties between villages, how they were influencing each other without thinking about it. But mostly he focused on Konoha law, customs, and council, which was biggest headache for Kage from time of Senju Tobarama. During wars it worked well, because shinobi could focus on fighting while civilians were governing village. But now it gained too much power, and it was trying to overrule Hokage, which happened few times in past regarding future of Naruto. But now thanks to dirty trick with forgotten law about clan head, that if clan head was an adult, he could choose proxy. Hokage and Naruto were able to keep civilians from him. Since he technically was clan head, they couldn't do much. As a proxy, he and Hokage chose Nara Shikaku, one of laziest, but also most trusted Hokage advisors. Naruto clones were sitting around lake that was in back of Senju training ground trying to do second step, while another bunch of them worked on soaking leaf with water. It was slowly going, but they were getting it. Original was with Yamato-sensei in one of dojo that were located inside of compound. You're getting better, praised him Yamato. After they finished spar, good reflex, reaction speed, and clever usage of every mistake, opening, and advantage presented to you. We may move on to more advanced things sooner than I anticipated, but also clones are helping a lot. Talking about clones' first group that was working on chakra control should be dispelling in matter of minutes, said Naruto, and Yamato nodded. Clones were allowing him to move much faster with what he planned for 3.5 years of Naruto training. In those 2 weeks, he managed to fix most of flaws and things taught to Naruto by Academy, but also he was able to cover things that he planned at least for 2 months, if not 3. What about your Doton training? He asked Naruto, while scratching his chin. Most are almost done and out of chakra, said Naruto, and Yamato took one of his thinking poses. I might start introducing him to elemental jutsu. There are a few that are easy and rather useful. Also, they will be a good training for him in chakra control and deciding how much chakra he needed to push to get desired effect, thought Yamato, and once he was done his eyes opened, and he looked at Naruto. Come with me. It's time to start elemental jutsu training, said Yamato, and Naruto turned into yellow ball of energy. He started to be more calm and composed, but his famous Uzumaki temper was as fiery as usual. Yada! Finally, he shouted, while running after Yamato, who went to field that wasn't used by clones, but had stream nearby and lots of space to destroy and nothing precious nearby, excluding some trees dozens of meters from it, but those could be easily fixed with Mokuton Jutsu. Naruto, I have 2 jutsu from you. One from Doton and one from Suiton. They're called Doton, Iwadepo no Jutsu, Rock Gun, and Suiton, Teppadama, Gunshot. They're one of those jutsu that can be used in multiple situations. First one require only monkey hand seal, and it looks like this, said Yamato, before calling Doton, Iwadepo no Jutsu, and expelling multiple small pieces of rock from his mouth that transformed into huge boulders once they left it. Place where they fell was full of craters and huge chunks of rocks. As you can see, it's pretty powerful. Orochimaru once said that in big enough number, it could bring down mountain, said Yamato, and looked at Naruto, who was in awe when he saw effects of this jutsu. Try it, asked him Yamato, and Naruto nodded. He did necessary hand seals, or in this case whole one, said Doton, Iwadepo no Jutsu, and expelled multiple chunks of rock that quickly grew in size to quite impressive rocks. They weren't as impressive as ones used by Yamato-sensei, but they were easily as large as human head. Impressive. All elemental training that is done by your clones is paying off. Now about Suiton, Teppadama, it's exactly same type of jutsu, but instead of expelling stones you spit out balls made out of water, said Yamato, before doing jutsu and shooting 2 small balls of water. Naruto tried it, and for first try it was impressive. He managed to shot 4 balls that kept shape and density for most of their flight to target. Nice try, praised him Yamato, and looked at faraway tree, before saying next thing. You will receive next jutsu once you manage to master current one. He wanted him to get strong, but he didn't believe in philosophy that said that number of jutsu learned was way to go. He believed that good shinobi didn't know thousands of them, but smaller amount of which he was master and could do them without thinking much. But why? I thought that more jutsu known, ninja, is better, pouted Naruto, and Yamato smiled thinly. Well, amount of them doesn't matter until you know how to use them, and well, if you just know jutsu, but don't know how to use it, it's useless for you, and learning as much as possible is bad in this case. Better is to have smaller arsenal, but well known and fully mastered, explained Yamato, and Naruto nodded. Time skip. 2 years later. During previous 2 years, Naruto growth was astonishing. Thanks to abusing Kage Bunshin, he managed to master over 200 Suidan and Doton Jutsu. Yamato started training him in Katon manipulation, but it was only manipulation of fire. For anything more, he needed to wait patiently. But today he was really excited. Finally, it was a day when he would learn some Mokuton. Besides that, he was getting proficient with use of sword and bow. He wasn't master of them, but nonetheless he was dangerous opponent, especially when using Enma in his bow staff form, which was impossible to destroy and could get larger and longer as needed. Naruto Mokuton is different than most of other Kekkei Genkai, because instead of mixing it before channeling it, with Mokuton you channel Doton Chakra using one hand and Suidan Chakra using second one, and you mix them when going through hand seals. Explained to him Yamato. Are there any manipulation exercises? Asked Naruto, who silently was hoping to avoid them, because they were grueling and boring, at least for him. No, because Shodai didn't have time or need to write them. However, there is plenty of jutsu that you can learn. Generally, Mokuton is quite universal. It can be used to attack or as defense. It's weak against Futon Jutsu and some of more powerful Katon ones. Cool. So what will be first jutsu that you're going to teach me? Asked Naruto, excitement visible in his voice. One of most useful jutsu, especially when you want to restrain someone or capture him. Also, it's pretty easy one, because only one seal is needed. It's called Mokuton. Mokusatsu Shirbari no Jutsu and needed seal is simply snake. Said Yamato, called name of it, and his whole arm transformed into multiple thin branches that wrapped around one of many rocks laying on training ground after multiple times they fought each other. Looks impressive, murmured Naruto, and looked at Yamato waiting for signal to do it. Once Yamato nodded, Naruto did necessary seal, aimed it at his target, and branches shot out of his hand at medium-sized rock that was few meters from him. They managed to wrap around it and managed to drag it to Naruto. 2 years later. In week time would be last day of academy and graduation exam. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing Naruto for taking mantle of Hokage, he decided to test his judgment. It was open secret among shinobi clan heads that certain genin were slated to pass, no matter what they did. This year, however, it wasn't desired 9 genin, because Naruto was going to be added to the pool. Since position of Hokage, clan head, or even team commander deals with making decisions and baking them up, I have simple test for you. Here in front of you are resumes of 8 genin and you, that will be formed into 3 elite genin teams. You are missing 1 to form 9. For Jonin Sensei, you can choose any that isn't an A and BU, as over 10 S-rank mission completed, is full Jonin. There are no questionable loyalty notes in his jacket. Explained Hokage, and placed on table between them 9 genin jackets and 20 Jonin ones. He accidentally took few with questionable loyalty notes, or Tokubetsu 1, to see if Naruto would see underneath and choose proper ones. Okay, are there any rules regarding team setup that are custom from previous generations? Because I remember that my father team, or even yours, weren't balanced. Asked Naruto. There is one rule, that from those 3 teams, 1 must be capture and interrogation, 1 must be heavy combat 1, and 1 must be tracker 1. Replied Hokage, with small smile. Naruto wasn't getting caught by simple traps. His training and usage of Bijou Chakra helped, and forming bond with Kurama even more. He had infinite well of wisdom in his gut that helped him multiple times, and beating him in shogi was hard. Even for Nara clan members, he played few times with Nara Shikamaru, and he managed to won few of those, and most of ones with Nara Shikaku ended in draw. Tracker 1, for sure Aburame and Inazuka. Normally there would be a Hyuga, but considering that she is only girl that don't have crush on Sasuke, I'm thinking about putting her on team with Sasuke. Murmured Naruto. I agree with you, but remember that there is also another tracker and frontline fighter, even 2. You and Sasuke. Interrupted him Hokage. I know, but to be honest, wasting Sharingan and Mokuton as tracker is a little pointless. They're Kekkei Genkai that are suited for frontline, and my tracker abilities are based on Kurama Chakra, so using them is risky, because someone may feel them. Countered Naruto, and once again looked over all genin. Team 10 will be classic Inoshikicho. There's no point in destroying formation that worked for ages. It's also a custom that Sarutobi clan member is their sensei, so that only leaves Sarutobi Asuma as their sensei. Naruto said and scribbled on piece of paper names and team number. So Hokage later could officially write them and give them to Jonin. So 3 Jonin and 1 Jonin less. You need to remember that council will scream to put Sasuke under Kakashi. Added Hokage. I know Gigi, but team placement are shinobi matters and they can scream as much as they want. But they won't change anything. Countered him Naruto, who already disliked this stupid, fucked up council that cared only about their power and how much money landed in their coffers. Yes, point for you, admitted Hokage, who was happy that Naruto was showing talent for politics. So tracking team will be Team 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura, and I have big headache with Jonin. Either Jinjutsu specialist, medic, or tracker, said Naruto and scratched his head for a while until he found ideal solution, at least in his opinion. That's not a bad idea. Kiba will kill me if he hears that I helped you with team creation, but what you would say about Inuzuka Hana as Team 8 sensei? Naruto asked Hokage. She's Tokubetsu Jonin, but has rather vast knowledge of taijutsu and medical ninjutsu, not to mention general ninjutsu. Also, she knows how to keep Kiba on short leash. I like it, replied Hokage and wrote on piece of paper to promote her to Jonin. After that, he looked over left jackets and saw only 3 Genin and few Jonin. So that leaves infamous Team 7. There is custom that members of current Team 7 should be taught by member of previous Team 7. So it will be me, Sasuke, and Hinata under Kakashi. But his tardiness will be a problem. I can train on my own or even grab Tenzo from time to time, but Hinata and Sasuke need training badly. I could beat Kakashi if I really wanted to do that. Murmured Naruto, can you hide most of my abilities so he can have taste of his own medicine? He asked looking at the Hokage, who smiled, but it wasn't pleasant smile. It was smile of hunter or prankster that found nice target and had a good idea. With pleasure, said Hokage and quickly scribbled something on paper. I know that you wanted to visit Tsum, since she is your godmother. So here you have Hana promotion, if you can give it to her. Give it her, and tell her that she will have an annoying brother on her team. If not, give it to Tsum. Added Hokage and gave small scroll to Naruto, who nodded and left the room. Naruto during 4 years since he started training changed a lot. Previously completely blue eyes, now had thin line of green inside of them. His hair were longer. He had same hairstyle as Yondaime Hokage, so he could in not so subtle way suggest who was his father. His clothes didn't change that much, excluding that now he wore Nidaime armor on top of his clothes with 2 swords sheathed on his back in cross pattern. He didn't carry a bow staff as a weapon, because he used Inma as his bow staff. In terms of jutsu, he was walking monster. He had almost perfect chakra control, and amount of known jutsu was astonishing. He knew around 100 of only Mokutan ones, and those were ones that he knew least amount of. Overall, he knew around 1,000 jutsu, but he mastered only over 600, but considering his age, it was impressive amount. He was weakest at the Jinjutsu department, because of his high amounts of chakra, but he knew some of Nidaime Hokage Jinjutsu that required a lot of chakra and not so much control. That doesn't mean he didn't know weaker ones, but they weren't his favorites. In Taijutsu, he was rather good. He managed to learn and master Nature Fist of Senju clan. It was style based around using chakra to strengthen blows. It allowed users to punch holes in walls, destroy ground, or simply break bones by only flicking a finger. Officially in his jacket, there was nothing about those things. He wanted Kakashi to underestimate him, to think that he was dead last. He wanted to give him taste of his own medicine and wrong intelligence report. He quickly made his way outside of Hokage Tower and toward Senju compound, where he picked up letter from Ka-san and headed to Inuzuka compound, which was probably loudest one in the village. If people weren't loud, then dogs were, and that was for most of them weak, and it was main reason why not many people lived nearby. He left his room through the window and started jumping from tree to tree, slowly going towards Inuzuka compound. When he was near, dogs started barking and looking around for him. He dropped on a ground in front of compound gate, and knowing Inuzuka customs, he walked inside. They were one of those clans that allowed everybody to walk into their compound, as long as they behaved properly and didn't try to steal anything. When he was inside of compound, he was spotted by Kurumuru, dog companion, and Ninkin of Inuzuka Tsum, clan head and alpha of pack. What do you want, pup, here? Asked Wolf, which freaked out Naruto, but he read about every single clan, their traits, abilities, personalities, favorite attacks, etc. As a gift for his 12th birthday, he received from Hokage custom-made bingo books, with data not only about every single nuke nin, but also about famous A-rank and above ninja, just in case he ever needed that knowledge. "I'm searching for Tsum-sama," said Naruto, while trying not to anger Wolf in front of him. It was slowly circling him and sniffing him. "I like you. Come with," replied Wolf and walked towards one of doors, while happily wiggling his fluffy tail, which happened rarely unless he was with family or people that he considered trustworthy. When they entered main room of compound, they found middle-aged woman with brown spiky hair, Inuzuka clan marking, and with Jonin vest on top of her clothes. She wore loose brown pants, loose brown shirt, and Jonin vest on top of them. "Kuramaru, who's that?" asked woman. "Someone that's searching for you," replied Wolf and motioned for Naruto to move forward. Naruto nodded and gave Tsum 2 scrolls, one from Hokage, and second one was his mother letter. She first opened letter from Kushina, and when she saw content of it, her eyes widened a little. "I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you, but civilian council blocked all our attempts to help you or adopt you, without revealing your heritage, and that was most stupid thing that we could do," quietly said Tsum. "I don't hold any grudge towards you. I would visit you earlier, but I simply didn't have time and pretext to be near Inuzuka compound," replied Naruto, and at the same time Kiba walked into the room. Naruto slowly turned around and looked at Kiba. "How much did you hear?" he growled. "What are you talking about? I just walked into the room and I don't need to answer your questions," snarled Kiba and looked at Naruto, challenging him. "But you need to answer mine questions, and I would also like to hear answer to do that question," snapped at him Tsum, and he got calmer almost instantly. "Almost your whole talk," admitted Kiba, and was scared by looks on faces of his mother and stranger that sounded, smelled, and looked somewhat familiar. He couldn't place it in one spot, but he knew he met before. There was faint smell of foxes, wood, weapon and armor oil, and dominant smell of water and earth. "Kuramaru, explained to him privacy, and get me Hana here," said angry Tsum, "and drag him back here later. I think it's time for some explanations. Don't you think, Naruto?" asked him Tsum, and Kiba eyes widened, because he now remembered where he saw that person. It was Naruto, who he had met during their first year of academy, after which Naruto disappeared. Naruto nodded and Kuramaru dragged Kiba with him and called Hana. "What he did this time?" asked Hana once he entered the room. "Heard something not for his ears, but that can wait. Now I have something for you. Even 2 things," said Tsum and gave Hana scrolls. She opened first one and read. Once she was done, her eyes widened, a lot in fact. She was promoted to Jonin. "Not so fast. Second scroll is more amusing than first one," interrupted her Naruto. She read it. Her eyes widened yet again, and she started laughing when she read content of it. "I like it. Kiba will hate me, but I like it," she said and noticed evil glint in Naruto's eye. "What's so funny? One of them is fangirl of gigantic proportions. Be at academy during graduation exam and you will see," explained Naruto, and she growled. She had similar approach to fangirls as certain senju, which meant that they were for loads of pain and suffering in next few weeks. "I think it's time for some explanations. Can you fetch Kiba?" asked Tsum. Hana only nodded and left to retrieve what was left of him from Kuramaru, who didn't like eavesdropping. Once she left, Tsum looked at Naruto. "How much I can tell them? I don't trust Kiba as much as Hana, and she will get access to whole truth as she will get clearance for S-rank secrets. So tell Hana whole story, while Kiba maybe only my heritage, and that's all. I'm strong enough to defend from enemies, so it doesn't really matter if people know about my father," replied Naruto, and Inuzuka clan matriarch nodded. It made sense. After all, from what she heard, he was seen numerous times with few Jonins. It took Hana a few minutes to get back with Kiba, who looked like he met angry chainsaw that damaged him. After them happily walked Kuramaru, on whose teeth and claws was visible some blood. "So Kiba, what can you tell me about Naruto parents?" asked him Tsum, curious if he knew something. "Nothing. He was an orphan and didn't have any living relatives," carefully said Kiba. "That's official story. Hana, can you fill blanks for him?" Tsum asked his older sister. "You saw those 2 in our compound pretty often, before they died in QB attack. He smells a lot like Uzumaki Kushina, that faint scent of foxes, masked by water. On the other hand, he also smells like earth and peaceful wind." Only Namikaze Minato had this particular smell. You said they were in our compound pretty often. So that means only Yondaime Hokage and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. Slowly said Hana, thinking before saying each words. You're correct. Naruto is son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. But it was hidden, so he could have relatively safe childhood. But there is also a second part of it. Naruto, can you drop your henge? Explained Sum and looked at Naruto, who nodded at dropped Jinjutsu. Once it was done, there was thin green ring inside of cerulean blue of his irises. 3 marks that he inherited from Nidaime and Byakugan seal on his forehead, right below one of Nidaime marks. Why did you hide those features? Asked him Kiba. Because those marks are only passed to descendants of Nidaime, and that thin green ring in my irises means that I have certain Kekii Genkai. One that's sacred to us, and one of most wanted in whole world. Mokutan, and I really didn't want any more people after me. That seal on my forehead is rather famous. It's same one as one used by Senju Tsunade. It gives person inhuman strength and powerful chakra battery. Explained Naruto. Hana, you should tell Kiba who will be his Jonin sensei. Nah, I will let him find on his own, replied Hana, slightly chuckling. Naruto bid farewells and left Inuzuka compound and ran towards his compound, which wasn't far away, just few blocks away. He needed to prepare for tomorrow graduation exam. No matter what he would do, he would be dead last, because of attendance, and Hokage couldn't do much about it. However, he was shocked, because once he entered the room, he saw Hokage and Nara Shikaku sitting there and waiting for him, with serious expression on their faces. Kage Summit is in 3 days' time, and I'm asked to bring 2 bodyguards, quietly said Hokage, and Naruto eyes widened. He had a chance to be present during one of most important meetings. I want you and Nara Shikaku to accompany me to it. It would be an honor, mumbled Naruto, and slightly bowed. Nah, it's nothing. After all, if one day you want to take this mantle from my hands, it's as good time as any to show you true international diplomacy, how it's played and how it looks, said Hokage, and Naruto nodded. Of course, Hokage-sama. So what I can expect? Asked Naruto. Prepare for cold and snow. We're going to Tetsu no Kuni. Rest is in those scrolls laying on your desk, answered Nara Shikaku, and Naruto nodded and picked up scrolls. While he was doing that, other people left the room and attended to their business. Next day, he, Nara Shikaku, and Hokage left the village and traveled towards Tetsu no Kuni, which was neutral meeting ground for all Kage, since it wasn't even a shinobi nation. Instead, it was Samurai 1, and they had great craftsmen. However, weather was harsh. It almost constantly snowed and wind was relentless. People entering country usually wore thick, fur-padded cloaks that could provide some warmth and protect from freezing temperatures of this climate. Naruto was named Hokage heir, but his official coronation would happen before start of 3rd phase of Chunin exam. Symbol of him being named Hokage successor was white haori with red flame-like pattern at the bottom of it and kanji for fire in middle of it. He wore it over his normal armor. He also didn't need to wear Konoha Hitayate, but he chose to do so. After all, he might lose his haori, and then without his Hitayate, he would be treated as Nukenin. So on his face, he had old Hapuri of Nidaime Hokage, which was covered in seals that strengthened it and made it harder to destroy. Even when he was wearing it, Leaf was painted red to distinguish him from normal shinobi. We have arrived. Sanro Mountain is in front of us. Summit takes place right behind it, in the castle of Shogun, which is Mifune, one of oldest leaders and one that managed to fight me to stand still. I hope that Inoki won't be too curious about your heritage. I shouldn't recognize those features, while Raza and Terumi will most likely see through them, yet they will confront you in private, said Hokage, while they were walking through snow that was covering everything in this country. What should I tell them? Quietly asked Naruto. Truth. They're good at detecting lies, and it won't do anything good, answered him Nara Shikaku. You need to gain their trust and form working relationship with them, so lies won't help you with that. When they approached castle, they were greeted by 11 samurai, 10 normal 1, and their commander. They exchanged usual pleasantries and allowed them to pass and guarded them on their way to summit area. Something is wrong. Security is tightened. Normally, they have only 1 team. Quietly whispered Shikaku, and Naruto nodded. I saw that too. They're tense and ready to break at moment notice. Also, they have emotions that can be best described as focused and kept under control. Whispered back Naruto, while slightly moving swords that were on his back, just in case he would need to take them out quickly. While almost impossible to spot, Hokage and Shikaka noticed this and made similar moves on their own. Saratobi summoned his companion before entering Tetsu no Kuni, so he could be ready at moment notice, and now it moved almost on its own into Hokage's hand, while Shikaka moved sword that was on his back in similar manner to what Naruto did. "Welcome, Hokage Dano," politely said older man in samurai armor that emerged from stronghold which appeared in front of them. It was truly monstrous castle perched on top of great mountain and placed inside valley that had only one easy road through long and narrow canyon. Other roads were harder to pass and way more dangerous and could be easily blocked by one well-placed jutsu or even few explosive notes. "Welcome, Mifune Dano. I guess we're last ones," politely replied Hokage and shifted into more friendly position. "Yes, we were just waiting for you to start the meeting," said Mifune, and guided Hokage group into his fortress and later into room where summit would take place. It was vast oval room with big round tables set in middle of it, with seat for every Kage and respective banner behind them. 4 out of 5 seats were taken by respective Kage with their bodyguards or advisors standing slightly behind them. "Welcome," murmured Hokage once he entered room and was noticed by other Kage, who slightly bowed their heads in greeting. "I hope that your travel was pleasant, Hokage Dano," started pleasantries Raza, Yondaime Kazekage from Sunagakure. "Yes, we didn't have any problems with," replied Hokage and looked over faces of fellow Kage. Looks like they spotted Naruto and guessed his parents. Might as well drop this bomb, he thought, when he noticed expression on fellow Kage faces. Most of them were looking like they couldn't believe their own eyes. "Good. Who is that guard behind your back, Hokage Dano?" He looks surprisingly young to be on such summit, and he is almost ideal mix of Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato features. Asked Inoki Sandaime Tsuchikage, known as Inoki of both scales, or as Old Fence Sitter and sole wielder of Kekii Toda, Jintan. "My future heir and successor Senju Naruto," calmly replied Hokage, and other Kage were shocked. "Isn't he too young?" asked Terumi May. "Also, isn't he a son of late Yondaime Hokage?" "I don't. What are you talking about? He has no relation whatsoever to Yondaime Hokage, and he isn't too young. I was named Hokage when I was his age," responded Hokage, and instead of making them drop the subject, fellow Kage looked like they wanted to still press him for answers about Naruto. "Can we get down to business?" "Of course, Hokage Dano. I called this summit because of Konoha actions. I accuse you of kidnapping attempts and murder of my shinobi." Every single attacker had blank ANBU mask with kanji for root at the top and Konoha leaf. "I want responsible of this punished and 30 million Rio," said Mizukage, and Hokage features hardened. Danzo was playing dangerous game and was going to pay price for his stupidity. "I'm not responsible for those shinobi. They will be punished, but I won't pay 30 millions. Be careful with your demands," carefully said Hokage and looked at other Kage. Kazekage would support him, but Reikage and Tsuchikage might support Mizukage if they just enjoy good show. Konoha was stronger than Kiri, and with Suna and other allies could win war against other 3 villages, but there was no point in all-out war. Especially 4th Great Shinobi World War. 3rd was only 15 years ago, and nobody wanted another one. Last one destroyed few countries and caused great amount of damage to even major villages. "I want some recompensation for those attempts. Even if you weren't responsible for giving them orders, they're still Konoha shinobi. So you take responsible for their actions," told him Mizukage. "Then give us back that Byakugan, cleverly hidden behind eye patch on left eye worn by Aoi," responded Hokage, and Mizukage's eyes widened. He knew everything about her bodyguards. "You know that Hyuga will be angry if I mention that you have Byakugan, so I suggest we drop this pointless discussion." "What about that we end this discussion? Konoha will give Kiri all responsible for those assault, while Kiri will drop this topic," suggested Kazekage. "I agree," replied Hokage, and Mizukage nodded. "I don't like it, but it's best idea." That was end of negotiations for current session. It was one of more heated one. "It went quite good, and for your first summit you did well. Next session will be more dangerous. We will drop our bomb," said Hokage. What do you expect? Asked Naruto. It's hard to predict. Kazekage knows. Mizukage just got punched in her face by us. Suchikage will be a lottery. Reikage same. Replied Shikaku, and Hokage nodded. After all, he was genius with brilliant analytical skills. So his analysis were usually correct, and if they were wrong it meant that they were expecting a big fuck up. After our break, Kage and their bodyguards were once again in the room. Moods were better, people calmed down, and were ready for next round of meetings. One that would be most exhausting and probably most volatile one. After all, Jinchuriki and Bijou were kind of taboo in international relations. Everybody knew that their enemy had one or two, but didn't know anything about their strength. My intelligence network gathered data that suggests that certain mercenary organization called Akatsuki tries to collect all Bijou, and they will make their move in around year time. So I suggest that all Kage and their respective Jinchuriki will meet in 9 months' time during Chunin exam finals that will be held in Konoha. Started Hokage and was interrupted by a Yondaime Reikage. No, never, he shouted and smashed table in front of him, causing all guards to go into battle mode. Weapons were drawn, jutsu started, and starring contest began. Everybody was waiting for someone else's movement. Shikaku, Naruto stand down, ordered Hokage and his bodyguards, reluctantly nodded and lowered their weapons. Although they still were wary, but weren't as hostile as moments before. After that, other guards retreated to their spots behind their Kage back. Although Konoha and Kiri don't see eye to eye on many topics, on this one we agree. I will be present along with our Jinchuriki Yagura, who was under influence of Jinjutsu when he started bloodline purges. And it was shinobi group from Konoha that helped to free him from Jinjutsu influence. I suggest that all of you agree to that proposition, especially you Tsuchikage and Reikage. Said beautiful Mizukage, Terumi Mei. She was called most beautiful woman of Mizu no Kuni. I don't like Konoha and their Hokage, but in this case he is speaking wise words. We had few attempts to kidnap our Jinchuriki in last few months. I will be there, but only if other Kage will arrive too. Said Tsuchikage, and his words convinced the rest of gathered Kage to agree to Hokage idea. Thank you. I hope that we will meet in better times when we will be in Konoha, and that you will enjoy Chunin exams that will take part during Kage Summit, to be exact last stage of it. More details will be sent to you month before summit date. Replied Hokage, and every other leader nodded. It sounded reasonable, and before it there were whole 9 months, in which everything could easily change. They bid farewells and decided to travel to Konoha as fast as possible. Some news were troubling. Those shinobi Mizukage described looks like root. I thought that Danzo disbanded it, soon after Uchiha massacre on my order. They tried to collect Sharingan from bodies of deceased Uchiha, and my A and BU were forced to interrupt them. Murmured Hokage. It will be so troublesome. Council will be making a lot of noise about it, especially when they will hear exact details of our agreement with Mizukage. But under those circumstances it was the best possible one. She wouldn't budge too much. That will be small problem compared to one when civilians will hear that Naruto, you were given Hitayate. They still dislike you and try to do everything to block your career, and when they will hear about your power they will want you to teach Uchiha-sama all your jutsu. Said Shikaku, and Naruto nodded. He already had few nasty clashes with civilian council. While Shinobi didn't have Uchiha in high regard, because of his stuck-up altitude and arrogance, civilians pampered him and gave him everything he wanted. I won't give that team any of my jutsu, and in most cases I'm using shortened chains of seals, which means that Sharingan won't copy it. Replied Naruto, I wonder if someone will ask me to give him my Mokutan. Knowing their stupidity, I wouldn't be surprised if one of brighter people on the council asked you to do that. Replied Hokage and added in more happier voice, Council will be mine problem. You focus on training and your team. I know, but that team on my team will be a huge problem. At least I have Kakashi as my sensei, and he may be able to help with one of my father jutsu. And could you get Jiraiya to the village so he could give me Toad's summoning contract? I need that so I can finally use Bijudama and other more powerful Bijou abilities or fully merge with Kyuubi Chakra. Toads have key to seal, and without we can't go much further than Rasengan or simple Chakra Cloak. Said Naruto, and Hokage thought for a while. Jiraiya is hard to get. You could use one of monkeys to find him. But anyways, I will send him someone to be here around Chunin exams, maybe even in 3 months' time for few days. Answered Hokage, and Naruto nodded. After that little exchange, they continued their journey towards Konoha, where they were greeted by angry civilian council and their pupil Sasuke. Why did you choose him as your bodyguard? Not Uchiha-sama, asked rather fat merchant and gulped visibly after he saw expression on Hokage face. It wasn't kind and gentle face that Hiruzen usual wore. It was one that caused fear to appear in hearts of his enemies. Koga-san, I can choose whoever I want and who is worthy enough, and since I thought that Naruto was worthy enough, I chose him. If Sasuke was as strong as Naruto is right now, he would go, but since he is only a big ego, he wasn't chosen. While Naruto is rising star of this generation, calmly replied Hokage, and council took few steps backwards. After all, angry Kaguya wasn't a very good person to insult. Fine, I challenge Naruto to fight, suddenly said Sasuke, and took few steps forward. Here and now. If you really wish to get your ass kicked, it's fine with me, said Naruto, and gave Hokage his Hayori. After that, he did few quick hand seals, and before Sasuke could ever blink, he was trapped by branches of tree that grew behind him. What did you do to him? Nobody wields Mokutan, shouted Haruno Mabuki. Nobody? I think that I just saw Naruto using it, said Sarutobi Asuma, who watched this concoction on the street below and decided to jump down once Sasuke was trapped. Sasuke, next time be careful with choosing your opponents. They won't be as forgiving as Naruto. I can still fight. Only Uchiha can defeat Uchiha, shouted Sasuke. Are you sure? Asked him Naruto, and switched seal from snake to tiger, which caused multiple spikes to grow on branches that were trapping Sasuke. Once it was done, there was seen some blood flowing through branches. What did you do to him? Demon child, spat at Naruto other councilmen. Nothing. He still though that he could fight, so I showed him that he was defenseless, replied Naruto, and once again changed seal to snake, causing those spikes to retract. Release him, ordered Hokage, and Naruto nodded and canceled jutsu. When he did that, all over Sasuke's torso and lower body were visible many small holes, sign of previous trap. Most of them were bleeding, a lot in fact. I think that he learned his lesson. I suggest that you get those wounds patched in the hospital, said Naruto, took his Hayori from Hokage, and left to Senju compound. He needed really fast shower, or even long bath, and time to relax before tomorrow day at the academy, which could be very interesting because of Sasuke and his fangirls. Probably by now rumors about Sasuke getting beaten by Senju were flying all over Konoha. So tomorrow his fangirls will try to beat him and avenge their precious Sasuke-kun. On the next day, when Naruto entered academy classroom, he was first to arrive. Today he decided to carry with him Monkey King Enma, just in case he would need to punch few heads or break few bones, and everything looked like it was going to happen. He made his way to spot near the window in far right corner of the room, where he placed his bow staff in front of him and left swords on his back. First person to arrive after him was Nara Shikamaru, son of Nara Shikaku, and one of Lazy Nara, or more correctly one that used to be. After one beating at the hands of Naruto, he managed to start training more, just not to get embarrassed so much, but also to make his mother could shut up and stop bothering him. Naruto, how it was on 5 Kage Summit, he asked quite loudly, so he could annoy people that would be soon entering classroom. Boring, very boring. Few bandits tried to attack us on our way to it, and during summit rakeage tried to threaten us, and only got caught in simple Kage main. I didn't even need to use any of my jutsu, said Naruto once few people entered classroom, just to mess with them, and their jaws hit the floor when they heard that Naruto thinks that Kage Summit is boring. Why Sasuke looks like he was turned into pin cushion, asked Shikamaru, once he saw Sasuke with multiple bandages covering his body. He challenged me, and that's effect of it. I used one jutsu, and it was over, and I need to deal with him until I become Chunin or got assigned solo missions or one with ANBU, replied Naruto, and received murderous glares from Sasuke fangirls. Sakura, who was sitting in row below, rose from her chair and tried to punch him, only to be sent into opposite wall by finger flick. Other fangirls decided not to do anything. After all, if he had famous inhuman strength of Senju, he could have other things in store for them. I know that you are strong, but that's an overkill, huge one, said pale Shikamaru. He was on receiving end of this strength few times and didn't enjoy it. Not at all. Meanwhile, in Kage office, Jonins were enjoying themselves. They were watching with Hokage classroom, so they could see reactions of students, and so far it was interesting. Naruto looks interesting. He just basically punched Sakura into the wall by usage of single finger. Do you know how much chakra he has? Murmured Inuzuka Hana. But considering who she is, I'm not surprised that she tried to attack him in first place. Probably same amount as me or more. After all, he is Senju and Uzumaki and can abuse Kage Bunshin. More frightening is his chakra control. He has his clan famous control, along with strength. Said Hokage, and Jonin eyes widened. So that's why he was chosen as your heir. Considering amount of clones he can make, he can learn years upon years of things in matter of months. Said wide-eyed Asuma. What? He was chosen instead of Uchiha? I thought that Uchiha was best shinobi of this generation. Said Ebisu. Even my son can beat Uchiha. If he really tries to do that, and Naruto can easily defeat most of Chunins, and even some Jonin. So don't badmouth him. After all, there was a reason why he was on Gakage Summit. Replied Shikaku, whole sending glares towards Ebisu, who flinched and bowed his head in apology. After all, Nara Shikaku was Jonin commander, and angering him could end really badly for unfortunate Jonin. Going back to class in the academy, people were slowly filling in all places, and 5 minutes before time was for a beginning of a lesson. Everybody was present, mostly to see this rumored Senju heir that embarrassed last loyal Uchiha. Shikamaru, what do you think about Sasuke? For me, he looks like a loose cannon. Quietly whispered Naruto to Nara sitting to his right. He might desert, and his arrogance will get him killed. Only two people that can be arrogant and are in this room are me and you. We have abilities to back our claims. Replied Shikamaru, and Naruto slightly nodded. When they finished their talk, doors to the class opened and entered Yumino Irika, followed by 9 Jonin that were going to be their sensei. Good morning, class. I can say that I had pleasure teaching you for past 4 years, and I hope that you will keep improving at such speed during rest of your ninja career. Those Jonin standing behind me are going to be your sensei, till you are Chunin. Announced Irika and waited for murmuring to finish before continuing. Now I will read team placements. They're set and can't be changed. Team 1. Team 7 is under Hitaki Kakashi and is composed of Senju Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata. Team 8 is under Inuzuka Hana and is composed of Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura. Team 9 is still in circulation, and Team 10 is under Saratobi Asuma and is composed of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, and Yamanaka Ino. Once he finished, there was some muttering, and once it was gone, Sensei one by one took their teams to different spots for a meeting. Team 7 meet me on roof of academy, said Kakashi before disappearing in poof of smoke. Naruto disappeared in swirl of leaves and left his stunned teammates. How did you get here so fast? Asked stunned Kakashi when he saw Naruto in front of him, with 2 swords on his back and bow staff in hand. Same way as you did, calmly replied Naruto, and took a sit-on bench under a tree and started reading scroll on Nidaime Kenjutsu, called Kuchios, Edo Tensei, jutsu that allowed person to summon dead people. However, only first part of scroll was focused on it. Second one was focused on how to defeat it and counter jutsu if you were forced to fight army of zombies. Nidaime was great Hokage and jutsu creator, but some of them are just creepy, murmured Naruto, and Kakashi looked at him. What do you mean by that? Asked Cyclops. That some of them are so evil or dark that they should never be invented, such as Edo Tensei. On the other hand, Kage Bunshin is brilliant idea. It helps so much with training that it's almost hard to believe, explained Naruto, and before Kakashi managed to comment it, rest of team appeared. Good that all of us are here, he said with his classic eye smile. Let's first introduce ourselves. You start, Hinata, he added, while pointing at Sakura. Maybe you could start, Sensei, so we know that do you expect, replied Hinata. Fine. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, and I have many likes, not so many dislikes, and few hobbies and dreams, said silver-haired Jonin. I guess I will need to tell you something more about him, said Naruto before taking our small, black book. Hitaki Kakashi, known as Copycat Kakashi, Sharingan no Kakashi, son of Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo. On Jinin team was under my father Yondaime Hokage. His teammates were Uchiha Obito, who gave him his Sharingan. Before he died during one of their missions, his second teammate was Noira Rin, killed by him during Third Great War. He dislikes traitors and those that leave comrades behind, likes dogs and Ika Paradise. Dreams about being Hokage and to avenge his sensei that died after sealing of Kyuubi. His hobby is reading, taking care of his dogs and training. Mission record 50 D rank, 300 C rank, 253 B rank, 450 A rank, and 152 S rank. He read from it, and once he was done, Sasuke's eyes were wide open and Hinata was shocked. Pretty good bingo book. If you're smart, ask your next blondie, said Kakashi and looked at Naruto, watching him closely, trying to find signs that suggested that he was son of Yondaime. Fine. My name is Shinja Naruto. I like training, reading, and forests. Dislike those that leaves traitors behind. My hobby is training and reading. My dream is to surpass my father and to become a Hokage, quietly said Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. All pieces of his mental puzzle fitted perfectly. Your father? Asked Sasuke, your clanless baka and dead last. Are all people in Konoha blind? My father is on this monument, said Naruto, pointing at Hokage Rock, and Kakashi only nodded. No way that you're Yondaime's son, replied Sasuke, and Naruto shook his head. He was so blind to obvious truth. I'm his son, said Naruto, and looked at Kakashi, who slowly nodded. All right, you're next, Blackie, said Kakashi, and pointed at Sasuke, who scoffed and looked at him. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have few likes and dislikes. My hobby is training, and my dream is to kill certain person and rebuild my clan, he said, and stared blankly into the wall. Avenger and loose cannon. Hokage was right. He might be a flight risk, thought Naruto, and Kakashi thought we're running along similar tracks. Okay, last but not least, Hinata, said Kakashi and pointed at Hinata, who weakly nodded. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like training and my family. I dislike traitors and people that believe in fate. My hobby is gardening and reading. My dream is to be a good clan head of Hyuga, she weakly said, but managed not to stutter. Okay, tomorrow Team 7 will be officially started. Be at Training Ground 0 around 7 in the morning. You're dismissed. Naruto, stay for a moment, announced Kakashi. What do you want, sensei, or should I say an Isan? Asked him Naruto, and took out Hiraishin Kunai, causing Kakashi to go wide. Nothing much. I just want to say I'm sorry, and if you need help with Rasengan or Hiraishin, you can ask me, quietly said Kakashi, and Naruto nodded. Thanks, sensei. I will appreciate your help, but now I need to start learning Bijou taming jutsu, replied Naruto, and disappeared in swirl of leaves. On the next day, two people were standing before Giant Gate and were wondering how to get inside. It was locked with lock that scanned their shinobi ID cards, and they were rejected. However, they were shocked when they saw Naruto walking to lock and opening doors. How did you do that, Dobe? Asked him Sasuke. Special permission from Hokage and normal access to this field. Come in, he said before letting them pass and following inside. When they walked through the gate, they saw a large meadow with few small lakes around and a stream that was starting in the forest in northern part of field. In middle of grass field, there were 3 wooden stumps and Kakashi was leaning against middle one. Good that you're here. You will fight series of 1 versus 1 fights against me, so I can see your strength and weaknesses. First is Naruto, next will be Sasuke, and last is Hinata, said Kakashi, and everybody nodded. Wait, everybody. No, Sasuke disagreed. I'm Uchiha and elite. You should fight me first, he shouted at Kakashi, who disappeared in blur, appeared in front of Sasuke, caught his right arm, broke it, and followed by breaking his wrist. After that, he grabbed his head by hairs and placed kunai on his jugular. Did you say something? He asked, and Sasuke lightly shook his head. Good. I'm Jonin, while you're nothing. You follow my orders, you don't question them. When I say jump, you jump. He hissed and drew a little amount of blood with his kunai. As I suspected, he thinks that he is reincarnation of Kami on Earth, and he need to be showed his place. This might be a wake-up call, or not. Probably if Naruto will trash him, it will be enough, mused Kakashi, and once he finished, he lightly shook his head and walked onto middle of clearing and looked at Naruto, who nodded. They fell into opening stances of their fighting styles. In Naruto case nature fist, while in Kakashi modified version of Yondaime Hummingbird Fist. While Nature Fist was based on powerful and fast blows, Hummingbird was focused on counters, fast jabs, and agility. Being faster than enemy was crucial for effectiveness of it. Naruto took off and charged at Kakashi, who tried to block first few hits, but after feeling strength of them, he decided to dodge or deflect them. Blocking them was almost a suicide for person that tried it. He hits almost as hard as Guy, and that's without chakra enhancements. Thought Kakashi, when he was thinking how he could get past Naruto defense without using Sharingan. He was shocked that such thought appeared in his mind, but he was considering using Sharingan against Jinin. He was getting soft. Way too soft, as a matter of fact. They fought in Taijutsu for few more minutes, before jumping towards opposite ends of training ground and looking at their opponents. I can either go for using Mokuton or limit to normal affinities. I think normal affinities are better choice, thought Naruto, and started going through hand seals for jutsu that wasn't really strong, but was annoying as hell and could be used as base for Suiton ninjutsu. Doton, Yomi Numa, Swamp of the Underworld, shouted Naruto and slammed his palms onto ground. After he did, that whole clearing turned into muddy, sticky swamp that limited range of movements for every person and forced them to use water walking or stay away from it. How the hell you managed to do that jutsu? It requires a lot of chakra, and most of Jinin can't execute it. Asked him Kakashi, just to annoy Sasuke. Hell, even most of Chunin can't do it. Suiton chakra, and I have one of biggest reserves in whole village. Answered Naruto before going though another chain of hand seals. When he was done, he shouted Suiton, Suigaden, Water Fong Bullet. And from swamp rose few fong-shaped tendrils of water that charged at Kakashi, forcing him to withdraw and stay away from water and swamp. Who are you, Naruto? Asked Kakashi, while dodging fangs that were chasing. I'm a little, humble Genin, replied Naruto and started focusing chakra in his hand, which quickly formed small blue, hand-sized ball. But he didn't stop there. He started adding violet chakra to it, causing it to change color to dark violet. When Kakashi saw this, his eye widened. Rasengan with Bijuu chakra, he quietly asked. Yes, since I can't make Bijudama, I use this. Same effects, just smaller scale and less volatile, replied Naruto, before charging towards Kakashi. Rasengan, shouted Naruto before slamming it into place, where was Kakashi, who managed to escape with quick Kowarimi. When it connected with surface of poor log, it started destabilizing, and when it grinded small hole in it, it blew up, changing log into splinters and toothpicks. Assassination jutsu on Jonin-sensei, asked annoyed Kakashi. You told us to come with intent to kill, replied Naruto, and he was forced to jump out of the way, because blade made out of lighting was coming his way, aiming to kill him, not just wound. After all, hit to the heart would be fatal, or in most cases it would. Raikiri, shouted Kakashi, before trying to skewer Naruto, who dodged it, by hair length, but dodged it. Maybe we should stop fooling around and go for large-scale attacks, suggested Naruto once they finished current round of combat. I agree, nodded Kakashi, and they jumped away. Naruto towards trees, while Kakashi stood in the open. Keton, Hozenka no Jutsu, shouted Naruto, once he was done and multiple flower-shaped fireballs left his mouth and rained down onto Kakashi position, who just looked bored and responded with his own jutsu. Suiton, Suijiki, shouted Jonin, and in front of him rose protective wall of water. It quenched fireballs and prevented them from hitting Kakashi, who used this water for another jutsu. Suiton, Suryuden, he shouted. After going through a chain of seals, water rose from swamp and wall and formed giant dragon behind Kakashi, who sent it towards Naruto, who made single clone, and both of them started going through chain of seals. Doton, Doryuden, shouted original, soon followed by a clone, which shouted Kitan, Karyuden, jutsu combined, and balls spewed out by Earth Dragon were set on fire by Fire 1. Both jutsu struggled for dominance, and Earth won. It was strong against water and was supported by Second Dragon. Twin Dragon's attack of Sandaime Hokage? Nice, murmured Kakashi once he jumped out of projectile's path. Yes, one of the best combo and rather easy to make, nodded Naruto and started going through another chain of seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu was heard, and there was large plume of smoke. When it was gone, in front of Naruto was large ape with Konoha Hitayate. Hench, Kongonioi, ordered Naruto, and Inma nodded and changed into his second form. Now what? Shouted Kakashi, while he dodged both strike that shattered tree behind him, and quickly spun around it, and brought Kunai to block it. He grabbed it and used it as lever to send Naruto flying. When Naruto was in the air, he managed to get close and sent few powerful punches that sent Naruto flying towards ground, without air in his lungs. When they landed onto ground, Kakashi grabbed Naruto before he could crash onto hard, unforgiving earth and gently placed him onto grass on one of edges of the field. After all, after such strikes, he would need time to get up. As I suspected, this clanless dobe lost against you, sneered Sasuke, while looking at Kakashi, with pain visible on his face. After all, broken bones caused a lot of it. He is way ahead of you. He easily executed collaboration jutsu, which requires Jonin-level reserves, but before that he turned whole field into swamp, used one of Yondaime Hokage jutsu, no summoning contract, and few other things. If for you he is dobe, I can only suspect who is genius for you, snapped at him Kakashi. Dobe, teach me your jutsu, shouted at Naruto Sasuke, once Naruto was awake. Never. Most of them requires a lot of chakra or fine control. Not to mention that most is personal creation of Hokage, Sannin, or previous Hokage. I may teach you one or two if you change your altitude, said Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. Since Sasuke is out, next is Hinata, said Kakashi, and Hinata nodded and walked towards middle of now Fry clearing. Naruto canceled jutsu that created this swamp and they could safely walk over it. Hinata fell into opening stance of gentle fist, but Kakashi and Naruto saw that it wasn't best style for her. It was built for high and strong people. She was more of agile and fast fighter. More like Uchiha or Yondaime Hokage. She just didn't have body build for Jukin. She tried to attack Kakashi, who slightly deflected her strikes, just so they could miss his Tenketsu, and slightly attacked, just to check her defense, and she tried to counter his strikes. But couldn't do that, no matter what she did. That's enough, I saw enough, said Kakashi. You're just not built for Jukin, at least stock version of it. You're more of fast and agile fighter, not someone who will stay in place and block all attacks. I agree with you. Hinata would be better when she would try using some moves from Hummingbird Fist developed by my two-san, added Naruto. Yes, I will talk with Hayashi-sama about your training, said Kakashi when he noticed fear visible on Hinata's face. Now about training. We will meet here at 7 in the morning. Until lunch we will do teamwork exercises and general training. From lunch to 3 in the afternoon, it will be time for missions, and after that, till 7 in the evening, individual training. Naruto, about your Kekkei Jinkai, you can use that training ground, and I will talk with Tora, if he will have time. After those words, everybody nodded. It was reasonable training schedule. Why he is getting personal training in Kekkei Jinkai, while I won't get it? Asked angry Sasuke. Because his Kekkei Jinkai is active, your Sharingan is not. That's simple, and Naruto isn't using it, because there was no need for him to use it in this fight. It's designed for heavyweight enemies. You will see it around Chunin exam. Kakashi violently dressed down Sasuke, who simply nodded, too shocked to say anything. That was end of training for Team 7 for today, and tomorrow was going to be fateful day. One that could break it apart, or forge it into something new and tightly knitted. When Naruto returned to Senju compound, he saw summoned to council meeting, without any given reason. He picked it up and read. As I thought, Sasuke came to civilian council. It will be amusing, very amusing meeting. He mused. He dressed in his formal armor, and over armor put his Haori, but before bothering to check council chamber, he went to Hokage office. Gigi, can you explain what council wants from me? Quietly asked Naruto and dropped scroll with summon on a Hokage desk, who picked it up carefully and unrolled it. When he saw it, he was shocked. Someone tried to go behind his back, and he didn't really like it. After all, after last few attempts, they should learn that doing that was rather risky and stupid. It seems that council forgot their place, said Hokage once he read it and folded fingers in front of him and closed eyes for a moment. It has fingertips of Danzo all over it. He is known for such things. But also your teammate might be jealous that you know those jutsu, and came to them asking for help. He quietly said and rose from his chair and left to the council room with Naruto in tow. When they entered the room, shinobi nodded when they saw them, while civilians sent them glares full of hate and hatred. Hokage walked to his seat at head of table, and Naruto took one to his right. "Can any of you tell me who tried to go behind my back?" asked angry Hokage, and sent murderous glares towards civilians, who managed not to flinch. "Hokage-sama, we didn't think it's important enough to bother you. We just simply requested presence of Uzumaki Naruto before this council, who should rise and show us some respect," managed to say one of greater Naruto haters before he flinched when he felt killing intent coming off the Shinobi Council. First thing, his name is Senju Naruto, not Uzumaki. Second, he don't need to rise. Technically, you should rise and show him respect. Third thing, he is shinobi under command of Hokage-sama, no one else. Quietly said Narashikaku, annoyed as fuck by stupidity of civilians, and decided that lifting his head and telling them truth would be less troublesome than not doing it. "Thank you, Nara-san. Now where we were." "Ah yes. What do you want from me?" asked Naruto, while glaring at civilians and flexing his chakra. "But first thing, what is he doing in council chamber?" he added, pointing at Sasuke, who was hiding in the shadows. "I don't remember inviting him," murmured Hokage and snapped his fingers. Immediately in front of him appeared two ENBU. "Escort him out of the room." They grabbed Sasuke and removed him out of the room. "Now where we were." "Ah, yes, we were talking about what do you want from me," said Naruto, while lazily playing with his kunai. "We want you to teach Uchiha-sama all of your jutsu," shouted Haruno Mabuki. "Not going to happen anytime soon," replied Naruto, while he was polishing one of his swords, not caring about glances from civilians. "You should feel honored to teach him. After all, he is last loyal Uchiha," shouted Izuna. Those words were one of the most stupid words they could say. When Naruto heard them, he started flaring chakra, and soon floor and walls started to crack under pressure of his potent chakra. "Do not order me to do anything, and do not tell me anything about honor," he growled while slowly leaked some Mokuton and Kyubi chakra into his already potent chakra. Addition of those two made it way stronger, and shinobi were heaving problems with breathing, while civilians were taking few steps backwards. Only person that didn't have problems with it was Hokage. He was accustomed to such volumes of chakra being released, and he could release even stronger one, if he really wanted to do that. "Naruto, I think it's enough," ordered Hokage, and everybody could once again breath after Naruto cut flow of his chakra. As Naruto said, he won't teach Uchiha Sasuke, who in my opinion doesn't deserve to be taught those jutsu. "Next thing, this is last time that I will tolerate your actions behind my back. Next time you will get punished for them." Council dismissed. Shinobi quickly rose from their seats. They were bored by Sasuke antics, and they had more important matters to attend, like training or taking care of family and clan. Civilians did it very reluctantly. They had time, a lot of it in fact, and wanted to annoy Hokage and his heir. And delaying end of council session was one of such things. They couldn't do that openly, so they did it in more subtle manner, such as delaying or extending things. On next day, Naruto was first to arrive on his team training ground. When he arrived there, he was spotted by Yamato or Tenzo, or when in Yanbiyu uniform Tora, his first sensei and now his second sensei, that was focused on his Mokuton training. "Good that you're here. I think it's time for you to learn two most powerful Mokuton jutsu. First one is Hokage Shiki Jiju and Jutsu, Kakuan Nitten Suishu, Hokage style 60-year-old technique. Enclosed hermitage entering society with bliss-bringing hands. Second one is Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, with Dragon Jutsu. For first one, seals are as follows: snake, rat, dragon, dog, hare, bird, snake, dragon, in water, snake, bird, dragon, tiger, boar, tiger, snake, rat, dragon, hare, snake, bird, dragon, young earth, horse, snake, dragon, snake, dragon, bird, dragon, horse, snake, rat, dragon, dog, hare, bird, snake, dragon, in water, snake, bird, dragon, tiger, boar, tiger, snake, rat, dragon, hare, snake, bird, dragon, young earth, snake, dragon, bird, snake, and final effect looks like this," he said before slamming hands onto ground and channeling his chakra into it. Around Naruto rose 10 pillars made out of wood with spikes facing inwards, and on Yamato's hand appeared kanji for sit. Can you channel some Kyuubi chakra? Around 2 to 3 taels worth of it? I can show you how it works. He suggested, and Naruto nodded. But once he did that, he started feeling pain, and Kyuubi chakra was being siphoned of him. It hurts a lot, and I can't draw more of it, said Naruto, and Yamato nodded and canceled it. It's your best shot at stopping Jinchuriki, short of going all out and using Kyuubi chakra or summons. But once it transforms into its full Bijou form, it won't work. Then you need to use your own or summons. Said Yamato, can you name all 9 Jinchuriki and their allegiance? Ichibi, current Jinchuriki Sabaka no Gara, B-rank threat, Jin-tun Kekii Genkai, and Futon affinity, characteristic signs, black circles around eyes, that are sign of insomnia, tattoo with kanji for love over left eye, gourd full of sand on his back, shinobi of Sunagakure, son of Yondaime Kazekage, believed to be unstable, due to weak seal, probably 3 or 4-pronged one. Suna never had good Fuinjutsu experts, and most of Ichibi hosts were a little crazy. Nibi, current Jinchuriki ni Yujito, C/B-rank threat, unnatural agility and flexibility, extremely high affinity for Katon, can wield blue fires, cat-specific jutsu. Lack of characteristic signs. Shinobi of Kumogakure. Sanbai, current Jinchuriki Yagura, previous Mizukage S/A-rank threat, unnatural affinity for water. Lack of specific signs. Shinobi of Kirigakure. Yanbi, current Jinchuriki Yotan no Rashi, S/A-rank threat, Yotan Kekii Genkai, unnatural strength, red hairs, and big fangs. Shinobi of Awagakure. Gobi, current Jinchuriki Hanjoki no Jinchuriki, S/A-rank threat, Futon Kekii Genkai, lack of characteristic signs. Shinobi of Awagakure. Rokubi, current Jinchuriki Yutataka, A/B-rank threat, lack of information on his abilities and physical description, last seen around Nami no Kuni, currently rogue, previously Kiri. Nanabai, current Jinchuriki Fu, B/C-rank threat, control over bugs, teal hairs, and orange eyes. Shinobi of Takigakure. Hachibi, current Jinchuriki Killer B, S-rank threat, ink production, huge amounts of chakra, even for Bijou, unnatural strength. Oxhorn tattoo on right cheek. Brother of Yondaime Raikage, Shinobi of Kumogakure. Last, but not least me. Kyuubi, current Jinchuriki Senju Naruto, aka me, A-rank threat, negative emotion sensing, strength, regenerative abilities, huge amount of chakra. Sign whisker marks. Shinobi of Konoha. Finished Naruto, and Yamato nodded. Kyuubi helped you? Quietly asked Yamato. On most of them. He can't remember details about Rokubi, said Naruto, and Yamato nodded. He was one of few that knew truth behind sealing and knew that Naruto and Kyuubi worked together. Or at least Kyuubi was helping Naruto and didn't hate him, like most of Bijou did. I would like you to try one thing that you may have. You're half-blood Uzumaki after all, and you may be able to use it. It's called Kongo Fusa. They're chains that can bind any person or even Bijou. It's unlikely that you will have them, but you should at least try it and see if you can. Try to focus your chakra in tips of your finger and imagine it forming chains. Said Yamato, and Naruto did as he was told. From his hands and back shot out golden chains covered in seals and with sharp and pointy end that looked like kunai. Impossible, said Kakashi, who appeared on the cleaning, while Naruto was trying to manifest those chains. Huh? Asked Naruto and looked at Kakashi. They are very rare Kekii Genkai, even more powerful than Sharingan if user is trained properly. We will need to talk with Hokage about giving you all Uzumaki scrolls that are in the village, or it's time for trip to Yuzushiogakure and scouring ruins that are there, explained his Jonin. What do you know about them? Asked Naruto. They're able to suppress Bijou chakra and can be used as rather dangerous weapon in fight. I saw them when your mother was training, and even 4 of us. I mean previous Team 7 and your father weren't able to get past them, said Kakashi. I see, replied Naruto, and used his sensory abilities to look around. Looks like rest of team is slowly walking towards us. Good. I think it's time for classic bell test. Cheerfully said Kakashi, and Naruto shook his head slightly. It was going to be hard. Good that all of you are here. Your task is simple, said Kakashi and took out of his pocket 2 bells and timer. Timer is set to 2 hours, and you need to take those 2 bells from me. Any limitations in what we can use? Asked Naruto. No. Any weapon and jutsu you know, replied Kakashi and paled when he saw Naruto's expression. On his face was predatory grin. One that looked way too close to Kushina-sensei, one to feel safe. Good. Start, shouted Kakashi and team. Excluding Naruto, left the clearing. Naruto started going through hand seals. Kuchios no jutsu, shouted Naruto, and near him appeared large ape. Emma, I need you as bow staff. Sensei decided to perform another stupid test. Okay, replied Monkey and turned into Bow's staff, which was quickly twirled around by Naruto and flurry of strikes went after Kakashi, forcing him to not read his book because he couldn't block them with one hand. When Naruto decided that Kakashi was distracted enough, he quickly made 2 sealess clones that went towards Hinata and Sasuke unnoticed by Kakashi. Sasuke, we need to work together. None of us can beat him on our own, quietly whispered Naruto clone when it appeared behind Sasuke. Like I would need to work with any of you, replied Sasuke and disappeared. Naruto just shook his head. That would be Uchiha downfall one day. Working in team was one of most important things for Konoha shinobi. Kakashi was getting bored by fight with Naruto, so he threw few smoke bombs onto ground and disappeared into bushes that were to his right. Where he was there, he ran after other 2 genin. First to found him. After he allowed it was Sasuke, who looked like he was going to murder him one way or another. Uchiha quickly attacked Kakashi head-on in Taijutsu, and Jonin didn't even need to hide his book. He was able to dodge and block all attacks with just one hand. How Dobe was able to fight you? How? Shouted Sasuke, and his tongue clicked in annoyance. After that he disengaged Kakashi and started weaving through hand seals. Kitan, Gokaku no Jutsu. He shouted, and large fireball left his mouth and covered better than half of clearing, and when it was gone, Kakashi wasn't seen standing there, but there wasn't a corpse left, which meant he hid. Hid somewhere, but where? Sasuke didn't have a chance to think, before a pair of hands shot out of the ground below him and caught his ankles and pulled him down, burying him up to the head in the ground. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, said Kakashi, once he appeared on the surface. Your head above the others, added in mocking tone, and left to search for next victim. Going after Naruto would be stupid, so he was forced to go after Hinata, who was surprisingly hard to find. She was hiding in the leaves of few trees, and she knew how to hide her chakra presence, or how to at least make it look small. Kakashi walked underneath her position for few times, before he was able to spot her, and even then he had troubles doing that. Looks like Hyuga trained her well. So far Sasuke looks like worst one in this team. His skills are quite good, but his personality and loose wolf altitude might be a huge problem, thought Kakashi, and started to flush her out of treetops. He started with throwing few kunai at her position, forcing her to jump out of the way, thus revealing her true position. When she landed onto ground, she fell into opening stance of Jukin, but wasn't confident at what she was doing. When he tried to attack her, she was replaced by Log, and he couldn't locate her chakra, like she completely disappeared from his view. Thank you, Naruto-kun, replied Hinata when she saw herself being moved from Kakashi position. We need to get Sasuke work with us, said Naruto, and she nodded. Yes, I don't like him, but it's teamwork exercise, she quietly said. Can you use your Byakugan to find him? Quietly asked Naruto. I'm Sensor, but when I'm using my abilities, my chakra looks like giant flare to almost everybody around me, and they can track me. Also, your Byakugan would be blind. Hi, replied Hinata, before she activated it, and took a long and careful look around the forest. I found him. He is stuck in the ground 400 meters to the north. Good. We need to rescue him from this stupid trap and force to work together, said Naruto as they ran towards Sasuke's position. I don't need your help, shouted Sasuke when he saw them. I think you need it, so shut up and let me dig you out of this mess, said Naruto while flashing through hand seals and finishing with snake seal. When he was done, Sasuke was pushed out of the ground and didn't even say thank you. I don't need your help, he said before trying to ran off, but the Naruto bow staff extended and from it appeared furred hand, which caught Sasuke and dragged him back. Let me go, you flea bag, shouted Sasuke, and did one of worst mistakes. Never ever, I mean never ever insult boss summons. I mean you can try, but chance that you will survive the meeting is slim at best. Oh, Hinata-chan, we better get the hell out of here, said Naruto when he heard those words. He is for one hell lot of pain and humiliation. He just insulted Monkey King Enma, who has temper almost as bad as Uzumaki clan, and that's an achievement. He is also very, very easy to insult. Aren't you attacking me? Asked surprised Kakashi. He was even more surprised when he saw a look of horror on Naruto's face, and noticed he was missing his bow staff. Then something clicked in his mind and remembered that Enma was easy to anger. He didn't do that thing, did he? He did, and I'm not going to come near Enma until he is calm. Last time after such thing, I was forced to put every single bone in my arms into their proper places, explained Naruto, and at the same time loud shouts were heard. They sounded similar to Sasuke, yet different. They were way higher than Sasuke's voice used to be. They were soon followed by crashing trees and sounds of heavy hits finding their targets, followed by more screams and cries. Dozens minutes later, Enma came back, dragging barely conscious and beaten Sasuke. He had so many bruises, cuts, wounds, and other things that he looked like he met Shinigami. Literally, there wasn't a single part of his body without any bruise, cut, or something worse. Enma-sama, I'm sorry for my student behavior, quietly said Kakashi, hoping that he was off the hook, same as his student. I think he learned his lesson, said Monkey before returning to his home, happy that he had opportunity to stretch his muscles and have some fun. Heal him? It will take better part of my reserves, asked Naruto, or drag him to hospital? Heal, said his sensei, and Naruto nodded. First he knocked out teams so he could work in peace, without his grunts, screams, and other unpleasant things. Kakashi-sensei, can you help me and put back his bones into their proper place so I can use my shosen? Asked Naruto, and once older Jonin started putting together bones. He healed them using his jutsu. It took him over an hour, but after that major injuries were healed, and now he just needed to woke up. Since Sasuke is Sleeping Beauty right now, you two will do some stretching exercises and work on your strength, said Kakashi with evil glint visible in his eye. Naruto thought that it would be pleasant, but he was soon wrong. Kakashi, if he wanted to, was a terrible slave driver and sadist, and after 3 hours of warm-up, everybody, even Sasuke who woke up, were laying on their backs and panting heavily. Are you insane? Asked Naruto after they finished so-called warm-up. Once he did that, he ate 2 soldier pills to rebuild his chakra. His pool was drained by healing Sasuke and by strengthening his muscles during training so he could survive it. I don't remember ENBU training to be so harsh. I'm not insane. You're just a bunch of lazy genin that I need to turn into proper shinobi. Now Sasuke and Hinata, you practice chakra control. Hinata, I know that you learned tree walking, so you will show that to Sasuke, while Naruto will have my personal attention. Naruto shuddered when he heard those words. What are we going to do? Asked Naruto once they were alone. Weapon dodging and deflecting, said Kakashi, and before Naruto could respond, first wave of projectiles was flying towards him. He quickly took out one of his kunai, started deflecting most of projectiles, while dodging rest of them. That wasn't too hard, he said after first wave was gone. Yes, it wasn't, but this one will be, said Kakashi, and took out few storage scrolls full of shuriken, sunbon, and kunai, and launched them at Naruto, who looked like what the hell is that? But he quickly started dodging most of them, but dozens of them managed to graze him, and he looked like pincushion. Thankfully, most of them was stopped by his mesh armor and normal armor, but some penetrated mesh and embedded in flesh below. After 30 minutes of this torture, Kakashi decided it was enough. That's good enough. Practice chakra control and send Sasuke here, said Cyclops before Naruto walked away, while pulling out weapons that remained stuck in his arms and legs. Surprisingly, wounds didn't want to heal like they used to do, which meant that there was weak poison on those weapons, or he was exhausted after so little training. But compared to training that he had with Yamato, it was hell. Yamato never was so demanding and knew some limits. Sasuke, Cyclops wants you. Prepare for loads of pain, said cheerfully Naruto, while he walked to one of trees that were here and was relatively straight and without annoying branches. Sasuke, when saw Naruto almost fall onto ground. Naruto armor was covered in blood, and his clothes were full of cuts and were ripped in many places. Even mesh armor that was under them was torn and blood was flowing from many small cuts. "What happened to you?" he weakly asked once he jumped onto ground. "Dodging and deflecting weapons, and my reflex usually is really good, and I don't have problem with dodging them. But he decided to make it hard, very hard," replied Naruto, and started walking up and down the tree while using his chakra to hover kunai over his palm. It was way harder than normal exercise, because he needed to maintain concentration of chakra in 2 points, but also there were required different strengths of pulses. While tree walking didn't require a lot of chakra, just steady stream of it. On the other hand, kunai hovering required steady streams, but of different force, and they needed to be quite strong. However, it wasn't pinnacle of chakra control. It was considered Jonin level exercise, and there were 2 Kage level exercises. One that was required for learning Rasengan, which involved spinning a lot of chakra in set space, and second was balancing on Senbon Needle using only chakra to keep balance. Team 7 rotated in such manner for next 5 hours till it was evening, and Kakashi let them rest. Out of all of them, Naruto was in best shape, but even he was exhausted and covered in bruises, cuts, flesh wounds, and his clothes looked like they met furious chainsaw, and even mesh armor was in pieces. Sasuke was in a lot worse shape. After beating from Inma, he looked like he come back from hell. Kakashi added his own list of injuries, and he was covered in them. His clothes were in pieces, and his chakra pool was exhausted. Hinata was exhausted, but at least her clothes didn't look like rags. They looked like something that human being may wore. Naruto limped his way to Inuzuka compound where he knew he could find Hana, who was quite a good medic and wouldn't question what happened to him. When he entered it, he ran into Kiba, who was also returning from his team practice, and he was in similar shape to him, although a little better. "What happened to you?" he asked Naruto. Kakashi, who was supposed to be lazy and laid back. "I need to get your sister so she can patch those wounds," replied Blonde, while he was pulling out last weapons that were embedded in his body, which wasn't a pleasant thing. "What about you?" "Sensei, who happens to be my sister, and she is a slave driver," said Kiba, and Akamaru nodded in agreement, while whimpering a little. They entered the inner area and almost immediately found Hana and her dogs, which were of size of fully grown husky, but were brown, not gray, and white like husky. "What happened to you?" she asked once she saw Naruto. "Kakashi idea of reflex training and taijutsu. Can you heal those wounds?" "I'm too exhausted to do that on my own, and I'm almost out of chakra," said Naruto, and Hana nodded. "Yes, and I'm going to talk with Kakashi about your training. If you want, you can crash in one of rooms here," replied Hana before she started healing Naruto, who had surprising amount of wounds. Also, there was fair share of Senbon embedded in his body. When she was done with healing Naruto, there was small pile of Senbon laying beside him, and even few shuriken and kunai. No wonders that Fox couldn't heal you. Those Senbon were covered in weak poison to slow down your regeneration. "Thanks. If you don't mind, I'm going to crash somewhere and sleep. I'm too tired to drag myself to my house," said Naruto, and found nearest free bed and went to sleep. In the morning, he had nasty wake-up call when he felt wet tongue of large dog on his cheek. He immediately opened his eyes to see who was the threat and to look around. "Wake up, pup," said Kuramaru, who woke him up. Yeah, yeah," replied Naruto and got out of his bed. He stuck kunai in the wall of the room and flashed to his room in Shinju compound to get new clothes, and decided to add as many armor plates to his mesh armor as possible and practical, so he could be somewhat safe during today's training. On top of them, he put his normal clothes and armor. When he was done, he flashed back to Inuzuka compound. "Morning," he murmured when he entered room where was Hana, Kiba, and Tsum and rest of her family were eating breakfast. "I want to skin alive my sensei." "Why?" asked Tsum with raised eyebrow. "He turned me into pincushion." Ask Hana how many Senbon he managed to get out of my body. "A lot of them," added Hana, and Tsum nodded, and he had chakra exhaustion. "What the hell he did with you?" asked shocked matriarch of Inuzuka clan. "Training, taijutsu, chakra control, dodging and deflecting, and I worked on few jutsu on my own. Ones that take huge amount of chakra," said Naruto and looked at clock. "I need to get going. He will be in 10 minutes. After that, he disappeared in Shunshin. 10 minutes later, Naruto and rest of Team 7 was waiting for their sensei on their training field. Only Naruto looked relatively well. Hinata was completely healed, but it was obvious that she was exhausted and Sasuke was a little battered. I want to kill you. I spent half of my night pulling out Sunbon and other weapons from my wounds, shouted Sasuke at Kakashi, who just shrugged. We will keep same training as yesterday till you start working as team and your performance will be acceptable. In week time we will have team versus team spar. It will be team 8, announced Kakashi, and before they could blink first projectiles were flying towards them. Next week was a torture for them and Naruto and rest of his team were constant guests and medics. Even Sasuke managed to get convinced to let Hana heal him. They started to form some sort of bonds, which could be described as some sort of friendship. Good that you're all here, said Hana once both Team 7 and Team 8 gathered in Training Ground 8 for team versus team exercises. It will be 3 versus 3 fight. There are no rules, excluding no maiming or killing moves, and be careful with jutsu. You have 30 minutes to plan tactics, and after that we will start. Kakashi will be referring, and I will be second. Teams quickly disappeared in different parts of Training Ground. While Team 8 kept themselves to the clearing, Team 7 decided to hide inside forested area of Training Ground. Any plan? Asked Sasuke, who after several beatings at the hands of various people started to be less arrogant than before. It wasn't as good as it could be, but there was positive change. Shino is long range and weak against Katon attacks. Kiba is close range, and Sakura will be either medic, or middle range, or Jinjutsu, said Naruto, and rest looked at him. So I suggest that I will go against Sakura. Sasuke, you take Shino, and try to fry his bugs. Hinata, you need to defeat Kiba. I like it, said Sasuke, and Hinata nodded. I take on Naruto Baka. Shino, you will deal with Hinata, and you Kiba will deal with Sasuke, said Sakura, and rest nodded. They learned that arguing with her was dangerous, so they reluctantly nodded and agreed, even if they know that chances that Sakura could defeat Naruto were slim at best. Shino nodded and agreed to Sakura plan, but he carefully analyzed his team chances to win, and in his opinion, they were slim at best. His father told him that Naruto was forced to be reckoned with, and that he was one of strongest in current generation. Sasuke was also strong. He wasn't as strong as Naruto, but for Jinin he was quite strong and unpredictable in fight. Hinata was weakest out of her whole team, but there wasn't a huge gap between her and Sasuke, and she was improving rapidly. His team compared to them looked like academy students. He was strongest out of his team, but he was maybe as strong as Sasuke, and he didn't have too much chakra, and his attacks were limited to his bugs, which were good at tracking and in support role. As main attack, they were useless. Few Keton Jutsu, and he was out of fight till he could regrow his colony. Kiba was good at Taijutsu and his clan Jutsu, but excluding that he was mediocre at best. Also, his alpha mentality and brashness was a huge problem during battle, and in this scenario, it would be a huge problem. After all, Uchiha were known for traps, and knowing Team 7, they would booby trap whole area. But going back to Team 8, Sakura honestly was useless. She was Sasuke fangirl even if Sasuke completely ignored her, and she hated Naruto for some unknown reason. Kiba nodded, but he had really bad feelings about Team 7. He knew that Naruto was strong. After all, he saw how he was treated by Hana, and that forced him to respect Naruto. After all, Jonins didn't show respect to anybody without damn good reason. But there was also some sort of aura around him that screamed danger, and he didn't want to test it. Sasuke on one hand was in his opinion strong, but on the other he had or used to have lone wolf altitude, which might be Team 7 weakness. Hinata was Taijutsu specialist, and she was in top 3 of Taijutsu in graduating class. Also, she was Hyuga, which meant that her strikes were dangerous, and Hyuga were one of clans that focused on teamwork, along with polishing Taijutsu, which mean troubles for his team. Compared to Team 7, his team looked bad, very bad. Sakura was damned fangirl and was fawning over Sasuke wherever she saw him, and she was hating Naruto and was showing her hostile altitude even when high-ranking ninja were around. She was only quiet when she saw Naruto-sensei. Shino was good, but he was mostly long range, which would be a huge problem against Team 7. They were mostly close range, and his Kakachu would be useless. He was good in Taijutsu and training in Inuzuka clan jutsu with sister helped, but he knew it won't be enough to win. Sakura thoughts aren't worth my attention, as of yet. They will be revealed later, where more pieces of puzzle will be revealed, but now she can be pretty well described. "Want to bet who will win?" asked Kakashi. "Nah, I know that Naruto on his own could walk right through my team without too much troubles," said Hana and shook her head. "I hope that it will break Sakura out of her fangirl altitude." "We will see," said Kakashi and started walking towards middle of the clearing. It was time to get this show on the road. "Start," shouted Kakashi, once both teams appeared in middle of training ground. It was large clearing flanked by dense forest on almost every side of it, and there was small lake to the north and few small streams near underbrush that were ending in that lake to the north, turning most of woods near edges of clearing into muddy, sticky swamp that could stop almost everything. Naruto team disappeared into forest that was to the north from them, while Team 8 hid in ones to the south. "On 3-inch," said Naruto, and took out few Fuma shuriken and unfolded them. Once he did that, he started counting. 1, 2, 3, go, he said while hurling those shuriken towards place where was Sakura and forcing her to jump out of her hiding, especially after they cut through tree that was in front of her and didn't lost too much momentum. "Are you trying to kill me?" she screeched. Once she jumped out of her cover and charged at Naruto, who looked surprised, responded with his own charge with kunai in his right hand. Meanwhile, Sasuke went after Shino and forced him to retreat by generous usage of Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, and since he couldn't risk too extensive damage to his hive, he was forced to recall all Kakachu and engage in Taijutsu, which finished badly for him, and soon he was knocked out by Sasuke, who looked around assessing situation and going to help Hinata, who was dodging Kiba and Akamaru attacks. At the beginning, Kiba tried to attack Hinata, but she just kept weaving around his attacks and forcing him to use energy just to try to catch her. "Stay still, so I can hit you," shouted angry Inuzuka and was surprised when Hinata stopped suddenly. "If you want, you can try," she said and molded some chakra to prepare for quick Kawarimi to get out of here, when Kiba will activate traps that were placed there by Naruto clones with help from Sasuke, who as Uchiha was rather good at making them. They weren't deadly, just really painful and dangerous. When Kiba charged straight at Hinata, he activated every single one. While some weren't dangerous, they were annoying, blunt kunai launchers, senbons, flashbangs, smoke bombs, and weak poison mist. After he walked through that field, he looked like hell. His clothes were shredded. He was covered in multiple cuts, scratches, and other flesh wounds, and when Sasuke managed to catch him, he didn't even have strength to defend against him, and chop to the back of his neck was enough to send him to land of unconscious. Sakura swinged her kunai madly, and when she was close enough to Naruto, she suddenly changed path of its flight, and it went straight towards his throat and threw it with shower of blood. When she saw that, she was so happy. Her worst enemy was finally dead. That disgrace of ninja that sabotaged everything that civilian ninja worked for was dead. However, her happiness turned into shock when she saw Naruto disappearing in plume of smoke, and there was no blood on the ground or on kunai in her hand. In that moment, her happiness turned into shock and fear. She knew that Naruto could try to. "Is she crazy?" asked Kakashi when he saw what she did. Good that he used Kage Bunshin, because if he was normal, one Hokage would have our heads on silver platter. Same with her. Before she could comprehend what happened, she was pulled downwards by hands that emerged from the ground and caught her ankles, dragging her down. Once they were done, she was buried to the head in the ground. "Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu," said Naruto, before he emerged from the ground behind Sakura. Other genin were furious at her, same as Jonin, which were overseeing it. "Now, Sakura-chan, care to explain why did you try to kill me?" he asked in his mocking tone. "Because you're demon child and baka that shouldn't live," she shouted at him, still in shock and unaware of consequences of her actions. Naruto and Jonin just shook their heads. Hana walked to her and dragged Sakura out of the ground by yanking her collar. She didn't show any emotions, but wasn't really gentle with her moves. Inside, she was livid. "That scum. No sorry, Kushina-san, that piece of shit. No sorry, that motherfucking son of a bitch. She did worse thing. She is disgrace of Kunoichi. I will slowly, carefully, and painfully teach her why you should never, ever insult son of Red Death in front of her students and friends," swore Hana and Kakashi. "When council will hear about that, civilians will be happy, while elders and shinobi will be bloodthirsty and Hokage will be livid," calmly thought Kakashi after he got over previous shock. Where are we going? Weakly asked Sakura, once she noticed that Hana wasn't stopping and was dragging her somewhere. Hokage Tower. Kakashi, take rest of team there, once you clean the mess here. She said over her shoulder, while looking at the silver-haired Jonin, who nodded and started ordering Genin, who were still in shock and couldn't believe what their teammate and friend just did. They should be at least comrades, and such things shouldn't ever cross their minds. Let's go, quietly said Kakashi, once everything was cleaned and tempers cooled off. When they arrived at the Hokage Tower, they were directly led to his office, where already was Sakura, Hana, Yamanaka and Noichi, and few ANBU. Since all interested parties are here, I think we can start, said Hokage, and looked at Sakura, who was almost terrified by his gaze. Naruto, can you tell me what happened? Asked older leader. I engaged her in taijutsu and she managed to stuck kunai in my throat, right after I switched with one of my Kage Bunshin. And you know that there's no difference between Kage Bunshin and real body. They look exactly the same unless someone is skilled sensor or has Byakugan active and saw original body. Explained Naruto. An older shinobi blinked few times. She is either mentally unstable or was paid to do that or was influenced by someone to do that. But we don't have enough evidence for execution or demotion, thought Yamanaka and Noichi, while he watched her carefully and he saw a few rapid moves of her eyes and muscles. Haruno-san, can you explain why did you do this? Asked one of ANBU. One that was commander of whole ANBU. I don't know. I let go my instincts, she weakly said, and everybody nodded, but also sensed lie. I won't punish you too harshly. You will be required to do 20 D-rank missions and pass mental examination, said Hokage, and Hana let out a sigh of relief. However, Sakura was unaware that she was for completely new level of hell, thanks to her sensei. All of you excluding Team 7 are dismissed. Other shinobi nodded and left the room. They saw this subtle change in Hokage's face and slightly narrowed eyes. I think it's time to reveal to you one of our greatest secrets. Truth behind events that happened on October 10th, 12 years ago. Started aged leader, and there were gasps of surprise from mouth of Hinata and Sasuke, while Kakashi and Naruto didn't even blink. I suggest that first we deal with that pest sent here by Danzo, said Naruto, and pointed towards bookshelf in the corner, and later completely seal this room. I believe that my father updated security measures with some Uzumaki seals. Hokage nodded and leaped towards bookshelf and yanked out ANBU with blank mask and weird tattoo on his arm. Not usual ANBU swirl. Root, murmured elder leader, and looked at Naruto. How did you find him? Trick with ANBU tattoo. If you know proper seals, you can force every single to pulse, and this one didn't respond. So I assumed that he was enemy, and my sensor skills picked him up the moment I entered the room. Explained Naruto, and Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He looked more and more interesting, and he started to respect him. Hokage returned to his desk and pressed button hidden under it. Once he did that, complex ceiling matrices appeared all around it, and lines of kanji appeared all over it. Blue light enveloped whole room, and Sasuke and Hinata were shocked. What was that? Asked Sasuke. Security measures. We don't want anybody to see and hear our talk. There are secrets that are so vigorously guarded that the less know, the better. As of now, content of this is S-rank secret, and you can't reveal without my or Naruto agreement. Sternly said Hokage, ask no questions till he finish. Hi, replied Sasuke and Hinata. Let's start with Senju Hashirama and his wife Uzumaki Mito. Everybody remember story about Valley of End fight? Asked Naruto, and they nodded. Good. It will be way easier. As you remember, Senju Hashirama defeated Uchiha Madara, but he also defeated Kyuubi, who after that was sealed inside of Uzumaki Mito, from royal line of Uzumaki clan. When she was old and dying, my mother Red Death Uzumaki Kushina was brought to Konoha to have Kyuubi sealed inside her. 12 years ago, she was giving birth to me in undisclosed location, and somehow she was attacked by unknown Uchiha, who ripped Kyuubi out of her after she gave birth. Jinchuriki seal is weakest when body is under immense stress, and giving birth is one of such situations. My father was forced to sacrifice himself and seal Kyuubi chakra in me. That's most important part of story. Now details. Jinchuriki are people that have bijou sealed inside them. There are always 9 such people in the world, and being Jinchuriki gives certain advantages to host of bijou. but you're usually mistreated by villagers because they can't recognize difference between kunai or shuriken and a storage scroll. Explained. Naruto and Hinata and Sasuke were somewhat shocked by such revelations. They suspected things about Naruto, especially Sasuke, who knew that Itachi was assigned missions to protect certain boy, one that looked way too close to Naruto to be someone else. Hinata knew because of her father, who said few positive things about Naruto on her team, like he knew something about him that wasn't a common knowledge. So that's why you were treated like trash and called demon, said Sasuke, too shocked to say anything else. Yes, while most shinobi can see difference between kunai and storage scroll, most of civilian ones don't know even basics of Fuinjutsu, said Naruto. So for them, I'm reincarnation of Kyuubi. That's terrible, said Hinata, and rest nodded. You wonder why I decided to tell you no, don't you? Asked Hokage, and everybody nodded, because you need to know how to fight along such person, and so you can fully accept him. Sasuke, you almost look like second half of Naruto. That weird ball that you made from chakra was one of your Jinchuriki abilities? Asked Sasuke, suddenly remembering this weird ball used by Naruto. Yes and no, said Naruto, and created in his palm Rasengan. That's normal version. That one is Bijou version. He said once it turned violet. After that he dispersed it and looked at Hokage. Last thing, you can talk about it between yourself and with anybody privy to this secret. You can't talk about it with your friends, unless Naruto allows you. Is everything clear? Asked Aged Leaded, and everybody nodded. Good. We will resume training on day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is day for you to digest information about Bijou and Jinchuriki, and as homework read scrolls about them, so you can understand it better, said Kakashi and let his team go, but first Hokage disabled seals. About Tsunade seal. It gives her perfect chakra control and giant chakra battery, which is necessary for her super strength. Because it's based on precise chakra control, and this seal enhance whole body and add regenerative abilities similar to Kyuubi chakra, but it's much faster. After that fateful day, team mechanics changed. They seemed to look at Naruto in completely different light. For first time in ages, Sasuke started to be more open and less arrogant. It wasn't much, but compared to his previous behavior, it was huge change. He didn't have a person with similar experience to support him, and Naruto was that kind of person. So that's why he was out of public eye for last few years, said Sasuke, when he had time to digest information and think about them without any biases. Yes, but also so he could master Mokuton, which requires perfect mastery of Doton and Suiton, added Kakashi, who just appeared and was even earlier than Naruto, which was weird. Can you honestly tell me what you think about Naruto? Well, he is walking chakra tank and is pretty good shinobi. Also seems like nice enough person, quietly said Sasuke, and Kakashi nodded. Yes, he is friendly and helpful, added Hinata. And what could be heard from civilians about him? Asked them Kakashi. Demon brat, demon child, and few other, said Sasuke, and his sensei nodded. Yes, that's one of best cases where you should check data in multiple sources. Are you ready for today training? He added in more cheerful tone once Naruto appeared. Yes, answered his students in unison. Good. Today we will check your chakra affinity, said Kakashi, and gave them chakra papers. Channel your chakra, he ordered, and watched results. When he saw Naruto paper, he almost fainted. It split in two, and one part of it grew leaves, while second turned into ash. Impossible. I never suspected to see child with so many affinities. Can you explain what happened? Said Sasuke, and Kakashi nodded. Leaves are sign of Mokuton, which equals to Suiton and Doton. Split is Futon, and ash is Katon. Now you Sasuke, said Jonin, and looked at paper in Sasuke's hand. It wrinkled and burned into ash. Katon and Raiton. Hard to say which is primary, probably both. Last but not least, Hinata. Hyuga Eris nodded and focused chakra into paper, and it dampened. Suiton. Unexpected from Hyuga, and no wonders that you have problems with Jukin. What do you mean by that? Asked Hinata, and Kakashi scratched his chin, thinking about good explanation. Jukin is designed for Doton, not Suiton. So when you're learning Jukin, at least standard version of it, you're fighting with yourself. Explained Kakashi, and Hinata nodded. I will talk with Hayashi-sama about it. He should see the reason to allow me to help you with training. I'm not Hyuga, but I copied a lot of moves from different styles, and some of them will help you with your jukin. What about actual training? Asked Naruto. "Hmm. I will show Sasuke basics of right-on manipulation, while you will do same thing with Suiton and Hinata," said Kakashi, and Naruto nodded. "Can you teach me basics of right-on? I need it for certain version of Rasengan. I need to stabilize it, and I don't have idea how to do it without right-on," said Blonde. "Fine," replied Cyclops, and was surrounded by few hundred clones of Naruto. "Dispel in tens, every 10 to 20 minutes. Ordered Naruto, and let go clones with Kakashi and Sasuke to second part of forest. Hinata, activate your Byakugan and see what I'm doing," said Naruto, before he started slowly pushing his chakra into leaf, making it soak. "You're pushing your chakra and soaking the leaf," she said, once she saw what he was doing and how he was doing that. "Exactly. Your task is to do the same. Once you learn Suiton manipulation really good, you can use moisture from air and water from plants," said Naruto, and forced moisture from surrounding plants to focus on his hand. "You have naturally good control, so it shouldn't be too hard for you, and in meantime, I will work on my own project." "Okay," replied Hinata, and was trying to do it, while Naruto clone was watching over. Original was reading some weird black scroll, and he was solely focused on it. "It doesn't make sense. He says that souls are bound to body of sacrifice, but on the other hand, destroying sacrifice won't send them to Pure Land," shouted angry Naruto, after reading and reading scroll. "I hate Nidaime Kenjutsu. Understanding them is so hard that almost impossible, and they're dangerous." "What are you talking about?" asked Hinata, who was trying to soak leaf and was doing that without too much success. "Nothing important," replied much calmer Naruto, and she reluctantly nodded. In similar manner with addition of old training regime team, train day after day, and almost month later Kakashi decided they're ready for first true mission. They were doing missions before, but they were just enough to fulfill bare minimum and were mostly done by Naruto clones, while team was training. Back to day of incident. After Team 8 left the room, Hannah dragged her students to one of more secluded training fields, one where she could shout and yell without too many questions from other shinobi. "Sakura, can you tell me why did you do that?" she quietly asked, while leaking some killing intent at her pink-haired excuse of Jinin. "Because he is demon child and baka," replied younger Kunoichi, and took few steps backwards when she felt full extent of Hannah killing intent. "You are aware that for such words you could be killed on the spot?" asked Hannah. "Why?" "Because of Sandaime laws," explained Hannah. "I don't know what did you hear at home about Naruto, but I won't allow you to so blatantly disrespect him. You're Jinin, not some civilian, and as such you need to behave properly. Someday you will be fighting under his command or in his squad, and you need to forget any biases and arguments that you have with your comrades." "But," tried to protest Sakura. "No buts. You're off the Hokage hook, but not mine. Now shut up, and it's time for your punishment. Since you need to do 20 D-rank missions." Hannah extended last word and looked at Kiba. "It happens that our kennels need cleaning, and you will do that as your next 20 D rank." "Yada. Finally, I won't need to do that," shouted Kiba. "Yes, but now training. For next 6 hours you need to escape my Ninken," she said, and her Ninken growled in agreement and looked at Jinin, who gulped and started running as fast as they could, with Ninken jaws snapping inches behind their backs, and those Ninken were rather big, not a puppy that was partner of Kiba, but fully grown ones, and their jaws were full of big and nasty teeth. "Honey, what happened to you?" asked Haruno Mabuki once she saw her daughter covered in blood, sweat, grime, and flesh wounds that closely resembled bite marks of giant Ninken. Sensei was angry for accident that happened during training, managed to say Sakura, before she passed out from exhaustion and pain. Dozens minutes later, Sakura woke up in her bed and was still pale, but looked better than before. "Can you tell me what happened?" asked her mother. "I almost killed that demon brat during training, and Sensei was livid about it. She decided to punish me for that by 20 days of kennel duty in Inuzuka compound, and today exercise, which was basically dodging and avoiding her Ninken jaws," explained Sakura, and her mother face was showing happiness and pride. "Good job with that attempt to kill him. We're one step closer to getting rid of him. I will try to dig you out of this mess and try to punish Naruto." Mabuki reassured Sakura, and gently tapped her shoulder. Current time, Team 7 Training Ground. I think you're ready for your first true mission. Meet me at the Hokage Tower in 20 minutes, said Kakashi and disappeared before anybody could mutter a word. 20 minutes later, Team Kakashi was standing in the mission office waiting for Hokage to assign a mission for them. Hokage-sama, may I request C-rank mission for my team? Asked Kakashi, while looking at his team, which honestly looked more than ready for such thing. Yes, and I have perfect mission for you. It's courier duty to a Wagakure no Sato, said Hokage, and at the same time, Naruto and Kakashi moved uncomfortably. I don't want to be disrespectful, but considering my parents and how are they treated in IWA, is it safe for me to go there? Asked Naruto. Yes, never mind, said Hokage, and threw scroll behind him, and it fall into box with similar that was under the window. But this one should be perfect, same type of mission, but Kirigakure no Sato. I think we will take it, said Kakashi, and his team nodded. Prepare for month of travel. We shouldn't meet anything worse than bandits. 30 minutes later, Team 7 was waiting for their sensei at the gates of Konoha. Everybody was excited. It was their first serious mission and first time traveling to other country. Wait for everybody. Nope. Naruto already was to Tetsu no Kuni during Hokage Summit. Where is our sensei? Growled Naruto. He will be late, even for his own funeral. Ma, don't be so hasty, Naruto, said Kakashi, who just jumped down from one of trees that were growing all around the road. Now we are going to Kiri, and it will take some time. So control your speed. We don't want to exhaust ourselves. Why did you reject first mission? Asked Hinata. And what about your parents and IWA? Because of their bingo book. I'm in it, and we don't want Naruto to be placed there so soon. About his parents? Well, Kiroi Senko and Red Death are hated in IWA, so the further from it, the safer Naruto is. So Kiri was far better placed to be than IWA, replied Kakashi. But that was only theory, and simple courier duty turned into something more. An undisclosed location. So you want me to murder Shinja Naruto for 30 million Ryo plus whatever I can get for his weapons and bounties that are on his teammates? Asked Rokusho Aoi. Yes, you also will be granted pardon from all your crimes by Konoha Council, said very feminine voice, and there was seen flash of pink hairs, and Jonin position and Shinja compound. You got me. So where are they? Asked soon-to-be rich, if everything went as planned Aoi. On the road to Kirigakure. Okay, give me 2 weeks, and you will have their heads, said Aoi, and disappeared in swirl of leaves, taking all papers provided by this person. Is it only me, or are we followed? Quietly asked Hinata, while looking at her sensei. We are. 2 Chunins in the Jinjutsu on the road 500 meters in front of us, and weak Jonin 200 to the east, said Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. You will deal with Chunin, while I will take care of that Jonin. Do not kill them. I would like to question them. Hi, replied younger members of team, and Kakashi disappeared to take care of wannabe assassin. Sasuke, Hinata, can you take care of left one? Quietly asked Naruto, when they were 100 meters before place where supposed ambush should happen. Yes, you want to deal with right one? Asked Sasuke. Yep, replied Naruto, and slightly moved his swords. So they would be easier to take out, but excluding that nobody could tell that all of his muscles were tense, and he was ready to spring into action at moment notice. When they walked past puddle of water, 2 people emerged from it with chain between them and gauntlets on second hand. Hinata quickly fell into opening stance of Jukin and went after one to the left, and before he could blink he was unconscious. His brother didn't fare well. He was knocked out by Naruto, chopped to the neck, and in matter of seconds it was over. Sasuke and Naruto quickly tied them with some ninja wire and dragged to nearby tree. I swear I saw those faces, murmured Naruto, and started looking through Bingo book that he always kept on himself. Bingo. Demon brothers from Kiri, Gozu, and Meizu. C-rank threat, 3 million if delivered separately, 12 if together. Masters of poison and ambush, Chunin before desertion. You are right, said Kakashi, who appeared behind them with body slung over his shoulder and weird sword in second hand. Raiji no Ken? Asked Naruto, when he noticed blade in Kakashi hand. Yes, and Rokusho Aoi, now from AIM, previously from Konoha. I wonder who paid them to do their dirty job and who was the target. For me, they're too weak. For Naruto, honestly speaking too. Sasuke might have problems with them, or might not. Hinata would be a problem for them. They're Tai or Kenjutsu specialists. So someone underestimated someone and hired those three to kill him or her, said Kakashi, and placed wannabe assassin near his knocked-out companions. Guessing by their Hitayate, I would say that one that did this tried to break alliance between Kiri and Konoha. And it's very hush-hush type of alliance, and only councils know about it, said Naruto. Of course. So probably civilian council is once again meddling with international relations. Kiri has no interest in breaking alliance. Actually, it's godsend for them, added Kakashi. Maybe we should ask those three, said Naruto, and pointed to waking up enemies. Ah yes, see you in few minutes, said Kakashi, and disappeared with prisoners for few moments. Sudden moment of quiet was interrupted by few cries, and it was over. You were right, Naruto, about who sent them. But we will deal with it once we're back in Konoha. You don't trust messengers? Asked Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. As do I. Even summons were losing their messages, especially when civilian council was meddling with affairs of village. Problem is that it increased rank mission to at least A rank, if not S rank. It's up to you if you want to finish it, said Kakashi in his business-like voice. I want to do that. It's our first mission outside of village, and I believe we will be able to handle any problems, said Sasuke, and Naruto nodded. Since you want to continue, I think we may speed up. We don't know if they had any accomplice, so it will be safer if we move at combat speed and not using main roads until we are in Mizuno Kuni. Then we need to go slower, so we aren't considered a threat by their forces, and thus we aren't attacked, ordered Kakashi, and everybody nodded. After that, they sped off towards Kiri, shocking many merchants and other travelers that saw them, or rather after image of them. Naruto, why leaf in your Hitayate is red? Asked Sasuke when they were running. So you can ask questions, replied Naruto, and everybody rolled their eyes. But seriously, it's one of symbols of my rank. What rank? You're just Genin, said Sasuke. On paper, yes. In reality, nope. I have Kage-level access to secret data, and as you remember, I was on Hokage meeting, replied Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. As sensei, he had full access to reports from missions performed by his Genin and their resumes. When he was reading Naruto 1, he was shocked by data that was inside of it. Hokage Summit? What's that? Asked Hinata. Meeting of Hokage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, and their respective advisors and bodyguards. Their meetings on which are made decisions concerning all countries, and if there are disputes between various villages, they are solved on such meetings, explained Kakashi. But usually it's more of get-together of leaders, and you can sleep through it without missing too much. But I think we are getting close to Kiri. Aoi, one of Mizukage bodyguards, is around 5 kilometers in front of us, said Naruto, and Kakashi nodded and looked with his Sharingan. You are right, and he also noticed us, agreed Kakashi. Few minutes later, they landed onto ground in front of Aoi. Kakashi-san, Naruto-san, and those two are who? Asked Aoi when he saw them. Ah yes, you only saw Naruto on Kage Summit and fought me during last war. Naruto is on my Genin team, and those two are Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata, said Kakashi while scratching back of his hand. We are here to deliver message to Mizukage-sama. I presume data concerning things discussed during last summit, asked Aoi. Not here and not now. In somewhere more private. I believe we have tales for that came from Konoha and other 4 from Kiri, said Naruto, and Aoi eye widened, and suddenly veins around his left eye bulged out. Yes, some rebels are still alive and try to attack forces loyal to Mizukage. About those 4 that came from Konoha, they look like ones that assaulted our shinobi previously, said Aoi, and Kakashi eye widened. He wasn't privy to that data. Only few people in whole Konoha knew what Root did to other villages. We will deal with Konoha once and support you with Kiri once, said Kakashi, and Aoi nodded. In meantime, Naruto took out one of swords. Naruto, can you give me one of swords? Asked Kakashi, and Naruto nodded and threw second at him. Jonin caught it and swinged it few times to get used to it and nodded approvingly, as good as it used to be during Third War. Naruto, take 2 to the right. I will take those 2 to the left. Sasuke, Hinata, stay out of this, ordered Kakashi, and his students nodded while he and Naruto charged toward their opponents. who didn't even manage to blink before they were killed. Ninja treated ninjutsu like last resort. If they could finish fight with simple weapons or taijutsu, they used it. Ninjutsu was flashy, loud, took a lot of time to prepare, and was more demanding than normal taijutsu attack, even with chakra to enhance strength of blows, especially when fighting against much weaker opponents, which couldn't be a challenge for them. "You know Kenjutsu?" asked Sasuke after fight was over. "Yes. Family tradition and sensei kind of forced me to learn it, and I learned it from best of all swordsmen. Uzumaki clan," said Kakashi. They were ones that created 7 blades of mist and wrote seals on them that gave them their unique abilities. Added Aoi, who just finished his fight. "We need to get going. Mizuki-sama is a little impatient. At least she can somehow control her temper," countered Naruto, while looking at Aoi. "That's true. Compared to Hokage, she looks like embodiment of patience," admitted her advisor, and when those words left his mouth, they arrived at Kiri Gates. Kirigakure no Sato wasn't a one village, it was more of multiple compounds and villages scattered on small islands surrounding Mizukage Mansion, which was partially carved into peak of extinct volcanoes. It was almost impossible to spot from afar because better part of it was constantly covered by mist, and even if it wasn't covered by it, it was showing only small parts of it, and seals etched into walls of buildings were making sure that seeing them was hard. "It looks impressive, but I can tell that a lot of those buildings isn't used," casually said Kakashi and watched Aoi for reaction. Yes, some of Kekii Genkai clans still hadn't returned, and most of civilians are still returning, and we are eliminating last pockets of resistance all over the city, admitted Aoi, and guards let them pass when they saw who was bringing in Konoha shinobi. "Is everybody carrying sword in this village?" asked Sasuke, when he saw that almost every shinobi had some sort of blade at his belt or on his back. "No, but we have one of best swordsmen. Since you will be staying for a week or two, I think it will be possible to arrange for some kenjutsu lessons," said Aoi, and Sasuke nodded. "But now we need to get business with Mizukage out of the way," said cheerfully Kakashi, while dragging rest of group towards Mizukage Mansion, where they were immediately ushered into her office. Kakashi and Sasuke were stunned by her beauty, while Naruto somehow managed to save his senses and gently patted them, breaking them out of their stupor. However, Kakashi was more shocked by man that was standing behind Mizukage. "Is that?" he quietly asked Naruto. "Yagura, Yonde Mizukage, and Jinchuriki of Isabu, better known as Sanbai. Blonde finished for him. Mizukage-sama Hokage-sama asked us to deliver you this scroll," said Kakashi, and placed small black scroll on her desk. She quickly read it and nodded approvingly. "Okay, we will get it done. For now, everybody excluding Aoi, Naruto, and Yagura, please leave the room," she said, and shocked almost whole Konoha team. "But," managed to say Kakashi when Naruto placed hand on his shoulder. "You're not cleared for that stuff, so leave, please, sensei," quietly said his student, and Kakashi reluctantly nodded. And once they left, Mizukage and Naruto ran through a chain of hand seals which activated privacy and security seals all around the office and made everything that was spoken stay inside of it. After that, they moved to cushions that were placed around small table in room connected to her office, where was waiting for them tea and sake. "Is everything true in that scroll?" asked Harumi Mei, who suspected a thing or two about that scroll. "It is, but it is only outer layer of things. I was given second scroll by Hokage with more important data. It's protected by old Kage's seal, one that all of Kage have," he said, and gave it to Mei, who took her ring and pressed it onto seal etched onto outside of scroll. When she did that, there was small poof of smoke and scroll opened. "It looks interesting, and thanks to it we know what happened to Samehada and Kisame. I never suspected he was Hokage's spy inside Akatsuki. Also, this plot with Uchiha Itachi is ingenious. So those two won't catch you or Yagura, unless forced," Mei murmured once she read content of it. "Yes, there are a few drop points where are they leaving messages, but for more you need to talk with Jiraiya," he replied. "Jiraiya as in Jiraiya the Toad Sage?" asked Aoi. "Yes. Do you accept to our proposition?" quietly asked Naruto after few more minutes of negotiations. "Give me 2 weeks to think and consult with council. Always show them their rooms and provide everything they need or want. said Mizuki and rose from her seat, followed by Naruto, Yagura, and Aoi. 2 weeks vacation at the expense of Mizuki. I like it, said Naruto, while stretching comfortably in one of chairs that were set in their rooms. Not so fast. We can train and will. Not as hard as usual, but a light training will be enough, and maybe for Sasuke some kenjutsu. But first water walking, after all we're in Kiri where there's more of water than land, said Kakashi, who appeared leaning against door. Kenjutsu? Asked Sasuke, hopeful that he would learn new skill. Yes. Meet me on the ground behind hotel. Naruto, do not wear armor. There's no point in doing this, and it will slow you down, said Kakashi before disappearing with poof of smoke. Naruto strapped to his back his 2 swords and left to the area behind hotel, where he quickly went through his stretching exercises. It was one of better areas to train kenjutsu or sword fighting. It was flat, and there weren't many bushes or trees in the way. Water walking? Asked Sasuke, who learned better not to question his sensei. Yes, same principle as tree walking, but you need to constantly fine-tune strength of pulses. Too strong, and you will be sent into the air. Too weak, and you won't be able to support your body. It's called water walking, but it can be used to walk over swamps or quicksand, explained Kakashi, and his students nodded and tried. Naruto didn't have problem with it, because he learned that few years ago, and he could use Suiton to support himself, while Sasuke and Hinata were struggling with it, although Hinata had some success. She used her Byakugan to see how Naruto did it, and she tried to mimic his moves and did it quite good. Naruto, how can you have so good chakra control? You have biggest pool in whole village, and yet you have chakra control way better than mine, asked Sasuke, who felt a little jealous. Training, 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 and clan ability. Senju were known for good control of their chakra. Add to that requirements for certain family jutsu, and you have answer how, explained Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. He saw his sensei working on chakra control almost all the time. Family jutsu? Asked Hinata. Rasengan and Hiraishin, replied Kakashi, and scratched his chin. Teaching you Rasengan might not be a bad idea. It boosts chakra control and capacity, but I won't do it here and now. It's too easy to copy, and you don't have enough chakra for it. What do you mean by too easy? Asked Sasuke, who was trying to keep his balance on the surface of water. It's pure chakra manipulation, no seals needed, replied Naruto, who was trying to balance on Sanbon. I think that's enough of chakra control for all of us, said Kakashi, and walked onto ground. Naruto, can you give me your swords? I don't have any training ones on myself, so I need to use yours for Sasuke training. No problem, said Naruto, and took his swords and threw them at Kakashi, who grabbed them out of the air. I will work on kunai and shuriken accuracy. After that, Naruto placed 10 targets in different spots at different distance from his position, and few were in his blind zone. How are you going to hit all of them? Asked Sasuke. Watch and admire, said Naruto before grabbing 8 kunai, jumping into the air, spinning and throwing 8 kunai, and quickly grabbing 2 additional from his holster and throwing them as well. There were 10 soft thuds and 10 targets were hit. Impressive. I wonder if Yamato showed you improved version of this, said Kakashi, impressed by his genin performance. You mean 20 targets? Asked Naruto with raised eyebrow. Yes, it's way harder, but if he allowed you to use Fuma Shuriken, you probably learned it and mastered, said Kakashi. I can do that, but not here. Once we leave Kiri, I will do that, and maybe teach Sasuke how to do that. He needs to unlock Sharingan to use it to fullest extent, replied Naruto, and sat on tree branch and watched Kakashi show Sasuke basic kenjutsu moves of Ambiyu style. It was style based on quick and economical strikes, based more on finesse and speed than on strength. For Sasuke, it was better than typical style used by Konoha, which was based on brute strength and not so much finesse. He wasn't simply built for it. He was built for one based on speed and agility. Once he unlocked his Sharingan, he would be even more deadly with it. The day before they were scheduled to leave, Kakashi decided to do some equipment shopping, mostly swords for Sasuke and himself. His family heirloom was lost, and he needed one, and Kiri sword makers were simply better than Konoha one. And since they were allowed to freely move around Kiri, they could do that now. I think this shop will do, said Kakashi, and pointed at small shop, connected with forge to his right. Master sword maker. Probably its family business passed down from generation to generation. he explained, and everybody nodded. When they entered, they were quickly noticed by owner who come out to greet them. "How can I help you?" he politely asked once they looked around. "We need 2 swords, one for me and one for my genin. Full-length katana or ninjato," explained Kakashi, and shopkeeper nodded and disappeared for a moment behind a counter, and once he appeared, he brought 2 small, yet long wooden cases. Relics salvaged from ruins of Yuzushiogakure. Not as good as Shiroikaba or Kurikiba that one of your students have, but still one of their better weapons, he said while opening cases. Inside were 2 katana in black sheath, with simple guard, and grip was made out of black wood and was covered in red silk ribbon. When Kakashi took out one out of its sheath, he saw a steel gray blade with seals etched in it, and with wave-like pattern that was visible on good steel, and noticed certain signs, but he managed to hide his shock. "How much for both?" he asked. "1,500,000 Ryo," replied owner, and Kakashi only nodded and took out his wallet and counted money, before handling it to owner, who happily took it and gave swords to Kakashi. "He doesn't know what he sold," said Kakashi, once they were outside. "I'm sure, Naruto, that you saw those marks on blades. Only one sword-making school left them." "Masamune?" asked Naruto with raised eyebrow. "Yes, that's why I decided to buy them," said Kakashi, and with that remark, they returned to hotel, where Sasuke tried different styles of carrying it and decided to strap it to his back so it wouldn't limit his moves and was easy to get when needed. He tried to spar with Naruto, but he only got defeated quite easily. How can he be so good in Kenjutsu? Some moves were incredible, he murmured afterwards. "Well, he is Uzumaki, but still not as good as his mother," said Kakashi, and Sasuke looked at him, questions visible in his eyes. She managed to kill whole IWA platoon using only her swords. When Sasuke heard those words, he closed his mouth with audible click and didn't say a word about it. On next day, they were once again brought to Mizukage's office, where Mizuka and her advisors were waiting for them. "I decided to accept your Hokage offer. Here are details," she said before giving scroll to Kakashi, who took it and slightly bowed. "Thank you, Mizuka-sama," replied Kakashi, and left the room, followed by his genin. They quickly left the Kiri, and once they were outside of Mizu no Kuni and deep inside Hai no Kuni, they were surrounded by 12 ANBU lookalikes. "Those aren't normal ANBU," said Naruto once he saw their masks and noticed what they wore. "I would say they're root." "Yes, they're root, and guessing by their amount, they once again underestimated me," said Kakashi. "Kill them. They're not on Hokage orders," he added, and gripped hilt of his sword. His actions were mimicked by Naruto and Sasuke, while Hinata fell into open stance of Juken with active Byakugan. ANBU took out their Tanto with cut end of it and charged at Team 7-3, went after each member, while Kakashi and Naruto didn't have problems with keeping them at bay and defeating them. Hinata and Sasuke were hard-pressed, until Sasuke's moves suddenly became fluid and he was able to predict their actions. Kakashi had 3 hardest opponents, 3 captains of those teams, but he knew he had range advantage over his enemies. He raised his Hitai 8 and revealed Sharingan hidden under it, and quickly moved towards his first target, who managed to raise his blade and block his strike. But he couldn't do much to block one that followed first. Thanks to Sharingan, Kakashi was able to avoid Blade of Tanto, and his katana licked his enemy's side. He instinctively let down his guard and caught wounded place, and that was his end. Kakashi katana quickly severed his head. After that, Kakashi blocked strikes from enemies number 2 and 3, and thanks to Sharingan, he managed to avoid their blocks and severe tendons in enemy number 2 arm, and quickly after that he cut his throat. Enemy number 3 couldn't do much and tried in fury to defeat Kakashi by sheer strength and ferocity of those attacks, but he managed only to get 2 wounds on arms, and finally, he lost his head when he miscalculated where Kakashi's strike would land. Naruto's fight was even more one-sided. His opponents were weaker than ones that went after Kakashi, and he had 2 swords, which in such fights made huge difference. He could use one to block attacks, while using second to attack, and many fell for this trick. And that was the case in this situation. He quickly killed enemy number 1, who was foolish enough to underestimate him. Enemy number 2 and 3 were more cautious and synchronized their attacks, forcing him to be careful. But Naruto managed to disable one by licking his leg with katana, and thus making that leg useless. He quickly used it and quickly stabbed that enemy in the chest and killed him, and before last enemy could move, Naruto used his second sword to cut his throat. Those were his first kills, and once fighting was over and adrenaline stopped flowing through his bloodstream, he quickly rushed into bushes where he vomited. Sasuke at the beginning was focused on blocking his enemies and just surviving, but after receiving few cuts his eyesight suddenly got better and he was able to see his enemy moves. He quickly managed to disable enemy 1 and 2. Before last one could blink, he was killed. Sasuke had similar reaction to Naruto, and 2 rushed into nearest bushes to vomit. Hinata, thanks to Jukin, was able to knock out enemies. It took her most time out of whole 4, but she managed to do that, even if it took her longest. When fight was over, there were 9 dead and 3 knocked out. Root. Kakashi walked to Naruto and Sasuke and gently patted them on his shoulder. Naruto, Sasuke, I know that's hard, but you need to get over it. Over time it's getting easier, but it can't be too easy. You need to find a reason why you kill to justify it. Here you killed to protect yourself and your teammates, he said in his soothing voice, and let them get over it. He knew that best medicine was time and thinking. There was no quick and easy solution to it. After 20 minutes they were ready to continue their travel. They sealed bodies and a live root into scrolls to give them to Hokage, who would love to question them. Sasuke, look at your eyes. Suddenly, said Naruto, and Sasuke took out kunai. His eyes widened, and on his face appeared big grin when he saw reflection of them. He finally unlocked his Sharingan. With only 2 tomos, but still it was a Sharingan. Sharingan, he weakly said, and Kakashi patted his shoulder. Good job. I will help you with training it once we are in Konoha. Now cut flow of your chakra to eyes. You don't want to suffer chakra exhaustion, said silver-haired Jonin. Few hours later they arrived at the gates of Konoha, and Chunin that were at the guard duty were shocked by state of their clothes. They were covered in blood, and expressions on team faces were grim. They didn't question them, because they didn't want to get Kakashi angry, and they let them pass. Once inside, team quickly made its way to Hokage Tower, where they were guided to Hokage office. Mission of rank higher than D required oral report. They were simply too important to be handed by one of administrative Chunin. Hokage-sama Team 7 reporting from C rank, upgraded to A rank and later to S rank, announced his secretary, and Hokage eyes widened when he heard last phrase. Let them in. I was expecting them, and tell Ibiki to expect new guests in TNI, replied Hokage, and once Team was inside of his office, he glared at Kakashi. Kakashi, report what happened. We were ordered to deliver simple scroll to Kirigakure no Sato. When we were day of travel from village, we were assaulted by Rokusho Aoi and Demon Brothers, which were quickly defeated by us, interrogated and sealed inside prisoner scroll. After that we decided to finish mission. I knew that between me and Naruto we were able to defeat most of A-rank threats. We safely arrived at Kirigakure, where we gave scroll to Mizukage and waited 2 weeks for her response. Once we were given response, we left Kirigakure no Sato and traveled towards Konoha. When we were around 6 hours away from Konoha, we were attacked by 12 A and BU look-alike, which were later confirmed to be from Root. We quickly dispatched them and hurry up to Konoha, reported Kakashi, and Hokage face hardened. Those were troubling news. Why didn't you report meeting with Rokusho Aoi? Asked aged leader. I feared that someone will intercept our message. They were hired by Haruno Mabuki to assassinate Naruto, replied Kakashi, and on Hokage face appeared fury for a moment, before it was hidden behind his usual mask. I see. You choose correct option. Now about those Root, can you tell me who was their target? Asked aged leader. I think it could be me. I finally unlocked Sharingan, suddenly said Sasuke. I see. I won't place information about it in our data, and I will also assign 2 additional ANBU squads to patrol Uchiha compound, said Hokage, and Sasuke nodded. Not mentioning Sharingan slightly hurt his pride, but it was better choice out of 2 bad ones. But that's minor problem, added Hokage, and looked at Naruto. You think about those Nuke Nin? Asked Naruto. Yes, simply said Hokage, and stared at portraits of Hokage in front of him. Nico, he added way louder. Yes, Hokage-sama, said purple-haired ANBU that appeared in front of his desk. Arrest Haruno Mabuki, her husband and daughter, under charges of treason, attempted assassination, and bribery. ordered Hokage, and his AMBU nodded and disappeared. Now about you. You will receive S-rank mission pay and half of bounties that are on those shinobi. Also, you have vacation till end of week, said Hokage, and they understood it was order to leave his office. Team 8 was peacefully and lazily training on their usual training ground, unaware of what was happening in other parts of village. Not yet aware, it was going to change, really, really soon as a matter of fact. Suddenly, they were surrounded by 3 squads of ANBU with drawn weapons. Haruno Sakura, you're under arrest, said one of ANBU, while other 2 walked to her to restrain her, and before anybody could notice what was going on, they were gone with Sakura. What was that? Asked Kiba when he saw what happened. Probably someone found evidence to arrest her. Don't really know, at least not officially. Shrugged off Hana, and Kiba somewhat nodded. Meanwhile, in other part of Konoha, Haruno Mabuki was awaiting return of hired Nuke Nin when she felt that she couldn't move. When she looked around, he noticed 4 new presences inside of the room. Haruno Mabuki, you're under arrest, said one of them. I'm council member, and you can't arrest me, she screeched. We can't. You're under arrest on Hokage-sama orders. Torai, restrain her, ordered Nico, and mentioned Ambu nodded and quickly tied her hands behind her back. Before anybody could blink, they were gone with prisoner. Through the gates of Konoha was walking person last seen here over 12 years ago. It was Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of Densetsu no Sannin, student of Sandame Hokage and teacher of Yandame Hokage. Sensei said it's urgent. I wonder what it is. He mused while walking towards Hokage Tower and up its wall. He rarely used doors. He preferred using windows to get inside the room. Jiraiya, how many times I need to tell you that there is thing called door? Asked his irate sensei once he spotted him. Too many, replied his student and leaped inside. You said in your messages that you need me here and now. Care to enlighten me why? 2 things, Minato legacy and tracking down Tsunade, said Sarutobi, and chuckled when he saw a look of horror on Jiraiya's face. She will kill me, but Minato legacy sounds interesting, replied Jiraiya. No, she won't. It's too long for her to ignore her family. And about Naruto, he needs to get Toad's summoning contract, and you need to teach him sealing. He should be in Senju compound and has week-long break after his last mission, so you should be able to catch him, said Hokage, and Toad Sage nodded. Week-long break? That kind is assigned after S rank. Don't tell me he just came back from S rank, said almost pale Jiraiya. He did. It was supposed to be simple courier mission to Kiri, but they ran into few unexpected obstacles. About tracking Tsunade, you will have Team 7 accompany you, said Hokage, and gave Jiraiya 4 folders and mission scroll, which were opened by him, and quickly read. Not bad. Kakashi is as good as usual. Naruto looks promising. Uchiha might be useful, especially if he is Sharingan. Hyuga is always nice, said Jiraiya once he read it. He has Sharingan, but it's not in official data. During last mission, they ran into Root, and we don't want Danzo to be even more brave, replied Hokage, and Jiraiya nodded. It made sense. Now go meet your godson. He has inhuman strength of Senju and Uzumaki temper, added chuckling Hokage, and Jiraiya paled. He didn't like it. Not at all. Last time it ended with 26 broken bones, concussion, and human-shaped hole in the wall. I will see him, said Jiraiya, and jumped out of the window, ran towards Senju compound, which wasn't hard go find. After all, it was one of biggest inside whole village. Bigger problem was with getting inside. It was riddled with seals, traps, and other gifts for unwanted visitors. Thanks to his previous visits here, he knew how to pass them without getting poisoned, turned into Sunbon Pincushion, burned, and paralyzed. Finding Naruto wasn't hard. He was like giant chakra beacon if anybody had slightest sensing skills. Gaki, you should learn how to master chakra, said Jiraiya, once he was directly behind Naruto, who jumped and looked who was standing behind him. White hairs, Hitayate with kanji for oil, red marks on face. That's Jiraiya, thought Naruto, once he took a careful look of person behind him. Jiraiya, I see that you finally decided to see your godson, carefully said Naruto, with slight amount of venom in his voice. When Jiraiya took few steps backwards, he rose with smile on his face. But I'm happy that I can finally meet. I would visit you sooner, but we couldn't risk getting more attention focused on you. Talking about attention, We need to work on your stealth. Sensei told me that you want to sign Toad summoning and learn seals, but first we need to work on hiding your chakra. Your giant chakra beacon, and it should be nothing, so you won't be discovered very easily, said Jiraiya. How I can do that? Sensei never mentioned it, asked Naruto, while they walked towards one of training grounds inside of compound. Because it's skill vigorously guarded by ENBU and spies. If you know how, you can sneak unnoticed wherever you want. Since you have perfect chakra control, learning it will be rather easy. Normally, chakra in untrained person system is like violent storm. If you are trained in control, it will be storm, but only inside your tenketsu and pathways. To hide it, you need to calm it, so it's as calm as still water, explained Jiraiya. How can I do that? Asked Naruto, eager to learn it, so he could hide more easily during survival exercises. There are two things. You need to calm your chakra, and second is my Segakure no Jutsu. Jutsu that allows users to blend with surrounding. However, it won't mask your smell and sound made by your body. Also, moving might cause light distortions, and those might give away your position. It's sort of Jinjutsu, so Dojutsu won't be fooled, same as good sensors. But on rest it will work, explained Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. It's same jutsu as one used by ENBU to stay hidden, asked Naruto, who saw ENBU disappearing into walls or furniture inside of Hokage office. Yes, seals are as follows: dog, hare, snake, rat. But it's only half of success. Second thing is masking your chakra signature. You need to calm it down, so you're not picked up by every ninja in mile radius and you could safely work with ENBU. How I can do that? Asked Naruto, his interest piqued by such words. Your chakra control is really good, but now you need to learn how to suppress it without much thinking and do that subconsciously, explained Sage, and Naruto nodded. Normally, chakra is moving through your body without much control. When your controls over it improves and your body mature, it's getting more calm and limit to pathways. Naruto once again nodded. You need to limit it to pathways and tenketsu and flare it when you need it and want. So how I can train it? Asked Naruto. Best and fastest approach is to meditate and try to block my attacks without losing concentration on meditation. When meditating, your chakra is calming down, and if you can achieve same control over it without meditation, you will hide it almost completely, explained Sage, and waited for Naruto to start meditating before he started to attack him. Not bad, Gaki. Your good few more weeks or months of training, and you will be able to work with ANBU. For now, it's good enough for simple hiding in one place. Next thing for today is Fuinjutsu, said Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. Previous few hours were hell for him. He was getting beaten and beaten by Jiraiya while trying to meditate, which was a hard thing to do. Fuinjutsu is art of sealing. You're using ink and chakra to form seals, which have different properties. For example, they can be used as beacons for harassment or to block all senses of person, or my favorite and most useful, battle and trap seals, explained Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. Battle seals? He asked, curious and very, very interested in them. You use seals to store jutsu and weapons to launch them at the enemy. They're most difficult to make and use. One mistake, and it will blow up in your face. But when written correctly, they're useful. You can store multiple jutsu, or even Kekkei Genkai jutsu inside of them. But last require fine understanding of chakra ratios necessary to make sub-elements. But now we will start with basics. That is all basic components of seals and calligraphy, said Jiraiya, and Naruto pouted. What's the point of calligraphy? Well, one mistake in single kanji, one wrong line, or even dot, and whole seal may malfunction, and you don't want that to happen with Hack Fuin Shiki or Fujihoing. Or for that matter with any seal that is related to sealing curse or bijou, same as most of battle or trap ones. So for next few hours we are going to work on your calligraphy, said Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. Minutes turned into hours and hours turned into days. Next 7 days were hell for Naruto. Jiraiya decided to stay in Senju compound, and his training regime was way harder than Yamato one. He was dropping dead at the end of day, and his whole body was aching like hell. But finally, after 7 days of torture, it was time to go and search for Tsunade. Team Kakashi, I have a mission for you. It's S rank. You're ordered to accompany my student Jiraiya on his search of Tsunade and bring her home. He will meet you in 30 minutes at the North Gate, said Hokage, and team nodded. Naruto simply disappeared and appeared inside tree near North Gate and wondered if someone would spot him. There was good chance that none will do that. In 30 minutes, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Hinata were looking around for their teammate and Jiraiya, who was seen walking from inside of the village. "Did any of you see Naruto?" asked Kakashi. "He is here. You need to find him. I decided to test your tracking skills with this simple exercise. You can only use chakra sensing abilities, and Kakashi is banned from participating because he knows how to search for such source," said Jiraiya, and Hinata and Sasuke started looking around with their dojutsu active. "I found something in the tree, but his chakra is too weak to be Naruto. It looks almost like civilian," said Hinata after a moment. "That's Naruto. He is suppressing his chakra," said Jiraiya. "Naruto, get down. We need to get going." "So, Jiraiya-sama, any idea where we need to search?" asked Kakashi, once Naruto dropped on the ground. "Any big gambling city or place with sake festival. She is gambler and drunk, but her luck is so bad that whenever she wins, something bad is going to happen. Last such thing happened 12 years ago on October 10th, explained Jiraiya. "October 10th sounds familiar," said Sasuke. "Because Kyuubi attacked on that day. Previous day when she won something was when Naidame-sama got killed," said Jiraiya, and when he mentioned it, through everybody's spine went shiver of fear. "Since you're Genin, we will use this trip to train. Naruto tried to hide during running through treetops, and Sasuke and Hinata, you need to find him," said Kakashi, and his Genin nodded. Naruto disappeared into treetops, while Hinata and Sasuke tried to find him. "They remind me Minato team. Hinata as Rin, Naruto as you, and Sasuke as Obito, or other way around," said casually Jiraiya, and Kakashi nodded. "Those teams were really similar." "I would say Naruto is Obito and Sasuke is me," said Jonin, and Sannin nodded while they were walking. "First our stop will be Tenzakagai, its last known place where she was, but there are reports of Orochimaru in the area. And if we will be forced to fight, take Hinata and Sasuke out of fight, and let me, Tsunade, and Naruto deal with Orochimaru," said Jiraiya. "But he is just a genin," tried to protest Kakashi, and Jiraiya just snorted. "He has as much chakra as Kage and rather impressive arsenal of jutsu. He can summon battle toads, so he will do fine. Besides, if it will get out of control, he can use Mokuryu and create dragon for himself." "I see your point," managed to say Kakashi, under the gaze of elder sage. It was evening when they left the forest and appeared at the outskirts of Tenzakagai. It was a large city with small castle built in middle of it. "Kakashi, find our some rooms in one of hotels. I will go with Naruto to look for her. He is censor, so he has best chance of all of us in finding her," said Sage, and everybody nodded. Sasuke, Hinata, and Kakashi walked towards one of hotels, while Naruto and Jiraiya walked towards center of the townhouse. "Look for someone who is hiding and has perfect control of his chakra. I have 2 sources with near perfect control in one of casinos, and 1 source with perfect and 1 with good in hotel in northern part of town," said Naruto, and Jiraiya thought for a moment. "How much chakra do they have?" he asked after a while. "1 with good Kage level, 1 with perfect middle Jonin," replied Blonde. "Orochimaru and Kabuto. We need to hurry, I don't want to fight him here," said Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. They started walking towards casino where was Tsunade, who was drinking heavily. When she spotted them, her eyes widened, and she blinked few times, just to be sure she was seeing Jiraiya and Chibi Yandame/Naidame. "What do you want, Jiraiya?" she growled, while looking at him. "Sensei wants you back in Konoha," said Jiraiya, and was forced to duck under flying sake bottle. "Nice same Bachan," said Naruto, and on Tsunade's forehead appeared tick mark, and towards Naruto was hurled whole table with sake bottles, cups, poker chips, everything on it. Naruto punched it and sent it back, or what was left of it, towards Tsunade, who jumped out of the way, but people that were behind her weren't that lucky and got showered in splinters and other things. "Maybe we should talk in more civilized way," quietly suggested Jiraiya, and Tsunade nodded. "Then I know great place for such talk." 20 minutes later, they were safely seated around table in hotel, where Kakashi got them rooms. Even Genin were allowed to sit there, but they stayed away from Tsunade, especially after they remembered that she had same inhuman strength as Naruto. "So Sensei wants me, because Senju clan seat on council opened?" she asked, and offers spot as head of hospital and medical corps? Yes, plus that you will help with his air training, said Jiraiya, and Tsunade eyes widened when she heard those words. Who is his heir? She warily asked, knowing what council could do. He is sitting with us. Cryptically, said Jiraiya, and Tsunade looked over every single ninja, looking for subtle signs saying that they were used to giving orders and had this subtle aura of danger surrounding them. There were only 3 such people: Hatake Kakashi, Jiraiya, and surprisingly Naruto, who looked like weird mix between Nidaime and Yondaime Hokage. He was young, but his chakra felt powerful and dense. Only Jiraiya and Sensei had chakra similar to his. Rest looked like flowers compared to his, which looked like powerful and fully grown tree. Kakashi had almost equally powerful one, but his was drained by his Sharingan and looked like good-sized tree. It's either Naruto, you, or Kakashi. Rest is just too weak. Also, Naruto chakra feels really, really familiar, said Tsunade. It's Naruto, and his chakra is so familiar because of his Kekii Genkai. Somehow, through weird mutation or not, he awakened Mokuton. But it kind of makes sense, it was passed from your grandfather, but it just needed time to stabilize, and 3 generations were enough. He also inherited Tobirama's Suiton ability, said Jiraiya, and Tsunade eyes widened. I won't believe until I see it, replied Tsunade, and was shocked when suddenly ball made out of water formed in Naruto palm, and there was no visible source to it. Okay, that's enough, she replied, a little stunned by such thing. So tomorrow we are returning to Konoha, or you want to beat Orochimaru before it? Asked Jiraiya. How do you know that he is here? Asked Tsunade. Oh, Naruto is censor, she said, and received nod in response. Orochimaru? Isn't he a traitor? Asked Sasuke. He is. I'm in no mood for talking with him. So we will quickly move out of this town and hopefully miss him, Tsunade said, and Rest nodded. If not, I guess we will have another summons battle. Question is who has summoning contracts and which ones? I have Dog one, but it's mostly Tracker, so it will be useless, said Kakashi, and Tsunade nodded. I have Monkey and Toad one, said Naruto, and people reactions were different. Jiraiya simply nodded. Tsunade fell from her chair. Kakashi muttered, Kai, just making sure he wasn't under influence of Jinjutsu. Hinata eyes widened, and Sasuke blinked. Monkey one, what did you do to Sensei, so he gave you this contract, which was given to him by my grandfather? Asked Tsunade, once she overcame her shock. Nothing, I just suggested it, and he agreed, said Naruto. But why do you need Toad one? Asked Kakashi. Because toads have key to seal keeping QB and their battle summons. Big and nasty, said Naruto, and Jiraiya nodded in confirmation. Also, his father was Toad's summoner, so it was natural for Naruto to be summoner as well. If needed, he can summon battle toads, so we shouldn't have issues with fighting Orochimaru, added Jiraiya. They finished their dinner and left for bed. They were going to left at the first dawn. They didn't want to meet any unwanted people, such as Orochimaru, who was in the area, and fight with him could completely destroy landscape. And nobody wanted to explain to Fire Daimyo why one of his towns was turned into half-destroyed ruin. I may take new apprentice, said Tsunade when they were walking out of town. And I think I found perfect person. Don't you think Shizune that Hinata would do great as medic? She asked, while looking at her friend and assistant. Yes, Hyuga chakra control and anatomy knowledge are great foundations for medic, said Shizune, and Tsunade nodded in agreement. She always wanted to teach Hyuga, but she never had opportunity to do that. But for that we need to get to Konoha, and it will take us some time to get there, cheerfully said Jiraiya. And first thing I need to do is beat Sensei for what he did, added Tsunade, while cracking her knuckles. What did he do? Asked Kakashi. He never ever sent a message with information about Naruto, said Tsunade in angry voice and leaking some killing intent. Naruto? Snickered Sasuke and received fist to the face and was sent into trees to the left of road. Anybody has any questions? Asked Naruto with sweet smile on his face, an image of Shinigami behind him. Kakashi gulped when he saw it. It reminded him too much of furious Kushina-sensei, especially when someone got close to her ramen or called her tomato. Jiraiya took few steps backwards. He saw a similar smile on Tsunade's face when she was ready to beat someone, and Naruto looked like he was going to kill someone. Slug Princess nodded approvingly while Shizun ran after Sasuke, who crashed somewhere in trees and probably had broken bone or two. It's not that bad, only 12 broken bones, said Shizun, once she emerged from forest with Sasuke. Only 12 broken bones? Asked Kakashi. Yes, last such punch ended for me with over 26 broken and concussion, not to mention Sensei had new window in his office, said Jiraiya, remembering too painfully one of team briefings after mission. Before we kill each other, we better be in Konoha. I'm in no mood for patching wounds, said Tsunade, and everybody quickly nodded and quickened their pace. When they entered the gates of Konoha, it was already a late evening of the day, and everybody wanted nothing more than good night's sleep and rest. You can go, I will handle Sensei, said Tsunade, and dragged Jiraiya with herself and Shizun to Hokage Tower, while Team 7 stood there watching what was happening in front of them with mild interest. Meet me on our training ground in 2 days. We need to up your training. Chunin exams are in 6 months, and I want to prepare you for them. I think you will have a chance to pass them, especially with up training. In 2 weeks' time, we will leave for 2 months-long training trip, said cheerfully Kakashi, and his team nodded. Sasuke went to his compound, same as Hinata, but Naruto veered off towards Inuzuka compound, on way to which he ran into Team 8, which was missing a member. Where is Sakura? He asked, once he saw Shino and Kiba. I've been out of the village for last month and a half. So you didn't hear fresh news that she is in TNI and is waiting for mental examination? Asked him Kiba. No, I was in Kirigakure, and today we got back from tracking down Tsunade, said Naruto. What? You were in Kirigakure and on mission to get one of Sannin to the village? Asked him Kiba. Yep, I will tell you more once I see Tsum, said Naruto, and kept walking towards Inuzuka compound where he met Tsum and her canine companion, who liked him and tried to get his attention, which was a little surprising for him. He never expected such thing. Not from Inuzuka Ninken, which were wary of strangers, but it may like him because of time spent by him in this compound. Where have you been for past month? Asked him Tsum, once she saw him. Doing S-rank missions and searching Sannin, said Naruto, and Kiba's mouth was wide open when he heard phrase S-rank mission. S-rank missions? At this age? Asked Tsum. First was normal C-rank that was upgraded, second was more of tracking and doing nothing. Also I signed summoning contract or 2. Explained Naruto, and Tsum nodded, but her eyes focused on Naruto when he mentioned summoning. Toads? She asked, remembering what Minato used to summon. And monkeys. But that's besides the point, he said, and looked at Tsum while petting Kuramaru. Is there any chance that you could give me same Ninken as Hana has? He quietly asked. I would need to discuss it with clan council, and it would be no sooner than after Chunin exams, said Tsum very carefully and with narrowed eyes. Why do you want to have Ninken? Because they're great companions and are useful as trackers, replied Naruto, and she nodded. As I said, no sooner than after Chunin exam, and your performance during it will be crucial. At best your chances are slim, she said, and he nodded and left. Meanwhile, in Hokage office, Sandaime Hokage was trying to survive wrath of his student. Why did you never told me that Minato had son? I would return to Konoha, shouted Tsunade, and tried to beat Hokage into bloody pulp. What? We couldn't risk revealing his heritage. We were too weak, and if you would appear to take care of him, assassins would swarm on us, weakly said Hokage, shocked by Tsunade's fury. What? You're dead, sensei, she shouted before grabbing his desk and hurling it at him. He barely dodged it, and Hokage office had new window to it, and people walking on the street below it were forced to dodge falling debris and this heavy piece of furniture. Calm down, Tsunade-heim, said Jiraiya. I'm furious too, but killing him isn't the best idea. Begging, said Jiraiya, and unfortunately for him, he was used as next thing to throw by Tsunade, and screaming was thrown out of window, breaking it and demolishing part of wall around it, and landed inside Woman Hot Spring, where he received another serious beating. Ah yes, where we were. Care to give me one good reason why you didn't inform me about Minato-kun, child? Hissed Tsunade, while rolling up her sleeves and walking towards her sensei. As I said, we were too weak, and we couldn't reveal his heritage. But I also forgot about it, said Sandaime Hokage, and paled when he saw evil glint in Tsunade's eyes. one that signaled her readiness to beat someone. But you had time to reveal his status as Kyubi Jinchuriki, she shouted, destroying another wall and throwing debris towards her sensei, who managed to dodge it, soon followed by her monstrous punches that turned most of office into battlefield and area around it didn't look too good. Some Genins would have a lot of D-rank missions in next few weeks, and she didn't even visit hospital and discover how bad it was there, and that would cause another tantrum of her and half of it would get demolished. What's going on? Weakly asked Hinata when she walked out of her bedroom and heard shouts and sounds of crashing roofs. You were on mission to bring back Tsunade-sama, asked her father and patriarch of Hyuga clan. Yes, I was too, San, she replied and slightly bowed. Then that's famous Tsunade-sensei temper, replied chuckling Hayashi, and watched area with active Byakugan, trying to find her chakra. Some poor Genins will have a lot of D-rank construction missions. Half of Hokage office is destroyed. She was your sensei? Asked Hinata. Yes, I was on her team with Uchiha Fugaku and Nara Yoshino, said Hayashi, remembering good and old times. You're on team with Senju Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Hi. It will be interesting team. Can you invite Naruto to our compound? I have some scrolls given to me by Kushina-chan that should belong to him, said Hayashi, and Hinata nodded. Night was long for most of Konoha's citizens, and after it Hokage Tower was a lot shorter. It lost something like story in height, and area around it was full of rubble. But somehow Hokage managed to calm down Tsunade, but even then she beat him to inch of his life and left the building, destroying everything in her path and waking up most of Konoha inhabitants. 2 days later, Team 7 was waiting for their sensei on their usual training ground. Team mechanics since last missions improved, and it was safe to say that they were friends. Especially since fateful mission to Mizu no Kuni, when they were forced to save each other, and similar experience can form strong bonds between people. Yo, today is a little special. Because of Chunin exams that are in 6 months, during next 12 days you will take part in survival exercise along with every other Genin team from Konoha. You will be graded for your performance by proctors, and after it, there will be chosen 16 teams that will take part in Chunin exam. Today we will do light training in preparation for this exercise, announced Kakashi. Do you know where will take place this exercise? Asked Naruto. Training Area 69. It's one of AMBU training ground. Almost whole is covered in trees, and there are a couple of streams and lakes. It's 20 by 20 kilometers area, and there will be placed caches with supplies around it for you to use. Content of them will be randomized. You may find couple sets of kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire, or some food or medical supplies. Maiming or killing is allowed, but you can do that only as last resort. Other important thing is that until start of exercise you may form alliances with whatever team you want, explained Kakashi. What about training? Asked Sasuke. It will be mostly how to hide your chakra and how to mask your presence. It will be extremely useful for you. After that, couple of simple genjutsu for your Sharingan and how to use them in fight. Last but not least, how to move in such area when under fire, said Kakashi, and his students nodded. There was almost no chance for them to master those abilities, maybe excluding Sharingan genjutsu, but even good understanding of them would help them immensely. Masking chakra and your presence in the area was skill rarely taught outside of ANBU, and learning it as Genin would help them a lot. When you couldn't feel someone chakra, it made you very nervous and uncomfortable. During fights it was crucial. Many people got killed because they lost peace of mind during fight. Also, moving under fire was thing that could be learned only from shinobi that took part in actual war, and Team Kakashi was lucky because their sensei fought in last war. After few hours of training they were tired, but it wasn't as hard as usual. It mostly tired their minds, because they were forced to learn new things, a lot of them as a matter of fact in very short time frame. Usually in ANBU they were covered in parts, but Kakashi didn't have luxury of too much time, so he squeezed as much as possible in as small time frame as possible. Any idea with which teams we should make alliances? Asked Naruto, after they were done with training. Team 9 and 10, suggested Sasuke. Yes, I like your idea. Niji and II is one of best Juken fighters, and rest of his team is alright. About 10 they're alright team. They're not bad and have interesting abilities, said Hinata, and Naruto nodded. What about Team 8? No, never. I don't trust Sakura, said Naruto, and she is a fangirl of gigantic proportions. So, Hinata, you talk with 9, and I think that Naruto will talk with 10. In meantime, I will get all necessary supplies for our group. Tell them to meet us in Senju compound in our time, said Sasuke, and Naruto and Hinata nodded. I like it, said Naruto and disappeared, followed by Hinata and Sasuke. Hey guys, said Naruto, once he appeared on training ground used by Team 10. Are you taking part in tomorrow exercise? Yes, it's troublesome, but we are doing that, said Shikamaru, and rest nodded. What you would say about making it less troublesome? Asked Naruto, and once he had their interest he added, I'm talking about alliance, with you and Team 9. I like it, but what about Team 8? Asked Ino. Never. I'm not going to trust Sakura in long time, replied Naruto, and people blinked few times. Naruto not trusting Sakura? What happened? Asked Shikamaru. Her mother sent 3 nuke Nin after me, and before that Sakura tried to murder me during training, said Naruto, and Team 10 members were surprised. They never expected her to be so bad. Everybody knew she didn't like Naruto, but that was just awful. I see, said Shikamaru and looked at Chuji and Ino who nodded. We will be there. Good. Meet us at Senju compound in our time, said Naruto and disappeared. 9 is coming, said Hinata once they were in Senju compound, where Naruto was training with Tsunade how to use Chikura no Mezu in fight. They were deadly if used properly, but they had also more mundane usage, that is during surgeries, when they were used to cut tissues around wound or place where Irionin wanted to get. However, during fights they were mainly used to cut tendons and muscles to limit movements of enemy. 10 is also coming, said Naruto, while dodging scalpel that passed way too close to his face. They should be any moment here. Then I think it's enough for today. You're good, but you need to work some more on them. You need experience in usage of them. You have control to use them, but not enough experience, and any half-decent medic would cut you into pieces without much troubles. But for this exercise it will be enough, said Tsunade, and Naruto nodded and walked to see if teams were coming. 20 minutes later teams 9 and 10 were inside and ready to talk. Sensei's told us it's in the forested area, which for me is huge advantage, said Naruto, while unrolling map of forests surrounding Konoha with marked training grounds. You don't mean Mokutan? Asked Shikamaru. Yes, I mean that, replied Naruto. If you're good with it, it will be easy. We will use your abilities to build some sort of hideout, and we will use it as base of operations. We have 2 Hyuga, Uchiha, 2 civilians, Senju, Nara, Yamanaka, and a Kimichi, which is pretty decent set. Question is about Sasuke. If he unlocked his Sharingan, and how good are you Naruto with your Mokutan? Said Shikamaru, while thinking deeply and analyzing map and their strategy. I have Sharingan, and Kakashi-sensei showed me some Jinjutsu that can be used with it, said Sasuke, who was polishing his sword. What about you Naruto? Asked Shikamaru. Rather good. I can do almost every Mokutan jutsu, even strongest ones, but they will leave me exhausted, said our favorite blonde. I have a way around it, but it's in emergency only. At the word emergency, Hinata and Sasuke exchanged knowing look. Usage of Kyubi chakra. Good. In terms of close range we are pretty good. Hinata, Niji, Lee, and Chuji. Middle it will be Sasuke and you Naruto, while support and long range will be me, Tintin, and Ino. Explained Shikamaru and mentioned people nodded. Pack for month of combat. We don't know what to expect inside. Gates will be assigned on first to go, first to get, which is good for us, because we will be able to hopefully get single gate. Okay, murmured everybody and left to pack. Naruto decided to wear his plate armor with as many additional plates as possible, on top of that first aid kit, pouch with poisons and Senbon, usual weapons and few storage scrolls with energy batons and drinks to eat if needed. Almost everybody put on themselves as much supplies as possible and practical. They also had as much weapons as possible. Chance to resupply inside would be slim, unless they managed to get lucky with supply caches. On the next day, in front of the fence guarding Training Ground 69, were gathered all genin from Konohagakure no Sato. It was the time to see who was worthy enough to be allowed to participate in Chunin exams. It was huge group, over 300 teams, which is equal to 900 genin, every single one of them hoping to pass it and be allowed to qualify for Chunin exams. Some of them were as young as 12 and some as old as 18. There were over 100 gates leading inside, but teams that had best missions results were allowed to choose gate, and teams that were with them passing selected gate. It was choice given only to top 20 teams to give them some sort of reward for their performance. Rest was allocated randomly. In this system, D rank was worth 5 points, C rank was worth 20 points, B rank was worth 50 points, A rank was worth 100, and finally S rank was worth 500 points. For example, Team Kakashi completed 2 S rank missions, 5 C rank and 20 D rank, which gave them total 1,200 points. For 2 S rank missions, 1,000 points, for 5 C rank 100, and for 20 D rank 100. Team Kakashi, Hana, Guy, Asuma, please report to desk number 10. Chunin shouted and teams nodded, started moving through crowd and pushing aside other people that were in their way. It was extremely crowded as everybody tried to be close to the gates and had a chance to get a decent gate. Team Kakashi, you have 1,200 points, which means that you're classified as number 3 in team ranking and you're allowed to choose gate and up to 3 teams to be at the said gate with you, said one of administrative Chunin and showed the map with marked entryways and supply caches. They were placed with exactly the same intervals placed between one and another so that there would be no unfair advantage. We want teams Asuma and Guy to pass with us, said Sasuke, and noticed look of hatred and irritation from Sakura, who still hoped to be with her Sasuke-kun, who was ignoring her completely. If she wanted to be noticed, she should stop being fangirl. Her behavior wasn't liked by other Genins, even from her own team, and they seemed to be at least cold towards her, not to mention that this feeling was kind of mutual, as she treated them in the same way. Of course, now you need to choose gate, replied Chunin, and marked those 3 teams on his scroll as ones that were choosing one gate. Shika, come here, said Naruto, and mentioned Nara moved to the front of their group. Which gate will be best for us? I would say gate number 5. It's in the area with deep caves and few supply caches. Also, objectives for teams passing it are relatively easy. Not to mention, there are several streams and lakes in the area which solve any issues with access to fresh water, said mention Nara as he looked at the map, searching for any disadvantages and advantages of each and every gate, so that he could choose the best one. So we will take gate number 5, said Naruto, and Chunin nodded, marked it as taken, and gave them scrolls with objectives, map, and basic kits that were given to every participant. Good luck. We will start in 30 minutes. You can open those scrolls when you're inside, he said. They nodded in thanks and left to their gate. It took them few minutes to get to the gate, but when they were there, they saw a typical gate in the fence, nothing more. Only usual thing was clock at the top of it and counting time to start of the exercise. Other Genin looked around when Naruto started suppressing his chakra to the point of it being impossible to detect. He was soon followed by Sasuke, who saw what he did with his Sharingan. He learned from Kakashi-sensei how to do that, but here he was able to completely suppress it, mainly by watching what his teammate was doing and copying it. What are you doing? Asked Ino, when she felt that Sasuke and Naruto chakra stopped being present. It freaked her out a little, as she felt uncomfortable when she couldn't find their chakra. Every ninja was emitting at least minuscule amounts of chakra, and not doing that at all was a rare thing. We're hiding our presence, so we will be able to move undetected, explained Naruto, and Shikamaru's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Then I have perfect movement formation. Since those 2 can't be detected by other ninja because of their suppressed chakra, we will use that to our advantage. We will move in rectangle with 3 probes. At the front will be Neji, who is experienced and has Byakugan. At the right flank will be Naruto, at the left Sasuke. Rest will move in one and small group, said Shikamaru, and everybody nodded. Then he looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Where did you learn how to do that? Godfather is spy master of Konoha, and he showed me. Also, I was training with few Yanbu for some time, and I picked up few useful things when doing that, said Naruto, and people's mouths were wide open. Your godfather? Asked Hinata. Member of Densetsu no Sannin, Toad Sage Jiraiya, explained Naruto. We can talk later. Timer is almost up, he added, glancing at the timer, which was almost at 0. Only few seconds were left. Neji, Hinata looked for caves and supply caches. There should be plenty of them in this area, ordered Shikamaru, once they were inside. It was deep and dark forest, but compared to Forest of Death, it was nothing. Naruto actually felt better inside. He was in his element, and he was able to use it to its full capacity. "You're almost like your father when he is fighting," said chuckling Naruto. "How do you know that?" asked Shikamaru, a little surprised by that remark. "Hokage meeting, we were forced to fight some bandits on our way there," explained Naruto, and was forced to dodge hail of kunai and shuriken. "Looks like someone found us already. What should I do with them? Kill or knock out?" he asked, looking at the Shika. "Knock out," said Shikamaru, and Naruto nodded. He jumped towards that team, not even bothering to take out one of his swords. They would be useless here. He instead used pure taijutsu, jumped towards first one, and knocked him out by powerful blow to the back of his head, so strong that it jerked it forward. Second one received knee to his crotch, causing all male members of Naruto group to wince. Hits there weren't pleasant and were painful. For that one, it was so painful that he landed on the ground and laid there, not even moving at all. Last one got kicked in her chest and was sent against the tree that was behind her with a mute thud. Naruto dusted off his clothes and walked to the group, who looked at him in wonder. Like they couldn't believe how strong he was. Only Hinata and Sasuke were used to his strength as they were on a couple of missions together and trained a lot, so him throwing people around wasn't a surprise. "Who are you, Naruto?" asked Ino. "Officially Jinin, in truth somewhere around Jonin. Also, I'm being prepared by Gigi to be his successor for the Hokage seat," explained Naruto and looked around, trying to feel the forest. His Mokuton chakra allowed him to sense the energy of trees and see where what was. It was a little taxing on his body, but properly used it could be dangerous and give him forewarning that enemy was incoming. He was looking for caves or other ravines that could be their hideout during this exam. He was considering it as a waste of time that could be spent on training, but someone thought it was a good idea. "I found a cave and something that looks like supply cache 300 to the north," suddenly said Niji, and rest of group nodded. They jumped onto the branches and ran towards their target, hoping to get there quickly and without any troubles. One team of competitors was enough of troubles for them, and they didn't want to smash through the middle of any other team. "One team is out," said one of Censors, when they felt 3 shinobi getting knocked out, rather painfully. Along with those hits, there were waves of chakra generated, which meant powerful taijutsu attacks were used to deal with them. "Which one?" asked Mitarashi Anko, who had questionable pleasure of overseeing it. "Team 15. They ran across teams 7, 9, and 10, said Censor, and Anko nodded. "I told them to look at their opponents, yet they attacked the strongest group of teams in the area," said their sensei, trying not to cry. "What do you mean by the strongest group of teams?" asked one of Jonin that were in the room, receiving a lot of weird looks from other people. "Asuma, are you going to tell them, or should I do that?" said Kakashi, glancing at that Jonin and looking at the sensing sphere. He was sitting with Asuma and Guy in one corner, discussing their teams. "Honors are yours. After all, you have one that probably knocked them out," shrugged off Asuma. "Fine," said Kakashi and looked at that Jonin. He means by that who is in those teams. "Sinja Naruto is after all current heir of Sandaime-sama, and rest of my team isn't far behind. Last loyal Uchiha and heiress of Hyuga clan. Other 2 teams aren't that bad either. New generation of Ino Shikicho and Juken Prodigy." When he said those words, eyes of couple of Jonins widened in shock and some sort of fear when they realized what kind of danger was lurking in those forests. Whole group landed in front of large tree where on one of branches was hanging supply pouch, and by the looks of it, it was quite heavy and full of supplies. Tintin threw her kunai in direction of it, and it fall onto the ground with a lot of noise, along with sound of moving metal. She picked it up and opened. Inside was quite a lot of things, and most of them were rather useful ones too. "We are lucky," she said, rummaging through those things and placing them onto the ground in front of her. 10 spools of ninja wires, 3 scrolls full of kunai and shuriken, some medical supplies and energy bars. "I can take some medical supplies," said Ino, picking them up and hiding them in her own supply pouch. "I have plenty of weapons," said Naruto, who was looking more like a walking arsenal than a human. On his back were 2 swords of his mother in their scabbards in X pattern. There was also equipment pouch with few storage scrolls, each holding some kunai. shuriken, or fuma shuriken, 3 of which were folded on Naruto's back. To his right lap was strapped double kunai holsters, and on his left leg there were few scrolls, mostly storage ones, but there was also one with seals that could be used during combat. "You look more like a walking storage than a shinobi," said Sasuke and grabbed one of scrolls with shuriken and some of ninja wire. They were rather useful for him, as Uchiha's style of war relied on shuriken and katon jutsu, not to mention Sharingan. "True," agreed Naruto, and suddenly his eyes widened. Enemy was close and was approaching them rapidly, assuming his senses were as good as they usually were. "Niji, where is that cave you had found?" 10 to 15 meters to the east from where we are," said older Hyuga, as his Byakugan went active. "Also, there is that squad coming from west. We can avoid them if we hurry up and get to that cave as quickly as possible." 10 to 15 meters to the east, softly repeated Naruto, as he kneeled on the ground and pressed his palm against it, sending chakra in every direction, but mainly to the east and towards trees there. "I have it. Actually, it's placed in rather nice place." "What do you mean by that?" asked Shikamaru, not understanding what Naruto meant by those words. "Extremely hard to spot and easy to defend," explained Naruto as they were leaping from tree to tree, hurrying before teams that were in the area would get to them before either were able to hide. "Here it is." They landed around small hole in the ground, around which were coiled roots of trees, and it looked like they were protecting it. "Nice," said Shikamaru looking at it. "Easy to defend, my ass. It's almost impossible to find, and one can defend it." "We better get inside before anybody spot us," said Niji looking around. Veins around his eyes bulged out, sign that he had his Kekkei Genkai being active. "Some teams are rather close to us." They nodded, and one by one they slipped inside. When one of them got inside, they could see just some hostile team passing just above the hole and not noticing it, or people that were entering it. When they entered it, they looked curiously around it, assessing what they had available to them. It was a long cave, and guessing by the sounds they were hearing, there was also a second entrance to it, one through which stream was leaving it. It looked quite good and would be enough to be of use for them for the time being, as they needed something safe and dry to sleep, not to mention place they could use as a base for their operations inside of the forest. Shikamaru opened scrolls with their mission details and frowned looking at them. They weren't particularly challenging. They were only annoying and would take some time to do, but they had plenty of time, so that wasn't an issue. "We have annoying objectives," he said after a while. "In one, we need to find 4 pieces of map and thing that will be revealed by them. Second one is to find 3 caches with symbols of clans, and they are hidden somewhere in the trees in eastern part of this forest. Last is to infiltrate the building, enter unseen, remove what is kept there, and get it to drop point." "That's a poor excuse of joke," said Naruto. "I expected something more challenging." "Well," said Shikamaru looking at Naruto, "they want us to survive this, so too hard, and many will fail. But going back to tasks, infiltration should be done by Naruto and Sasuke, as they are the best with that. Next, tracking those things is annoying and will take much time, so I suggest we get infiltration first out of the way." "Night will be the best," said Naruto and glanced upwards, trying to guess the time. "We will be mostly unseen, and it will be easier to sneak around. In the meantime, I would place traps all around our position." "Sound suggestion," said Shikamaru. "Sasuke, you, Tintin, and Hinata would trap the area, while Niji will stand guard." "Can be done," said Sasuke, taking out small scroll with his trapping supplies. Some of them were his and Naruto creations, while rest was made by various clan members. Their small group got onto the surface, supplies in hand, and looked around for places that were the best for placing traps that would give the best results and would be effective. Trap making was an art and hard to learn one too. Unless someone had natural talent to it or trained a lot, he was not going to make good traps. Here they were using their skills to their fullest, trapping places where not many would expect them to be placed. They weren't deadly, but were mostly designed to be annoying for ones to caught in them, to cause some damage, but not to maim or kill them. Mostly they were snare traps, or one with Sunbon launchers that were spitting out Sunbon covered in weak paralysis agent. Mostly it would cause pain and temporary paralysis of person hit by them. "How teams are doing?" asked Anko looking at sensors and other ninja in command center. It was getting late, and they were preparing for a long and slow night as not many would fight in the middle of night in total darkness. All teams found their hideouts and read their objectives. "So far 4 are out," said one of Sensors. "Probably 6 or so are going to be thrown out." "It looks boring," said Anko, and looked at ones that were grading team performance based on footage from cameras. "How it is going?" 20 teams are going to pass for sure," said one of them. 16 are almost sure to fail it. "I would say we need only 3 or 4 days to weed out weak teams and leave only ones ready to qualify for Chunin exams." "It's going better than planned," said Anko. "When we are going to hit exactly 40 teams, send Oinen and ANBU to get the rest of teams. There is no point in extending it for more than it is needed." "Hi," said one of those Jonin, and returned to watching footage provided by cameras placed all around the forest. Some of them were placed in rather weird places, and many wondered how they got there, as they seemed to be in places impossible to reach. 2 people were sneaking through the forest, their footsteps as quiet as possible and their chakra as subdued as possible. They tried to be 2 ghosts as they were jumping from tree to tree on their way to their target, which was a large building that was in the middle of the forest. Their objective was to enter it unseen and unheard, take something out of it, and get it to drop point as quickly as possible. Those 2 were Uchiha Sasuke and Senju Naruto. Only sign that they were there was slight rustling of leaves and sound of snapped twig that happened from time to time. But other than that, there was no sign of them being there. After all, they were shinobi of Konohagakure and ones trained by Sharingan no Kakashi, one of the best jonin in whole Konoha. "There is small camp, 10 meters to our right. 2 teams, 6 people, and Ninken," quietly said Naruto. Looking at Sasuke, "We should be able to dodge it rather easily." "Lead the way," said Sasuke, and looked at Naruto, whose eyes were glowing green, sign of him using his sensor abilities, which were further reinforced by place where he was and his usage of Mokutan chakra. "Give me a moment," said Naruto as he landed on the ground and looked around. His night vision was good, but not that good as Sasuke, who was supported by Sharingan. "Can you see if there are any traps or genjutsu? Your Sharingan can actually see at night." Sasuke nodded. His eyes morphed into red and black of Sharingan, and he looked around, trying to find anything out of place or order, as those were usual signs of genjutsu or traps placed there. "Genjutsu. Kai," he whispered, and watched landscape around him, where nothing at all seemed to change. "There is nothing hidden," he said once he glanced at Naruto, who nodded. "Good," nodded Naruto, and jumped onto the branch of near tree. "Other than that, there are no teams till we hit the building, which is kept behind a barrier, which prevents me from sensing it and inside of it." "It will be fun," said cheerfully Sasuke. "I always like surprises." "There are also bad ones," said Naruto. "I had one when training preparing ambush with the NBU. I assumed there were 4, and there were in fact 6 or them. It didn't end too well. I mean, I knocked them out, but one almost got away, and that's not a good thing with ambush." "I meant good one," said Sasuke, and looked at Naruto, who slowly nodded. Forest around them was quiet, and almost everybody was sleeping, excluding some shinobi that were standing on guard or decided to hunt at night. Natural inhabitants of it were getting awake and started their herding. As they were running, they could see a couple of owls and other predators in the area. It was usually a good sign, as predators were extremely sensitive to even minor disturbances and would left the area if they felt enemies or something that was disrupting natural order of things. Yet when they landed on a branch few meters from the edge of compound they were supposed to enter, it was completely quiet. Like there was nothing at all that could emit any sound, which was rather frightening and scary, as it generally meant troubles and danger. Things that nobody liked. "It's too quiet," said Sasuke, his Sharingan blazing and looking for any troubles and enemies. He looked at that compound, and it shimmered under his gaze. Genjutsu placed on it dropped, and he was able to see what was truly there. When they dropped, he saw 12 shinobi walking around the main building and scanning the area of it for any threats. There were also 4 more on the roofs and 2 just outside of those walls. "There is a lot of them, 18 shinobi. It will be troublesome, as Nara liked to say," said Naruto, and gazed downwards, looking at those shinobi, looking for patterns and schematics in their movements, ones that could be used to get inside. "We need to eliminate those on the room and those outside of the compound, as they are the biggest threat." Probably one or two pairs inside of the compound. I mean inside of walls. Added Sasuke and looked at Naruto, who took out small canvas bag from which he took out big needles, made out of wood and with tip covered in violet substance. What's that? Simban needles with strong paralysis agent, enough to put them to sleep for next 6 or so hours. Explain Naruto, better than killing them. Assuming they are real shinobi, most probably they are tough Kage Bunshin. Sasuke nodded at that explanation and watched as Naruto carefully aimed and fired those needles hit their designed targets. They slumped forward and their muscles twitched, trying to fight poison that entered the body and was forcing it to stop working, thus putting them to long and peaceful sleep. First who went down were ones that were on the roof of building, as they were going to be the most annoying and could spot them entering it. So taking them out had highest priority. When those on the were soundly sleeping, Naruto changed his targets and looked at ones on the ground. They were so far unaware of the fact that they were close to deadly hunter. We better hurry. It seems not only we had such mission, said Sasuke, looking at Naruto. Team appeared on the border of forest on the other side of the compound. They are still scouting, but soon they might move. I see, said Naruto with some annoyance. He didn't like guests when he was hunting, and that was one of such situations. I'm done. Let's go, he said few minutes later, when Simban had hit all of their designed targets, which promptly went to sleep wherever they were. They jumped onto the ground, ran towards the wall surrounding their target, used their chakra to attach themselves to the surface of it, and walked up the wall and onto it. They stood there, analyzing patterns and choosing their next spot. Sasuke lightly tilted his head to the left, passed few words using sign language. Naruto nodded to them and leaped after Sasuke towards their target. They landed onto the roof of the compound and prayed that nobody looked upwards, as he could spot them for a moment. They stood there motionless, knowing well that the less movement was done, the smaller chance that they were spotted, so staying still for a moment almost removed a change of being seen. When guards around the compound stopped paying them any attention, they dropped onto the ground, moving as quietly and quickly as possible as they didn't want to be spotted. Before they even dropped onto the ground, they saw where was each patrol so that they could drop into a zone not seen by any of those patrols. Once they did that, they leaped towards door leading inside, opened in them and sneaked in. I don't believe it, said quietly Naruto, when they hide inside small room near the entrance. No freaking guards inside of it. Guards no, but plenty of Jinjutsu, traps and other surprises, said Sasuke as his Sharingan looked around the room, gazing through the walls of the room. Almost everything is trapped, and we don't really know where our prize is. We know somewhere in the middle of the building. While Jinin were trying to pass preliminaries before even actual Chunin exams could start in Hokage office, was meeting small group of people to design whole exam. There were Hokage, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, and Marino Ibiki from Konoha, while from Kiri there were Ao, Kuririr Kushimaru, Kurisuki Raiga. They were sitting around small table on which were placed maps of potential places in which they were going to be held. As we previously agreed, said Ao, we will host second round, while you will host first and finals of it. But we would like to have some proctors inside of first round and few of judges in last round of it. It can be done, said Ibiki. I will be chief proctor of first part of the exam, and adding few more won't be a huge problem. It will be an intelligence gathering exercise. They will receive 9 or 19 questions with questions from above Jinin or even Chunin level. There will be placed Jonin between examinees to provide them with answers. All glaring obvious examples of cheating will be punished. Who will be creating those questions? Asked Ao. We will be, said at the same time Tsunade and Jiraiya. That will be acceptable, said Ao, and rest of Kiri delegation nodded. Now second part will be held on one of our training grounds. We prepared 12 options. 3 are easy, 3 are hard, and 6 are between those extremes. Hokage and his advisors picked up proposed training grounds and watched them with interest, choosing the one that would be the best in their opinion. They wanted a challenge for candidates, one that wouldn't kill them, but would be hard to beat. What about training field 59? Asked Shikaku after long moment of thought. It will be a challenge for participants of the exam, as it is usually used during our Jonin exam, and sharks normally train there. Said Kushimaru. It is mix of marsh, open swathes of sea and few islands here and there. It is roughly resembling rectangle, 50 by 60 kilometers. I think it will be a good choice, said Hokage after a moment of thought. I would like to have only between 64 and 32 participants once we are done with second stage. Can you arrange that? It will be done, said Ao. If there will be too much of them left by the end of 4th out of 5 days, we will send sharks and oinen inside. They will knock out remaining genin and get them out of that field. I think that will be acceptable, said Sarutobi Hiruzen and looked at Shikaku and Sannin. Anything to add? No, muttered Shikaku. Then it's settled, said Hokage. We will send invitations to other villages in 3 months. First stage will be here, second in Kiri, and eventual preliminaries before that stage will be also there, and last stage, that is finals, will be here. We will split income from it between 2 of us, equally in the middle. That's the most generous offer, said Ao, finishing writing notes on his scroll and sealing it, so that he could carry them back to Kiri. Mizuki-sama will be most pleased with that offer. Shikaku will escort you to the border of Hai no Kuni, said Hokage looking at his scarred jonin, who nodded that he understood that and didn't even mutter a thing about it being troublesome, which was rather weird for him. Going back to the place of exercise,